Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, people from all over, wapendwa wandugu watazamaji. How are you? Good evening, good afternoon, good morning from whatever part of the world, from whatever corner of this beautiful universe you're joining us from. Welcome to Africa 24. Welcome to this show. This is Africa 24. I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator, and the show that you have come to love, that show you have come to appreciate has just begun. Karibu sana, ni juzi unantazama ukiwa wapi? Welcome to this beautiful broadcast. This is a broadcast you have come to love, a broadcast you have come to enjoy. This is a show that many tune in. Inapotimia hii masaa, wengi hujajaa na kutazama mengi ambayo tumewaandalia. Tunayo mengi ya kuzungumzia, but above all, let me know where this is finding you. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this beautiful show and beautiful conversation we are about to have. I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator, and this is Africa 24. Show tunde imeanza na ni wakati tu ninakukaribisha. Karibu sana, nijuze unanitazama ukiwa wapi, watu wa mbali na karibu, karibuni sana. Watu ambao mko maeneo ya Kenya, karibuni. Watu ambao mko nchi za uraibuni, karibuni sana. People from far, people from near, welcome to this show. I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator, and this is Africa 24. We are about to have a very interesting conversation. Yesterday, we had a very interesting show. That took place here at Africa 24 concerning land. So please watch that show as well. We have another one today happening just now. Now we go back to discuss what the president said. We discuss what he was able to raise. Of course, the journalist took him to task. He was to explain myriad of issues, and unfortunately, some he did well, some he did poorly, or many he did poorly in terms of his response. And of course, you have come to learn that our president sets his own questions and answers them as he chooses. So you really have to prepare well when you are called to interview the president. He has crafted his own way of doing his speech, his show. So you may ask a question, but he'll choose how to answer it, and of course, he'll choose how deep he wants to go. So at times, we don't really get to know the answers that he is giving. So at times, tunachangwa hanging. But generally, some of them did us proud. Some of them did us proud. Some have been trending throughout the day. The likes of Sam Gituku from Citizen, of course, and many who did us proud. So we, as a media uh, and the further state, we are proud of journalism here in Kenya that you ask the correct questions. Unfortunately, at times, you really don't get the right answers. So, this show will be looking at what was said, what was not said, and what really was left out. Yeah. And you, as well as Monainchi, will really want to get your reactions. Yeah. But there is something else that was said away from that conversation. Two bishops, one provost Bwana Wainana, the Reverend, and of course Bishop Muheria had things to say concerning the president, yeah, and as well LSK issued a statement. I'll be telling you all about it. So tune in. We have a lot as well. We equally want to tell you about Form one selection in happen, and Machogu today came out and gave us the list, those who are joining Form one and everyone else who is affected by all this. But there's a statement that made this thumbnail and this show. Ruto was told to stop playing games. Manze, kuna mahali nafika now, it's time we tell these people to their faces that don't play with the lives of Kenyans. Don't take us for a ride. Don't take us for fools, neither don't take us for jokes. Usijoke na sisi. Just be straightforward, be candid, tell us the truth. Tell us the truth. Don't be shifting goalposts. One CS is saying this, one MP is saying this, but you, the president, you seem to be reading from a different script. Is the government even a unified factor? Is it a team or kila mtu? When you wake up, you offer the statements as you feel. So stop playing games. That was the message from some of these leaders. Some even went to the point of telling you, please don't dare threaten us. We shall deal with you as per the constitution. Yeah, as much as you are given the sword, we as well are protectors of the constitution. So I'll be telling you much about that, and I have a clip I'm about to play equally of Reverend who told, you know what, we have been giving you this podium or the platform or our churches to speak. Now it's also ourselves to tell you what you guys need to hear. You have been taking our country for granted for far too long, and it's time you bring this to an end. We are telling you this as a matter of truth. You are taking our country to the dogs. That's what some of these leaders have been saying, and that's some of what I'll be showing you here in this discussion. So we have a show lined up for you, a good one, a great one to discuss what? Please, Mr. Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, please stop playing games. Asante sana. Asante sana. Thank you very, very, very much. Before even I bring in my panelists and all, allow us to begin with this clip that informs some of what we are going to be discussing about.
Even while I am away, I engage with Kenyan situation because I am Kenyan. And you remember when I was the provost here, my considered conviction was you cannot look at life in a binary way, that there is holy and there is unholy. There is what is political and there is what is church. When politicians want to use the church to propagate their agenda, they say church and politics is one. When we become very tough on them, they say, no, you do the church things, leave politics to us. I am convinced, as a theologian, I am a politician as well. And politics is talking about the governance of a nation. And the church and church leaders must engage in such. So we hear the cry of our country. The cost of living, the depreciation of the Kenyan shilling against the dollar, which is affecting the prices of most of the commodities because we are net importers. When I hear of that cry, it is very sad. I hear of a ruling class that doesn't seem to care about the depressing situations of this country. We have a weak parliament that can be used by the executive to add taxes to Kenyans. When this government was campaigning, they said they are going to reduce taxes. In fact, they were criticizing the then government, which they were part of, because of the high taxation. But today, the load of taxation is becoming heavier and heavier. And this is happening at a time when we hear of cases of grand corruption. So on one hand, you tax people. On the other one, the same government gets into scandals of corruption. For example, the edible oil. What has the government to do with edible oil? Any government project is riddled in a lot of corruption, unfortunately. And then you are told it is not fit for human consumption. Fuel prices are not making sense in Kenya. If you compare with the world, the prices are going down. In Kenya, they are going higher, affecting the lives of the poor Kenyans. Most of the public resources are going into waste, unfortunately. And the controller of budget actually stated publicly, and this is information that you have, that 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the president and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable. While I was away, I hear now you've moved from Kenya Power and Lightning to Kenya Power and Darkness. And I even hear now you want to spend billions of shillings to unbundle the power lines. This is corruption after corruption after corruption in a government that looked very Christian. And you remember I told them not to hide in Christianity. Christianity is being men and women of integrity. You cannot use Christ to come to power, and then when you get there, you become a corrupt leader. The context in Kenya is becoming even sadder with the weakening of the opposition. While we should be having a very strong opposition by this time to check on the government, it's becoming weaker and weaker, and we can't hear the voice of parliament, but also the schemes that you see to silence people. The other day I was reading of somebody threatening Kenyans not to go to court. Kenyans have the right to go to court. And leaders should, political leaders, I wish they were hearing me, should never threaten Kenyans. They are there because we voted. And they are there as servants, not as bosses. No threats. What even saddens me now is when I hear the voice of the church being silenced. Unfortunately, the church seems to be in bed with the government. They can't challenge the government. They have become recipients of government appointments and recognitions. And that is dangerous. So corruption, if you're not careful, will permeate every part of the church. This cathedral has been known as a place of agitation. This pulpit has been used by many people in the past, archbishops and provosts, as a place of calling on the government. And that is the role that the church must engage. And this church is very central to that. The people of Israel needed a redeemer. Kenya need redemption as well. And this is so appropriate as we come to Christmas.
Okay, Kenya needs redemption as well. He has raised several issues that I'll be looking at. We'll go step by step. We have several people we are going to look at. That is Archbishop Wainana. We'll be looking at LSK, what they have raised. We'll look at what Muheria has raised, and as well we'll look at the speech of the president. So stick around. We have a lot of things to discuss. Now, with me, I have Alex Media, and equally others are joining me just now. We have this topic to discuss, but allow me first to welcome Alex to greet the public and as well to engage us, even as we discuss many of these issues. Alex, how are you? Hope you're well.
Yeah, I'm getting well, and I think
Aha.
you're very welcome.
Niko salama sana. Karibu sana kwa hii show. Thank you very, very much.
Asante.
Now, I don't know if you have listened to Bishop Wainaina. Bishop Wainaina has raised over 20 issues that we are about to discuss. One of the things he has said that this is a government that came on contest of Christianity but has failed to observe any virtues. In any case, what it's propagating are vices of corruption. From where you sit, what do you agree with the sentiments from the one provost Wainaina?
I couldn't agree with him more. In fact,
Aha.
if you look at the questions and the issues
Mm-hmm.
as raised,
Mm-hmm.
no leader in the recent times, since after
Mm-hmm.
election, has come to
Mm-hmm.
the pulpit and spoken truth to the power. And you
Mm-hmm.
looked at the history that the
Mm-hmm.
church
Mm-hmm.
was what redeemed Kenya during very difficult times. So I couldn't agree more with him. And
Mm-hmm.
these are kind of things
Mm-hmm.
he says
Mm-hmm.
uh, and Ruto thinks people are against him. And he said like, we were threatened. Somebody was threatened that we can't go to court. So you can
Mhm.
see a conjunction of whereby
Mhm.
they do bad things and then they threaten you so that you can do nothing.
Mhm.
Yes.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah.
Now he says that our parliament is weak. From where is it? What do you make of our parliament?
That we don't have parliament.
Mm-hmm.
I think there is the worst speaker ever
Mm-hmm.
is Wetangula.
Okay.
It's deals after deals after deals. We don't
Mm-hmm.
debate things so that you can have a robust debate and be able to
Mm-hmm.
come to consensus.
Mm-hmm.
These people go to hotels, they
Mm-hmm.
decide what they are going to do, they come to
Mm-hmm.
parliament, and they pass
Mm-hmm.
those. So to a
Mm-hmm.
point that they have weakened the opposition. Hata tujaribu
Mm-hmm.
kudebate, it is almost impossible.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And
So I
he
cannot.
equally raises
Uh-huh.
an interesting observation that we equally don't even have an opposition for starters. That as much as we have a weak parliament, maybe because we have everyone in government, we have a weak opposition. We have no one really taking this government to task.
That is how I have felt. And I
Mm-hmm.
think it all went bad when we decided to go and sit down with Ruto, because then
Mm-hmm.
we gave him legitimacy and credence to the
Okay.
point that now people like Kalonzo and Raila,
Mm-hmm.
who are supposed to
Mm-hmm.
criticize him,
Mm-hmm.
they must now talk together. So, and
Mm-hmm.
that's why I see that that was a mistake we made, because had we not done that,
Mm-hmm.
today we have a very
Mm-hmm.
strong opposition. And from the clip you sent me,
Mm-hmm.
many Kenyans believe
Mm-hmm.
in the three principles, but they also feel
Mm-hmm.
uh, that
Mm-hmm.
they are not doing their job the way it's supposed to be done. Unaelewa?
Okay.
Kenyans are disappointed
Mm-hmm.
equally from both sides. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Okay, I'll be coming back to you. I equally am joined in by Stella Wangari. Asante sana Stella for being part of this conversation. Ndio tu tumeanza. We have begun by introducing this part of our show where we are discussing what Reverend Wainana was trying to raise. One of the things that we have just tackled is Bishop terms and from his observation, now that he has been away, I think he had left for UK, that our parliament is weak. Number two, he equally said that this government came on the premise that it is a Christian uh, form of government. Imetoka ama imezaliwa kwa maombi. You remember those slogans. But what is now ruling are vices, no virtues. He talks of corruption. He talks of threats from people not going to court. People are being told not to go to court. People are being told that I will use the sword on anyone who is challenging my authority. Now, from where you sit, Madam Stella, do you agree with what Reverend Wainaina is trying to raise in as far as his observation? Now that he has been away and now he's back, what do you see from what he's saying?
Wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you see the man of the clergy,
Mm-hmm.
where he preaches the truth. So, what they say that you drink wine, what do they
Mm-hmm.
say? There is that terminology that you drink water and preach wine, or do that terminology. If you see the man of the
Mm-hmm.
clergy
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
speaking and criticizing the government, that means there is a
Mm-hmm.
problem. So the
Mm-hmm.
thing is, for
Mm-hmm.
him, he has accepted that he
Mm-hmm.
does not want to entertain any hypocrisy from
Mm-hmm.
this regime, because now
Mm-hmm.
he has seen the hypocrisy, what is being
Mm-hmm.
practiced, and someone
Mm-hmm.
who's
Mm-hmm.
also taking religion like a like
Mm-hmm.
a like any other con game.
Mm-hmm.
Religion is supposed to be respected like any
Mm-hmm.
other institution.
Mm-hmm.
So if you see the other people when they go to church, if you've seen
Mm-hmm.
as some politicians when they go to 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 funerals, others they
Mm-hmm.
are going for Thanksgiving. They do
Mm-hmm.
not respect the pulpit.
Mm-hmm.
So now he's practicing what he's supposed to, what he's supposed to,
Mm-hmm.
him is practicing his due
Mm-hmm.
due duty of being a truthful
Mm-hmm.
religious man. He's not
Mm-hmm.
hypocritic. He's not
Mm-hmm.
he's not putting mincing words. He's saying
Mm-hmm.
what is being done. We are being treated unfair. I think
Mm-hmm.
there's a part of I don't know. I'm not someone who's very religious, but I know there's a
Mm-hmm.
part of the Bible where
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the Pharisees were talking down about, I don't know, I can't remember what it's for, someone who's in the religion, someone who's deep can able to explain. But
Mm-hmm.
also remember, if he went to US or he
Mm-hmm.
went to, I believe he's a learned man. He has
Mm-hmm.
seen how leaders are treating his citizens. But now we have a government where we are being
Mm-hmm.
mistreated. We are in a government where we are
Mm-hmm.
also living in fear. If someone would
Mm-hmm.
say that I'll use that sword to
Mm-hmm.
you had the dictatorship, whatever what he said.
Mm-hmm.
That sword is the constitution which you are handed diligently.
Mm-hmm.
That is something which you really need to respect it. It's not
Mm-hmm.
as a wood, or it's not something which you think it's a tool you joke about
Mm-hmm.
it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like an oath.
Okay.
It's like in the US, in the UK,
Mm-hmm.
when the king or the queen
Mm-hmm.
knights you with that
Mm-hmm.
sword
Mm-hmm.
and gives you that title. It's something.
Mm-hmm.
It's something which is ought to be respected. It's not
Okay.
an instrument you think it's a muiko or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He has to apologize to the Kenyans, saying that I know I spoke out of content, or
Mm-hmm.
maybe I spoke out of
Mm-hmm.
if emotional. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, he was too emotional. But if you keep quiet,
Mm-hmm.
then you find people like LSK there after you. That
Mm-hmm.
means there is a problem. So
Okay.
then another thing, if you have the don't care attitude
Mm-hmm.
of even if you've seen the men of
Mm-hmm.
service,
Mm-hmm.
you're seeing also our policemen, the
Mm-hmm.
people who are here to serve and protect this country.
Mm-hmm.
They are listening they are listening to the priest.
Mm-hmm.
If it was
Okay.
other governments, this
Mm-hmm.
man could be arrested
Okay.
or even be shot. But
Mm-hmm.
if you see even the crowd, you feel the crowd is distressed. You feel even
Mm-hmm.
the energy. The people are feeling
Mm-hmm.
like they're oppressed. But someone is
Okay.
coming out and saying that you're being
Uh-huh. Stella, just
oppressed.
one moment. Allow me. I'll be coming to you just now. Just okay. Just hold on. I'll be coming to you. We have a lot to ask one another, even as we engage. But allow me not as well to forget the many joining us. Please feel free to participate on the comment section. Let us know what your feeling is. Let us know what you make and what is your take on what the priest said. I'll be playing two priests who said something concerning this government as well. We'll be looking at what the president said yesterday. Thank you very much for joining us. This is Africa 24. Kindly consider subscribing and be part of this great conversation. Alex, I want to come back to you. Now, the bishop raises another interesting observation that the church is equally in bed with the government, that we don't have a church that you remember those days where the church would come out and criticize the government and say this is wrong, this is evil, we cannot go this way, why is it now that the church is silent, right? Despite the many challenges affecting our country, the church seems silent. The church almost seems to be compromised, right? We are not talking of the element of what Christ left. We are not talking of the of the body of Christ. We are talking of the clergy, the ones who lead the congregation, the one who speak to the congregation, the one who have the authority, to call out evil. Why is it that the church, according to the bishop, he says that the church seems to be in bed in government? We are seeing appointments being given to some church leaders. We are seeing some projects like Galana Gulalu given to the church to manage. Not that there is anything wrong with that, but uh, doing that, does it not compromise the ability of the church to speak out and call out vices? Alex, from where is it? What do you make of all that?
Now I can understand why Christ went to the church and whipped people.
Mm.
Okay. Now I understand why
Mm-hmm.
Christ went to
Mm-hmm.
the church and whipped people.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you what
Mm-hmm.
the scenario was at that particular time. The
Mm-hmm.
Israelites, the Jews, men were
Mm-hmm.
only allowed to enter into the holy place.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody's trying to call me, but let me cut it off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So on the outside of the church,
Mm-hmm.
they used to sell doves and lamb to poor people
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because they were not from Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And that thing made Christ so mad. And the Bible says
Mm-hmm.
he went to the church, he beat them,
Mm-hmm.
he, they ran from the church, and he told him, "My house shall be a house of prayer."
Mm-hmm.
I think what we
Correct.
have done is that we have taken the church from being a house of prayer to the house of politics. Let's be
Mm-hmm.
honest. How
Mm-hmm.
much
Mm-hmm.
preachings do you see when Ruto goes to church? Don't you see
Mm-hmm.
it's politics after politics after politics? So you can't
Mm-hmm.
take the sanctity of the church, you
Mm-hmm.
can't take the sanctity of the church, then dilute
Mm-hmm.
it. Kenya
Mm-hmm.
River, habari yako.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
what I can term them, that they
Mm-hmm.
are religious delinquents. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
They are
Mm-hmm.
impossible. They can't get it. They
Mm-hmm.
don't know look what Wainana is saying. Wainana is saying that even positions are being given to people we respect, like Ogide. Ogide should not have taken that position. Let's be honest.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Before that, there was another one who took a position. Okay? As
Mm-hmm.
a man of God,
Yeah,
your
yeah.
duty
Mm-hmm.
is
Mm-hmm.
that you have been anointed and
Mm-hmm.
auctioned by the Holy Spirit
Mm-hmm.
to do your
Mm-hmm.
job. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Some people like Ogide,
Mm-hmm.
once they
Mm-hmm.
went to ESCC, they
Mm-hmm.
are doing nothing. Yet
Mm-hmm.
they were vibrant
Mm-hmm.
people in the pulpit. There was that one
Mm-hmm.
before Ogide, what was his name? Pierre. These were men of God who have taken
Wabukala.
yeah, who have taken political positions, and now
Mm-hmm.
they have become
Mm-hmm.
delinquents. They don't have
Mm-hmm.
the respect they had. Look at Ogide.
Mm-hmm.
Ogide, does he
Mm-hmm.
even talk about corruption? Na hizi corruption
Mm-hmm.
zote unaona zinaendelea Kenya. The guy is
Mm-hmm.
quiet. Why? They
Mm-hmm.
say
Mm-hmm.
you cannot make noise when you have a
Mm-hmm.
ball in your mouth.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Unaelewa? So
Mm-hmm.
that is what is happening.
Mm-hmm.
They are
Interesting
incapable
one,
of
Alex.
speaking.
And he equally says that the church cannot nowadays have the spine to call out the government when it goes rogue. What do you make of that?
Can you re-ask again?
The bishop says that now, because of the church being in bed with the government, the church lacks the spine to call out the government when it goes rogue, when it is mad with corruption. Of course, I'll be coming to that just now. But is the church truly compromised that we lack uh, or we fail to hear them at the moment because of how they have chosen to compromise and mix issues both church wise and because let me give you an example, maybe this will drive my point home.
Mm-hmm,
You see a Sunday service,
mm-hmm,
the pastors, the bishops, the clergy will sit in front. They will be given very few minutes to summarize. Then from there, the politician will take the center stage. It will be one politician
mm-hmm,
after another, after another, after another,
mm-hmm,
because this is a free congregation or a free gathering. They will spit venom after venom. At times, even it goes nasty to the level of abusing and targeting other opponents. The president has already been given time to speak, and kidogo kidogo ataweza acha kabahasha, maybe asikie kulikuwa na ka
Okay,
development
I
kwa hiyo
understand what
kanisa.
you're saying.
Yeah,
I
yeah. So
understand
is
what
the
you're
church
saying.
really compromised that it can never
Mm-hmm.
speak ill to power?
Jex, if
Mm-hmm.
you look at the organization of this church,
Mm-hmm.
Mari Pastor Yuko, it is
Mm-hmm.
how churches used to look, traditional ways. watu wanakaa na wanasikiza. The moment Kenya started having these charismatic churches, we started failing because they are owned by people. Okay? They own and control people. And if you look very well, Ruto does not go to churches that are traditional, like this church, Presbyterian, Seventh-day Adventist, Anglican. He doesn't know. He goes to charismatic churches whereby kama hizi kanisa za kina nani bibi ya Gachagua, unaelewa? So that he can give. So these are not churches, Jakes. These are businesses owned by people. Because if you look from how this pastor was preaching and how people were listening, you can understand that is a church that people go and respect the sanctity and the holiness of our Father. So I don't call the churches Ruto goes to churches. I call them clubs that are owned by people so that he can get a platform to do what he wants. Yes.
Okay. Stella, I want to come to you, but before I do that, allow me to welcome Kenya Rebel and Mr. G. Karibuni sana kwa show, as well Mato and many hapo kwa comment section. Asante sana wadau. Thank you so much for your sentiments. They are highly appreciated. And the many liking the video and the many participating. Namwona Victor Omondi, namwona Leo na pia John Boro wana participate hapo kwa comment section na pia kwa kulike hii video na kwa kuwa part of this great conversation taking place. Now, do I come to Stella? Stella, you okay?
Stella ameingia na two gadgets. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Stella, you okay? Let me unmute it for you. I think I can do that. Okay.
Let me log off, then I...
Okay. Are you good? You were into that. Now we can hear you quite well. We can hear you. Okay, even as she settles in. Kenya Rebel, I don't know if you listened to... I can hear you well. You're good. Stella, you're good.
She's dragging.
Stella, unasikika vizuri. Pengine ama ni light unataka kuongeza?
No, I think issue ni net or something. Unatusikiza baada ya tumeshaongea. Uko na some form of delay from your end.
Let out, reset the phone, then come in. Otherwise, he comes to the whole time.
Stella, log out, then log in.
Yeah, I've logged out. Can you hear me?
Okay. As Stella is working on her... Yeah, log out, log in. That will help you. Use the link directly, as it will help. Log out, log in. Okay. Now, Kenya Lee, I don't know, not Lee. I don't know if you listened to what the bishop was raising. He raised so many things, alarming and interesting things. What do you make of his speech or of his sermon? Actually, it was a sermon, not really a speech.
The wonderful book, Jesus said, I'll paraphrase it. What's for Caesar, Caesar's, what's for God is God. When I go to church, I don't want to hear somebody's political opinion. You can keep it to himself. Okay? That's not point. If he wants to give his political opinion or criticize the president, then we should tax him. And I hope they are being taxed. Okay? People don't go to church to listen to a political opinion. Okay? That's why when you go to vote, there's a curtain because no one wants to know who you vote for. Stick to that. Now, I'm not saying that he shouldn't. I'm not saying that he shouldn't criticize the president. Okay, that's fine. He can go in, call a press conference, and say, "Me as Pastor Nyaga, Pastor whoever you are, say that I don't like how this president is leading the country and so forth and so forth." So I agree with his message as far as criticizing the president, but do it at the right place. A church should be a place of worship, not where you want to tell us how where we should go. I'm pretty sure God didn't give him the message to tell Ruto. And if he if he heard from God, then let us tell us what language God spoke to him. I hate these crooks that wear these cloths and pretend to be philosophers, and they pretend to be speaking, hearing from God. But anyway, I'll leave it as
But
that.
Kenya Rebel, to be fair to him, you as well come with a bishop's collar and a cloth. You know, we don't know if you ascribe to any
Yes.
religion. You know, you come and we allow you speak. Just like him, he used his podium to speak because, in any case, the constitution or anything doesn't bar him from speaking on religious matters. Even the Christ he represents was not crucified on anything that was religious. It was political religion, of course, but basically, um, people in power felt threatened, you know, and soon enough he had to face the cross. But that's a
Jakes.
different subject. Just one moment. That's a different
Okay.
subject altogether. But we are talking of what he said. As much as don't look at him from where he serves, his kind of work, but what he says, does it reason out with you? It doesn't matter the source of his inspiration, but does it reason out with you? That's what really we are discussing. What do you make of what he said? He says the church is in bed with the government. He says that government projects are mad with corruption. He says that what business does the government have in importing oil? Number two, after importing oil, it imports substandard oil that is not fit for human consumption. He says that the church came at the premise that this is a church-based government, and somehow after coming to power, it's more of vices than virtues. You know, you are expect that if this was a religious form of leadership, we would have less vices and more virtues. That's what he was trying to speak. But what do you make of what he said? Don't focus on his religion and all. Focus on the message. What do you make of it?
Jakes, if you heard me right, I say I, by and large, agree with what he was saying. But
Mhm.
again, uh, I'm saying that you can't use your platform, your church. When I come here, I don't come here I'm a Pontifex Maximus. Okay, I'm a teacher, but I don't come here to preach to you about the gospel. We talk about politics. So again, I agree with him in most of what he says, but don't stand in the pulpit. If I go to church, I want to listen to the message about salvation and to nourish my soul, not to hear
Mm.
about what's wrong with Kenya. Any child can tell you that Ruto is messing up, so he can go to hell for all I care.
Okay, interesting sentiments from Kenya League. Kamakawa, yeah, he's as his name, very rebellious, even to men of cloth. Now, Mr. G, I want to come to you. What do you make of what the bishop tried to raise yesterday?
Thank you, Mr. Jakes. I can see Mr. Leo, Mr. Alex Media, Rebel, and Our Lady Stella. I greet you guys. I think I'll be just short because nimekaa wakati you were asking a question about the church and what is happening. And I think I came in a good time because nikisikiza what Kenya Rebel is talking about. Kenya Rebel need to know that even in the Bible, people have taken this word literally. There's a place in the Bible ambayo inasema kuwa the government is given by God. So just because government is given by God, watu kama kina rebel, they believe that you have to believe everything. Kama wewe ni mtu wa kanisa, wewe unafaa kubelieve, we don't have to talk about anything about politics. But I can tell you, Mr. Rebel, that church should speak out the truth. Kama venu pastor kwa anaongea, huyu anaitwaje? Is it a bishop ama nini, he's talking ukweli, kitu ambayo inaendelea ni kwa hapa Kenya. But now when you come and you feel bad because he's criticizing the president, then you are wrong. President ameharibu nchi. President yesterday he was being asked question, bado ana drag in nini, ana drag in Uhuru pahali ambapo hata hafai ku drag in Uhuru. So the country is messed up, and the preacher, I stand with that preacher, he should speak the truth. Or preachers wote wanafaa waongee ukweli. That word that says that the government is given by God is true. Government is given by God, but when people mess up, the church should speak out.
Okay, interesting. And
Can I respond?
Bwana MG,
Just one
Kenya.
sentence. One sentence. One sentence. He said the church, the government is given by God. When Kibaki stole the election 2007, God gave us that government. When Uhuru stole the election in 2017, God gave us that Mr. G, go read your Bible. I'm a Pontifex Maximus. Go
I can
check the
help
word.
Mr. G respond to that if you don't mind.
No,
Mr. Rebel,
just one
Mr.
minute,
Rebel, it
Mr.
is a
G,
Mr. G,
word.
let me
It is a
answer
word.
him. Let me
just
help
one
you
moment,
respond to
Adele.
him.
Let's not go
The
deep
same
into the
Bible,
religion matters, because
the
anything we
Israelites
say about
wanted a
religion.
king, and God gave them Saul, who really brutalized them. So wasn't that one not recorded in the same Bible? So God can give you a leader who is worse than even William Ruto. So it has happened in the history of Bible. God have
I didn't
given
see
them.
Jesus vote. I didn't see Jesus vote. We voted as Kenyans. Jesus wasn't
Just one
voting.
moment. Just one moment.
Save me that.
Let's not.
Save me that nonsense.
Let's not make Kenya Rebel
Let's
bring
go to
the
the issues that he raised.
Pontifex
Let us not go to the
Maximus
religious.
theology here. Let's stick to, yeah, we're talking of the issues he raised. Yes, don't go to the religious aspect. Let's go to the issues he raised, because those were pertinent. Those were cutting across. Those were matters that we should talk about. If we talk religion, that should be a different show. Mr. G, let me come to you again before you fall out. When you look at the current regime, it has been marred by serious allegations of corruption, serious issues. Yet again, it's a regime that we said kiongozi ni mcha Mungu. In fact, we even said Raila Odinga ni mchawi. You remember? In fact, we said Raila Odinga does not fear the church, does not fear God. We played clips zenye alikuwa anasema vitu fani kuhusu God. When one time he made a joke of rain and God and urination. You remember that joke? And and even when the wife Ida Odinga made a statement concerning the church, we used that seriously to decampaign Raila Odinga. And of course, William Ruto was very easy in quoting scriptures, Bible verses. We almost saw him to be, and one time the running mate for Azimio said he's not Deputy Jesus because of how he was quoting Bible verses. Some were even not correct, but he came out as a church guy. He came out as a Christian. He came out as a born again believer. But now, from the same breath, we anticipated that he will lead us in the standings of a Christian. So from where you sit, Bwana G, did he sell a lie? And his government really, is he showcasing us vices that are far from God, mad with corruption, and seriously distracting our country?
Mr. Just let me just surprise you. If we have one man ambaye amepitia shida sana hii Kenya, is a man called Raila Amolo Odinga. This man, by
Okay.
the time he lost his son, kuna huyu kijana wake wa kwanza ambaye alikufa Fidel. They stood up these guys wakasema kuwa sacrifice mtoto wake Raila Amolo Odinga. When his daughter, huyu daughter yake ambaye alikuwa na shida ya macho, wakati alipata hiyo shida, they still dragged him in na wakasema kuwa ana sacrifice watu wake ndio akuwe president. So this guy amekuwa accused wrongly, vibaya, bila sababu yoyote, just kwa sababu ya ignorance. And I can tell you, Mr. Jakes, the guy ambaye ni Ruto lied to people kwa sababu his father is a liar na ni mwongo. The guy used propaganda na akadrag in, akaweza kuuza that lies to central people, and central people buyed it. That's why akaanza kuimba nyimbo yake. But always Jakes, remember from the beginning, huyu jamaa amekuwa muongo. You can just ask yourself a question. He has been a deputy president for 10 years. Niambie kitu moja ambaye amefanya ambayo tunaweza mkumbuka as a deputy president. Angalia mtu kama mtu kama Muheria, he was a vice president, but you can remember him of what he did wakati, angalia Venezuela zilikuwa wakati wa kina Moi. But when he came in as vice president, he brought a change. We can remember Muheria for what he did. This guy amekuwa for government 10 years, even more than 10 years, but as a deputy president for 10 years. Tell me one thing ambayo amesimamia mtu tunaweza mkumbuka nayo as a deputy president. I don't see anything. Ni uongo peke yake na anapenda. So he's a liar, he lied to people, few people believed him, na akaanza kuimba nyimbo yake, but he doesn't stand for anything substantial. Huyu jamaa ni muongo.
Okay. Mr. Leo, I see you, but before I come to you,
Ladies first.
nikubalie nirudi kwake bwana Alex kidogo tu. Bwana Alex, Stella, are you now good? I was waiting for you to tell me if you're good. You're good? Okay. Okay. I had asked you a question. What do you make of what I had asked you?
I can hear you, Jakes.
Okay. I asked you this. If you remember, I asked you that the church seems to be in bed with the government, which is obvious. Um, for instance, this constitution that we speak highly of, the church was almost on the forefront in helping craft it, as much as it eventually opposed it. But we saw the likes of Njonjo, not Njonjo, Cardinal Njue, sorry, coming out, Akina Ndingi Mwana Wanzeki, really coming out and speaking the ease of the government then. Now we lack such figures. Now we lack people who can even help lead a clamor for constitutional change, people who can speak against power. It's like almost everyone wants to speak everything positive, especially if they know the president is in their area or even fellowshipping in their church. Why, from where you sit, do you think the church has really degenerated to almost a business, if I may call it, that it's the one who is paying the piper that it's calling the shot? It's no longer about the word of God, really, but about money, and it's a business now. It's what Christ described. It's now a marketplace, only the modern market now. Stella? Okay. Stella, can you hear me? Weh,
I think
sawa.
I lost.
Alex?
No, Stella needs to log off, restart her
I've
Uh-huh.
phone.
already lost.
No, just log on
I-
again, restart your phone. Otherwise, you're going to have a problem. Just log off completely.
Itakusumbua kabisa, Stella. You have to refresh in your phone. Like,
I've already done that.
No, you have
okay.
not done. Just log out. Jakes mtoe alafu aingie.
Or let
No,
me
in
do this.
short
Let
kitu
me let
anamaanisha Jex, Stella
uh,
unafanya hivi, ukishatoka unaona hiyo simu like refresh hiyo
Mm.
browser yako kama ulikuwa unatumia Opera ama hiyo Chrome, so refresh na utumie
I'm
link
using
tena
Safari.
fresh. Yeah.
I'm using Safari.
So you can refresh
Okay,
your
let me just
Safari.
look.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
kuja
so that
kuja na
yeah,
kuja na kuja na
yeah.
Chrome bana. Safari ni ya wale watu wa iPhone.
Mm-hmm. Alex, same question.
iPhone.
okay, Jakes, go ahead.
So, Alex, same question.
Can you repeat the question? I went and
Why is it that we lack the Cardinal Njue of our times? We lack the Ndigi Mwanawanzeki of our times. People who are vocal, people who, using the church, they were able to state their position. Even the constitution was changed because of how firm they stood. You remember even the the priest who was killed on the road. Alikuwa anaitwa nani? I'm forgetting his name.
Pastor
Kuna jamaa
Kaisa.
amezikwa. Yeah, Father Kaisa. Those guys. How comes now the church is almost dull, and we we can't have the church fight for anything as it is. The church haina
Jakes have told
mnato,
you.
haina nguvu. Is it that now that
Jakes,
Mhm,
Jakes have told you this, and you need to listen carefully.
mhm.
We used to have
I am.
traditional churches like Methodist,
Mhm,
like Anglican,
mhm,
like
mhm,
Presbyterian, whereby
mhm,
unaenda shule, una learn the ethics, how to treat people, and how to
mhm,
become a seer and a shepherd.
mhm, mhm,
But what you see nowadays, do you expect to come Nganga to give you
mhm,
advice?
mhm,
Do you expect? So that's why I'm telling you, we don't have churches. We have
mhm,
businesses.
mhm,
These people are multi-billionaires. They don't think about the soul of the people. Those are
mhm,
not churches. Those are
mhm,
businesses. So
mhm,
when you expect a business to have a seer, I think you are on the wrong.
Okay.
Somebody like Pastor Nganga, whatever has he said that can help us as individuals in a progressive way so that our country can move ahead? Nothing. Ni matusi, ni kukunywa, ni kupata accident. Such kind of things is what we are seeing, and they live so posh life to a point that they are out of touch with the people. Look at this man that is in Kilifi. What is his name? This pastor.
Pastor Ezekiel.
Gideon Mongaro.
No, Ezekiel. Pastor Ezekiel.
Kumbe wako wengi. So still now you are back.
Yeah.
Still you are good now.
Mombasa, by the way, wako wengi sana. Wako wengi sana. But have you ever heard them come out and speak anything? It's all about sadaka. It's all about kwenda like conferences. It's like they're having galas, like fundraising galas every time. Mara tununue piano, mara tufanye nini. It's not about, I'm telling you, these charismatic churches are a problem. Okay? But traditional churches have a way to respect the pulpit. And they have become less and less because remember, pastors were being paid peanuts totally. They were poor people. So some of them have decided to get out of the poverty and start to look for money. Once you start being rich, you become another tribe, Jakes. I'm telling you the truth. Once you become rich, you start thinking differently. You don't see the problem of the people. There are a few people like Raila who constantly, even though they're rich, they have stayed with the people. But those who never worked for their riches, hawana company ama kio wanapata tu sadaka ya mara moja hivi, there is a tendency for them to become delinquents. Unaelewa? So that's why I'm telling you, those are not churches, those are buildings that are for business. And if we call them churches, then I think we will be discussing something that is not right. Lastly, these people do not go for training. These people do not go for any training, pastoral training. Mtu kama huyu mama mwenye alikuwa MP ya Mathare. Remember when he was debating Miguna?
Wanjiro, Bishop Wanjiro.
Anamuuliza, what dissertation did you do? She couldn't even know what dissertation is. So you expect those people to offer solutions? No, let's not even look at them. Let's look at people who can give a solution. And they're becoming less and less. Timothy Njoya wanazeeka. Huyu pastor amerudi tu saa hii. Alikuwa ameenda London. Very few pastors have the guy. Ogide was one of the best pastors in Nairobi. He went to bed to EFCC. He can't even talk about anything of corruption.
So that Ogide is a businessman. You should not call such people pastors and preachers.
Some point,
as long as you see that, once you see that your church is having a school that you, the congregant, you cannot be able to afford, your kids cannot learn there, that is business.
Of course.
Thank you for saying that.
Okay, Leo, let me now have your submissions now that tumekata Alex. What do you make of what Pastor Wainana Reverend was saying? He said so many things, so I'll give you some time to respond to that, even as we now go to the next part of the topic.
Okay, maybe I'll just greetings to everyone. Alex, Kenyan, Rebel, there is Stella there. I think we had Mr. G, but I know he's on the background, maybe following. I heard that he's called the most Reverend Wainana. I think he's an advisor where he is currently on the matters of communion, and that is why he's not regular in the country. So when he comes back as a visitor. So number one, I just want to disagree maybe with the Kenya revolutionary and tell him that, okay, church and politics is one thing, because one thing that you need to know, how are these churches formed? We don't have a Catholic that people say that we used to have Catholic meaning universal. What we received in this country and what we have this country is called Roman Catholic. Roman there stands for the Roman government. So when you go to that Catholic, we don't have a Kenyan Catholic, it's a Roman Catholic. The Anglican church, that one is that Church of England was formed as a matter of when the king wanted to marry another wife, and the Roman Catholic, they were under the Roman Catholic, the Pope could not allow him to do so. Then he decided, okay, why do I need to maybe pledge my loyalty to the Roman government? Then that is how he decided to form his Anglican church that we normally see the SEK here. So there's no way you can separate church and politics. Church and politics is one thing, and the only difference is that church should always be there to ensure that there is sanity. They should always be there they're not opposition that they're opposing the government, but they should always be there to bring the balance and ensure that there is sanity in the politics that we are doing. And most bishops that I've heard you people celebrate, they're celebrated simply because they ensure that they're on sanity. They're the ones who are standing with people. When the politicians cannot stand with you, the only people that we remain with who should stand on our side are the priests. That is why you used to see people like Njoya are joining the opposition. So it tells you that the opposition by that time was standing with the citizens. So if the church cannot stand with the citizens, then who is going to stand with the citizens? They're the last people that can stand with us when the opposition is not there. So his sentiments, I think, came at the right time when the church was really silent. But I think the church is not silent. The church is just embarrassed, having led
Okay.
people into making some decisions. And Wainana really mentioned it, that this person campaigned, they use the church to get power. Then once you get power, then you are now doing things that are not that are ungodly, things that cannot be identified with the church. But when you are looking for this power, you identified yourself with the church and you made yourself the church candidate. Then now, why can't you continue that spirit of a church candidate and now be a church president and act the way the church ought to be behaving? And I just want to say that maybe the preachers that you see outside there, these guys, they know things are wrong, but they fear you people are going to criticize them. You're going to tell them that, look, you are the ones who told us this person is a man of God. You're the one who told us that for the first time, this person, God has given as a candidate. So, Bona Monageuka, that is what is happening outside here. There are people who voted for UDA, but deep inside, they know very well that, okay, anybody, it's your personal right to vote, but now they feel that things are not right, but they fear coming in public to tell you that things are not right. Only the brave and the courageous ones will come and tell you things are not right. But most people, they know, they are speaking deep inside themselves that things are not right, but they know when they come, sisi wa Kenya ni kina nani, will start telling them that, okay, you see Stella, wewe ulipigia hawa, mbona unalalamika? Nyinyi ndio mlipigia UDA, mbona watu wa Mount Kenya mnalalamika? No, people, that is what is now stopping people from being open to criticize this government. But if such kind of things, if we Kenyans can just be welcoming, if today Alex says that, you see, I voted for UDA, but what they are doing is not right. So instead of criticizing Alex, kumwambia wewe ndio ulituleta kwa hii shida, then we reason together. That is when we can have this country change. So what he did was a wake-up call to the preachers that we have, and the preachers, actually, they need to know what they need to stand for. Even during I don't, I'm a Christian simply because I was born in a Christian family. It isn't by choice. It's obvious that today, if you're born in Saudi Arabia, you will automatically become a Muslim. And because my parents and grandparents had already bought this Western religion, so I also found myself buying it. Though if it was my wish, maybe I would be a traditionalist or something else. So what we need to do is this. Even during those times, the stories we read in the Bible, we had people like Prophet Amos. These guys were there when the political scene there was really tough. And what were they doing? They were speaking against the authority. They were the voice of God. They're the ones that were telling people that God is there. But if you're having a church that when you are oppressed, they cannot speak against oppression, then it tells you, how will you convince me that we are having a just God if the people representing God here on earth cannot be able to speak for the justice? So that is the wake-up call that these priests have been told, that they need to take the position of the Jeremiahs that you read in the Bible, the Jeremiah who was there during the time of corruption. And actually, the Bible is, that book, I think the authors of that book were really strategic, and they really understood how the world operates. Because whenever the prophet appears in the Bible, there were always vices, things like corruption, things like immorality. So the same things are happening, which that is what makes us believe that it is really true these prophets were there, because if you look at the situation and the situation that is described in these books, they correlate. So our preachers, let us not value sadaka, let us not value izima programs, mara fundraising or this kind of things. Then in the next 10 years, I'm telling you, people will not be going to these churches, because hata sahi mtu anajiulizanga, when you go to church, the pastor will tell you that they want to pray for you so that you get a car or so that you get a house kinanganga, but before you leave they'll tell you kuna sadaka ya pili ya kununulia mchungaji gari. So you ask yourself, sasa sisi tunatoa pesa, mchungaji akitaka gari tunamchangia, lakini sisi tukitaka gari anatuombea. Otherwise, let me not go there. I'll stop there for the comment.
Okay. Interesting view. Now, there is the last thing that he raised is that the president, between the month of July, I think June to September, spent over 2.2 billion. I begin with Stella quickly. He he went farther to even break it down that he spends a million per hour. If you are to break in terms of the days and in terms of how much William Ruto, the president and state house, spends a million per hour. In our economic times, does that even make sense where is it?
Okay, who came with that survey that they do a million an hour? Anyway,
Um,
that's not my
According to
issue.
control of budget, William Ruto, between the
Oh,
month of June,
Nyakango.
she said that William Ruto has spent 2.2 billion. So he did his math. If you divide it's true that if you divide 2.2 billion by the number of days, and then you trickle it down up to hours, you'll find that he spends a million per hour. So as to accumulate in those few months to justify the 2.2 billion.
So there is one thing I really imagine, Jake. I don't know. We just need to come together as a country. We need to pray that this year
Mhm,
or next year, by the grace of God, I believe that the country goes in the right way. Because right now there is wanton waste in this regime. If you're saying
mhm,
someone is wasting 2 billion, we have issues going on. There are people who cannot even afford going to hospitals. There are no schools. If you read the
mhm,
newspaper today, you're seeing
mhm,
almost 400 who passed KCSE. They will miss from they will miss from one placement in school.
mhm, mhm,
I don't understand what is there in State House, and what is more. You see, we can do without the State House. The only thing what you need bodyguards, you need your personal assistant. You go do your business in Karen. You put the State House as a BNB. That is not our business. The issue is, I want to ask this guy. He's never in State House. He's always in and out of the country, in and out of the country. The business of the day of this country, it's never taken serious. This guy does not even
mhm,
interrogate his CS. Recently, there was a blackout. He could not even interrogate his own CS, his friends, his MD, the MD of Kenya Power. He never interrogated the DG of EPRA. He never interrogated Churchill. He did not even interrogate even Murkomen. He has not even interrogated this CS. Because if you see the country is going to a waste, like misusing 2 billion in a month, that means there's an issue here. Is it him, or is it people under him, or does he ignore that these things are not happening? If he could be in the country like 2 days in every, like, remember those days of Moi. Moi used to make sure that every month to the last month he used to go. We used to call them provinces, not constituency. He used to go and check around. Na alikuwa anavuta watu hadharani. So what is so different for Ruto? He cannot even fire his CS. We can do with those CSs. We can do without them. So I'm wondering, why are we having PSs and we have also CASs? Which the CASs, it's not recognized in the constitution. In fact, it's an illegal office. So if you have PS and the PS under the CS, the PS has also host has assistants and whatever, what kazi ya mkono, they can do the same thing what this PS is doing, the CS is doing. So I believe CS, they are flower girls, because the person who is going to come out with them with the performance is the PS who's supposed to be questioned. Because I don't understand why you have a CS who goes to before the Parliament Account Committee, has no idea. He doesn't know what is happening in the ground and what. It is hot air. Then the very media, they're always there, flashing cameras and everything. We're not even getting the information what we as a Kenyan we need to know. So if someone like Margaret Nyakango would say that money is being lost every day, that means there's a problem. The other regime, they said they are losing 2 billion every day. It came from Uhuru's mouth. So what have they done so that money is not being misused? If these people are having that amount of money, so there's someone who has been told, anytime I call you at 10 o'clock in the morning, you're taking 5 million here, you're taking 2 million there, you're taking whatever. And yet, this money which they are wasting, remember, Jakes, staff have not been paid. Civil servants have not been paid, from teachers to just the guys at the parastatals and everything. And yet, even the worst thing, statutory deduction which they are being deducted has not been remitted. If me, I'd even miss by 9th, I've not remitted my statutory, I'm going to be charged a penalty. So that means there is money. I believe there is another time when we were having this conversation, I told you, Jakes, the country is not broke. We have money. So there are people who are there giving instruction where the money would go. Now, if you are going to waste 2 billion whatever a month or what, if you calculate 10 months, we've already paid the Chinese money. Then we'll have the extra to finish the expressway from Westlands up to all the way to Mau Summit. So the thing is, this government, every time when they the pulpit in the church or the previous regime, it happened, it went, whatever, they should leave the story of the previous regime. Let's talk the present. What have you done? So why do you go to church to try and stain the previous regime business, or saying that we are the ones who left the mess? No, you're the one. If the mess was left, you could have cleaned up the mess. You could have cleaned up the mess. So now you go to church,
on, Kidogo. I'm coming back to you.
You sanitize you sanitize yourself in front of the congregation. So you think the congregation, they are fools. So that the next time when you are coming to 2026, you're there back again to the church, where you go tell a certain priest or a certain pastor that I'm coming to church, I'm going to give you a bag of 20 million, so that you try and buy the guys at your own kijiji. Wanza kuuza manifesto yako. Now Kenyans ni werevu sasa. Right now, even a cow, even a goat, they know Ruto. Long time ago, small kids, even a dog would bark, Finance Act, Finance Act, Finance Act, Finance Act. So now, what would it be so different when now they go back to church, saying that, now the thing is, I'm going to blame the guys in church. From the priest to the bishops, those people are the ones who are sleeping with the government, not the church. The church is the congregation and the society. So now the thing is, if you know that your church in the village, and you see that bishop is driving a Harrier, don't go to that church. You'd rather go to the tree or go to the mountain and put smoke. Because I believe that people here in Kenya, you're being brainwashed because a certain politician will come, or an MCA, to drive their manifesto so that you warudishe tena. But I'm going to blame not the church. I'm going to blame the bishop. Just because you've seen, let me tell you, Jakes, Ndigi Mwana Wanzeki, Njoya, Cardinal Otunga, those people were poor. Even when they died like paupers. Now, if you check the bishops, the fake ones from Ezekiel, the other one was Mackenzie, they name them. All of them have apartments. They've run out in Nairobi. They have apartments in Mombasa. They've gone. Where do they get that money? Usiniambia ni sadaka. They've been cornered.
No, Stella, hiyo ni sadaka. You have a congregation of 50,000. Kila mtu ametoa 1,000. Anatoka na 500k, nyinyi mnatoka nyumbani mnaenda.
It doesn't matter.
Let's just one moment, Stella, just one moment. Let's speak to this. Just one moment, Stella.
Go and bury 200 bodies or more than 200. Even to date, they've never known them. The masses of those bodies which are still there in that forest. They're still digging. So that means those people were rich and they sacrificed their property and they gave it to the church. Okay. So that means that those people are vulnerable. And there's a politician who played somewhere and said, I need something. If a place like Kilifi, where Gideon Mongaro is, I want to ask this question.
Just one moment.
There's no mortuary,
allow me to cut it kidogo. Stella, nakukata kidogo so that I'm able to balance everybody. But I'll be coming to you just now. Just hold on. I'll pick it up from where umeachia hapo pa Mungaru and Shakahola matters. But Bwana Alex, even as we go to the next part of this discussion, what do you make of the government, or rather the State House, spending $1 million every 1 hour?
And that can be even underestimation. You know,
correct.
That is what Yakango has been able to get the figures. Because instead of money passing through the controller of the budget, this money is getting from Dungu directly to State House. And these people are carrying money in boxes. Okay? Money in boxes. So you could be even surprised how much money these people have used. Now, Ruto is operating the way Moi used to operate. You know, Moi used to operate in this way. He used to tell Indians to bring money to State House during events like the Muheria Day, so on and so forth. But now, what Ruto has done, he put his crony who had cases. So they can do anything on his behalf because the judiciary can be weaponized anytime. So my take is this. I think that money may even be more. Because you saw how they went blazing to Nyakango when they arrested him in Mombasa. There was something Nyakango knew that was supposed to be said.
Okay.
Now, the same question he was asked when he had an interview with the media. He couldn't even answer that question. In fact, he was so conniving to a point that you could see that he is lying. So these are not even issue now to answer kushangaa mani. That is Ruto. If you look last regime, manana NYS, manana Mercury Sugar, everything else, manana arms bill. No, this guy was just a deputy president, but he was able to import arms. Wakaenda was office of the deputy, and they were able to sign, and those arms were so many, and nothing happened to him.
Okay. Shikilia tu hapo kidogo, Alex. Mr. G, what do you make of spending 1 million per hour in State House? Not forgetting the 2 billion lost every day. Mr. G?
You know, Mr. Jakes, in fact, the issue was brought up. The issue was brought up yesterday when he was asked a question. At Nyakango, alikuwa amesema kuwa they have spent more than 2.2 billion only in 3 months. Alafu unajua kitu ambacho alisema Jakes, he said that tunafaa tujue kuwa alipunguza budget ya State House by a half.
For every shilling.
Na kupunguza yeah, he can account for everything. Alafu amepunguza the budget of State House by a half. Now we ask ourselves a question. If the former government of Uhuru alikuwa na spend in 3 months and spent almost 800 million, and the guy anatuambia amepunguza by a half and he's spending 2.2 billion. Unajua kitu ambacho anasema ni ukweli. Lakini anajaribu kuficha hizi vitu. This guy wamekuja kuloot Kenya and they will loot it. Loot more and more. Angalia scandals ambazo ziko sahihi. Look at just the scandals ambazo zinaendelea. Alafu this is the government ambayo imekuwa for only one year, even not 2 years, only 1 year. Yesterday he tried to drag in Uhuru wakati alikuwa anaanza kulalamika akisema kuwa shida ya electricity and energy imekuja wakati ilianza almost 8 years ago. Na ukihesabu 8 years ago ni pale wakati ambao Churchill alitolewa kwa ile kiti. Na you know Churchill what he was doing, he came in to steal. Akawa anatengeneza hizo company ambazo za uongo, he came in to steal. So jana anaanza kusema kuwa shida ilianza 8 years ago. Kumaanisha alikuwa analaumu Uhuru kuwa alikosa kutoa Churchill. That's why alikuwa anajaribu kudefend Churchill jana. These guys they are here just to steal, nothing else.
Interesting. Kenya Rebel, what do you make of the government, rather State House spending $1 million per hour? And from Alex, it could be more. That's just what Nyakango was able to expose. We cannot hear you. Unmute yourself, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Last time when we were talking with one of the panelists here, I mentioned the work of Senate because I was talking to you about the work of Senate in that case of Muheria, because the guy went to be prosecuted, and the magistrate, even the magistrate said, you know, I'm surprised by the evidence that the prosecutor is bringing here, because it seems like there's something going on between, you know, that's how ridiculous it was. And the point I was trying to impress upon you, Jakes, and my antagonist at the time, was if a judgment is made like that, the Senate should ask themselves if the money was given away, spent, left the treasury and it was spent, but the project has not been done, then where did the money go? The Senate can inquire that. I wasn't saying that the Senate should arrest them because they don't have the power to arrest or prosecute anyone. So they should have an inquest on that, and after they do that, they should bring the prosecutor.
Is that not the role of Public Investment Committee in Parliament? Public Investment Committee is the one is the one vested with that form of inquest you are trying to raise.
Okay,
it's more of Parliament than Senate.
What's Ndindi's role? Is it the Finance and Appropriation Committee or something?
That investment committee is gonna. You remember this guy from
Ndindi Nyoro is procurement, I think.
He's for
There's
budget.
Someone who's
the one for budget is for Ndindi Nyoro. Then the one for accounting is the Molo MP. But there is this guy from. Let me get the leader.
Okay. Here's what I'm saying.
It's called Kuria.
Sorry?
Kemani Kuria.
Okay. Whoever is. Okay. What I'm trying to say is this: the body that should be monitoring where our money is being spent, where the money is going. Because the criminal part, it seems that the DPP, the prosecutor has failed. But what I'm saying is this: the Senate, that body, whether it's the MP1 or whatever the case is, should look at where the money went. So if they find out that the money was spent somewhere, we don't know where, that is where they should be inquiring, and the project hasn't been done, then they should bring the DPP, the prosecutor, and tell him, hey, what kind of investigation or evidence did you have? Because the money is missing here. We've asked Mr. Whoever that person was, I forgot his name. I don't know if it was Chester or whatever his name is. Okay? Because he has told us the money went to XYZ, and you seem to have no evidence. What's happening? Is it a case of you being incompetent? If it is a case of him being incompetent, then they should impeach that DPP. Okay? That was what I was trying to say. So back to these songs that we keep on singing here. Ruto is spending 2 billion. I don't know what. Those songs are getting too old. I'm tired of it. Okay. I gave Stefuna a big applause a few weeks ago when he brought Murkomen to ask him about what happened in JKIA when hiyo stima ilipotea. That's a good step, because you have to bring this CSS and have them answer questions. That's the way to go. But we can't sit out here and say, oh, pesa inapotea 2 million, 2 billion, kila siku, 2 billion, kila siku. What are these people people doing in the Senate? Now, that's why I keep on saying democracy is like a child. It takes a community, we the Wananchi, to push our senators and our MPs to do their jobs. We have to demand, we have to all make it work. And finally, let me just go back to Leo Nyabaya, because he told me about the church and all this. Yes, Nyabaya, the Roman Catholic is basically the Roman Empire. Okay, when I talk about the church, I was referring to the church, the spiritual bride of Christ. Okay, that's what I was talking about. That's why I made a reference when Jesus said, "What is for Caesar, and what's for God is God," making separation of church and state. Yes, historically we've had.
What is for Caesar was referring to tax, not separating the churches and the faith and
but
everything.
Okay, what's the implication of that? Come on, let's use our heads here. What's the implication of that? He's saying, serikali ya nchi, I'm not quoting him, but I'm just saying the understanding is serikali ya nchi ipate yake tulipe ushuru, which means we have our duties of the government and we have our spiritual duties. Yes, was it Daniel who was the prime minister, was up there and he refused to eat nyama ya Babylon? Fine, okay. So yes, the people who are spiritual people who have always been in the government. What the point I was trying to make is simply this, and that's the point that seems to escaped you, was this. I don't mind if this pastor says Ruto is corrupt, Ruto should do this is what is missing, but don't do that in the pulpit. That is not a place for it. Just like these politicians go to Matanga every day and speak about politics. People are there to bury whoever died, they departed, not to hear your political position on what the president should be doing. That's all I'm saying. But as far as what he was saying, he's free to say that whatever he wants. He can call a press conference and say,
Point of order.
Yes, Alex.
I want to take you on that, because we have had the debate about the Senate with you before. And I want you to be honest to yourself. Do you think the Senate is capable as constituted today? If you look at the former Senate, where tulikuwa na Mutula Kilonzo, Sakaja, and so on and so forth, we had a Senate that you could be proud of, though they were a little bit also, I say, corrupt, but they could form committees and really investigate things and work together. Who is in the Senate except Sifuna? The only person in the Senate today is Sifuna.
Who is a first timer also, Alex? Sifuna, who is a first timer actually.
Yeah. So the Senate, what I'm trying to tell you, Kenya River Nile, the Senate has become a delinquent too. Its function, hawajui function yao ni kufuata tu president kila weekend kwenda makanisa. They don't sit down and debate. They don't investigate. We are missing the robust debates that we could see. Kama mtu unaona kama wakati they were impeaching, if they could come together like they have a debate, like they wanted to impeach Mwangaza, then we could say they are doing their work. Apart from Sifuna, who is debating in the Senate. Leo, tell me the truth. So one man
okay.
is not going to
Alex,
but then again, Alex,
we lost James Orengo in the Senate. You know, Senate, actually, this character is really wrong. Once somebody has become a senator, the next thing they normally see the opportunity in being a governor. The first Senate, when we had people like Professor Nyang' Nyong'o, remember the next election, most of them went to become governors, and actually they made it. The second Senate, we lost Mutula Kilonzo, became a governor. We lost James Orengo, became a governor. We lost Sakaja, became a governor. So the only people that I can see that are in that Senate, we have a first timer. Imagine Sifuna, who is a first timer, ndiye anang'ara pale kwa Senate. Na kuna mwingine ametolewa pale, I don't want to mention his name. There is a certain pastor mwenye alifanya theology huko USA 2 weeks, hiyo ndio degree yake. Those guys you want to debate. So the only person who
can I finish? Can I just Stella, give me one point. Give me 1 second. Watch me make one sentence. Ngoja, Stella. To answer Alex. This is why I say,
guys, relax, stop shouting.
Am I shouting?
Go ahead.
Who is shouting? There's no one who is shouting. We are being diplomatic here.
No one is shouting, Alex. Okay.
Go ahead, Kenya Rebel, go ahead.
Okay. Alex, that's why I said I was. See, I'm very deliberate in when I speak. That's why I say democracy is like a baby. It's the community's job to see that things work. You just don't go to vote and say, okay, kazi yangu as a voter imeisha hapo, mrudi nyumbani, senator atafanya kazi yake. Okay? If these people are not debating the issues that we want, because we the people, we have to make it an issue. But the problem is we even don't know our role. We don't know. We are ignorant. So when these people are not advancing our issue, they're not debating, asking where that money went, we can't sit down here and say, we have a new Senate and only Sifuna is shining and the rest of them are just first timers, they don't know what to do. Make them do what you want to do. We employ them. We are the people who employ them. See, tunapiga makofi in funerals every weekend. That's what I was saying.
We have tried to engage our senator from Kiti, that is Onyonka. What Onyonka does, he goes to morning shows, kutoka asubuhi mpaka kitu saa 4. Okay? He does not go to the Senate. He just goes to the morning show because they get paid for participating there. We have tried to engage him in terms of accountability, but we can't find him. So when
recall him.
Kenya Rebel, you know very
it's
well.
It's not that easy, Mr. Kenya Rebel, really.
The moderator, allow me just give a point of information to kabla to sahau to Stella. Stella, I just want to give that guy that we are talking of, the Embu senator who is called Muni Alexander, the one who was saying we take soldiers to Haiti because even in the Bible,
it is the will of God.
So this guy from 1986, he did CPE. Then in 2016, that is after 1986, he did the KCSE as a private candidate. Then in 2022, the year you were going for elections, he did diploma in biblical studies in a school called International School of Ministries. The same 2022, sijui ni 2 weeks, akafanya degree in biblical studies in a school called Covenant Theology Seminary, North Carolina. Thank you.
Sawa, good to know.
So that is the senator for Embu. Wants to debate Sifuna, who is an advocate. Yes.
Leo, all those credentials and umezieka hapo one to nini, what has he contributed? Ukiangalia Hansard, there's nothing. It is hot air. So why are we having someone bringing us theology and everything, and he cannot even give a solution? He cannot even give a solution. He cannot even make a point.
Okay.
So
now, before we forget, and Stella, before we forget, let me bring you back with this question, and I bring in Mr. G. There is something, Bwana MP, Mr. Larlieda MP, anaitwa Otiende Amolo said that I think it's time we even consider some of these offices. Yeah, that do we really need Senate? It was meant to stabilize the revolution and all. Do we need it? We have the senator for Embu bring jokes in such a hallowed office, and funny people in the Senate. Do we need actually Senate in that at times hata hainanga quorum? They're always absent, and as even Alex is saying, some of them, the best they do is go to talk shows. Yeah, out time hata in any talk show they are there, but try to find them in Senate hawako. Try to find anything they said in the hazard, it's not there. Do we need them, Mr. G?
I think, Jex, we had a lot of discussion on this issue about these people. Now, I think I've been telling you that we don't need these people. In fact, mtu kama women rep, hata sielewi kazi yake nini, anafanya kazi gani. I don't see. But these people, they're just taking the taxpayers' money, wanakula kila siku. We have a lot of people wameketi pale and they're not helping us. Huyu Kenya Rebel ametuambia kuwa sisi kama wananchi hatujielewi, we don't know our role. I can tell Kenya Rebel kuwa we know our role, but this regime may inflict fear into us because as sisi kama watu, we only have one thing in our constitution ambayo inatupatia power to deal with these people. Na hiyo ya kwanza ni maandamano. Maandamano wametuwekea fear because they are killing us. So we cannot use that one even to defend ourselves. Which is other means ambayo tunaweza tumia sahi apart from maandamano. As a Kenya mwananchi, mimi mtu ambaye sina sauti na watu nitatumia njia gani? Njia ni kutoka nje na kupiga kelele kwa these people they are doing nothing. We need to recall them. But now that fear that they have been feeling us imetufanya hatuwezi fanya anything. But these people, we don't need these people na hatuhitaji hizo more post ambao wameweka. Alafu saa hii wanaongea kuhusu mambo ya sijati ya opposition leader who will come up with another two sijui deputy what and another group will come in. Hii yote wanakuja kuumiza mwananchi wa chini. We don't need these people, Mr. Jakes.
Okay. Now, even as we summarize the church and politics, allow me to play this, then I bring in the next phase of our discussion.
Anthony Muheria has called on the government to stop the blame game and take responsibility when things go wrong. The Archbishop also called on national leaders to engage in dialogue and involve different stakeholders in seeking solutions to the challenges facing the country. Martin Munene has the details.
Nyeri Catholic Archbishop Anthony Muheria expressed concerns on the high cost of living and called on leaders to take responsibility instead of pointing fingers when things go wrong.
Many problems have come, but we in our country have been taken more about pointing fingers. We do not seem to see the problems to try and solve them.
The Archbishop adding that leaders are looking for scapegoats when there are challenges as opposed to finding solutions.
When the power cuts come, instead of looking for solutions, we are looking for culprits. Let us look for solutions.
According to Muheria, the Catholic Church is calling for a national dialogue from different stakeholders to address the issues that are plaguing the country, including the economic challenges.
It is not the politicians who own the solutions of this country. It is people who have been there, who have education in economics, in agriculture, in social, in cooperative, in the religious sectors. We sit and we see whether we can find a common solution.
The Archbishop is saying the country needs to pull together and talk to each other to solve challenges facing Kenya.
When we are specializing in pointing fingers and poking fingers to one another, we'll end up with all of us being blind. We'll never find a solution. Let us rather sit and see what are the problems we're having. We don't have a monopoly of those who know about economy, about the cost of living. Let us discuss and find a solution.
Martin Munene, Citizen TV.
Okay. Now, even as we wrap up that part of the church and the clergy, rather, and the government, maybe a minute for each. I begin with this, Stella. Muheria says the government should stop playing games, involve everyone. No one has the monopoly of ideas of how to run a country. They need everybody involved. They need to put all hands on deck and stop the blame game. Appointing fingers each time we have a challenge, including power blackout to the former regime. What do you make of his sentiments, even as we wrap up on that segment, so that we go to something else? Stella, 1 minute, and everybody else 1 minute. As we move on. Yes, Stella.
I'll tell people, if you see a politician standing in the pulpit, walk out. That's it.
Okay. Bwana Leo.
Okay, I think responsibility simply mean you act instead of taking or giving blames. So a government can be said to be responsible if they are making the difference and doing things different from their predecessors. And just to take you back to Mwai Kibaki, when Mwai Kibaki came into power, we all know whether it was true or not true, though we were young, but we all know that Moi destroyed the economy. But he did not spend time blaming Moi or reminding us of the evil things that Moi did. But he gave a difference between Moi and him. I'm not saying he did everything right. Actually, politically, I can see Kenya Rebel is shaking the head. Politically, Kibaki did wrong things. He wasn't a politician, But as far as our economy is concerned, I can rate him better than the people that we've had in that seat before. So he took most of his time building roads. So he did not tell us that, you see, Moi did not build roads. So he built roads. We were not even seeing him launching things, or we are not even seeing him signing these bipartisan and these agreements that we see are wasting a lot of taxpayers' money. What we would see, you would wake up na unapata nyumba zimebomolewa Thika Road. The next thing utapata tingatinga zinafanya kazi. You'll go back to Shago for Christmas, wale wanaendanga wanakula hadi fair. You come back in February, you get a new road. So that is what this government should do. If they are really sure that Uhuru Kenyatta did not do the right thing, then we as Kenyans, we are not interested. We know what Uhuru Kenyatta did. We know Uhuru Kenyatta during his time wale walikuwa wanaandamana waliuliwa. We know the SGR bay ilikuwa exaggerated. We know these kind of projects. So you don't need to remind us. You need to take time and correct them by doing the right thing. We want to see him bringing a standard gauge railway that is half price or cheaper than the one that Uhuru did. Then by then, we can be able to see that yenyewe hapa tulichezwa. You get it? So you cannot come and tell me that I'm having a fake shirt when you are not giving me the original one, so that I can be able to get the difference. Thank you.
Interesting. Alex, what do you make of Muheria's sentiments?
I'll take a divergent opinion. And I'll start where Leo started. Leo, when Kibaki came to power, the negotiation between LDP and NAC Kenya was so intense in terms of how they are going to allocate cabinet ministries, and they agreed what they were going to do. At some point, those talks almost fell down. But again, they went back. By the time they get into power, we have people like Anyang' Nyong'o, who was a minister for economic, and for the first time, we used to get a report every week on how the economy is doing. We had Mutahi Kagwe, the minister for health. We had Kimunya, though he was a blue-eyed boy, but at least he was working. We had Agri Orengo, who was minister for land. So when you compare the quality of the choice they made, and Raila surprised us when he took the ministry, because we thought he was going to take the finance ministry, but he took what was ailing Kenya, that ministry for housing and roads, because he really wanted to make the roads in Kenya. So these were leaders who, before they came to power, they had a plan. Ruto seems to have awarded cronies who don't know what they are doing, because you look at Chirchir and Murkomen, you wonder if are they cabinet materials. Murkomen was better in the Senate, not as a cabinet minister. Thank you.
Kenya Rebel, what do you make of the sentiments? Should the government continue blaming the previous regime? Hata generator walisema ni shida ni Uhuru alinua generator. Hatuna stima sahi kwa sababu ya Uhuru. Should we continue blaming Uhuru? Baka, one time Uhuru asked this question, when your wife won't conceive, will you still blame him? That is what Uhuru actually went to the level of asking.
I would. But anyway,
your wife doesn't, how does your intimacy involve Uhuru? How?
Jakes, I've always said I have bottomless contempt for Uhuru Kenyatta. I shiver when I hear that
your
name.
Wife
But anyway,
conceive, for instance, would you still blame him?
Jakes, let's be serious. Let me make my submission. It's not about it. It's not Uhuru himself. Uhuru is just part of the problem. But what I wanted to say is this. We shall play musical chairs. Every administration, every whatever, we need to sit down, cost of living. This is all nonsense that we keep on hearing. I've met millions, even panelists here, very bright people, whether it's Leo, Stella, Alex, G, Jakes. We know what's wrong with Kenya. We know what needs to be fixed. This is not rocket science. But what we need, in my opinion, and if I'm wrong, fine. I'm convinced that that's the solution. First of all, we as a people have to learn what our powers are. We have the sovereign authority. Our wakina Ruto, Raila, Kenyatta, all the previous government. Leo keeps on telling us about Kibaki. Kibaki was just as a mess. Hiyo story ya Tour Brothers, all nonsense drug coming in. I mean, these people are the same. It's the same people changing it's same shit, different toilet, okay? So what I'm trying to say is this. It is time for people-led revolutionary, a people-initiated movement, okay? Kenya should rid itself of these political elites. Watu watatucheza. Ruto will finish his 10 years, the next president will do the same. People say if Raila Odinga was president, he will do something different. No, look at ODM. It's just as corrupt, just as Ruto's government. These people are all useless, all of them, not even one, all of them. Even Orengo, that's Nani, who's Alex is trying to tell us. Orengo is stealing 900 million in Siaya today, is getting drunk, going to drink with the group. So what I'm saying is we need a fresh, new people who can actually take this.
Rebel Orengo started drinking when he was a student leader in University of Nairobi. He didn't start drinking as a governor.
The point is, he's the governor of Siaya, and 900 million is missing, okay, as per EACC, and he's sitting there pretty. So whether he started drinking when he was 2 years old is irrelevant. The man is corrupt. So don't tell me about Orengo and Raila and all these useless politicians that have led Kenya to this political situation, not political situation, but economic situation. We need a new breed of leaders, not these useless people we keep on hearing about.
You like complaining, you don't give us.
I'm giving you the solution.
Alex gave you an example of Sifuna. Sifuna is very fresh in this. What would you accuse him of?
Have you ever had Sifuna talk? I watched him talking. No, hold on. Let me give you a sentence. This man stood up, was giving an inio. What he was saying, he couldn't finish one sentence without saying Raila's name. When I was 35, Raila didn't talk half. But think for yourself. You're a fucking senator.
We cannot.
Use your head. You're a human being. You don't have to call Raila Odinga every sentence.
So the problem is calling Raila Odinga.
What I'm saying is this.
Calling Raila Odinga.
No, they can't think for themselves. These people they can't think for themselves. They can't do the right thing for the Kenyan people. They have to take orders from Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga, by the way, hasn't worked for anything. Raila Odinga has always been playing conmanship. That's how he became a billionaire in Kenya. He's not a revolutionary. So let's not come here and say that revolution works for anything.
Relax.
Okay. Allow.
Calm down. Everybody calm down, everybody. It normally gets hot inside here. Just almost one moment. I'll be giving you. Inakuanga moto hivyo. That's how at times it gets hot, and
why is Kenya Rebel running away?
Just one moment. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining this show. I see many wako pale kwa comment section. Hatujawasahau, ni venye at times inakuanga hot mpaka tunawasahau. But hatujawasahau. Asante sana Godia. Dunia ina mambo vipi kaka? Thank you many who are joining us and many watching, liking and also subscribing to Africa 24. The conversation ya leo ni kali. We are discussing issues ambazo zinaambatana na what has been said by many in as much as this government is concerned. Wow, we were reacting to what Muheria said, the issue of passing blame game from one person or from this regime to the previous regime, and when will this all end? Kenya Rebel as well raised vitu kali, and Alex seems not to agree, and and even equally Stella and Leo. So sijui nianze na wao ndio nipe Kenya Rebel.
Let me give my submission. Let me give my one submission, my 1 minute alafu tuendelee.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I hadn't given you. Oh, okay, sawa. Aha. Basi malizia Mr. G. What do you make of what Nani said?
Okay, you know Mr. Jakes, tumekuwa na a problem with this government. The government used propaganda to take power from Uhuru. Now they have been using the same propaganda every time and then wamejisahau kuwa you cannot use propaganda to run a government. Sasa ndio wako kwa government. I think they should come to reality kuwa they have to sit down, watafute watu ambao wako competent, watu ambao wako skillful, who can run this government. But they are using still propaganda ambao they used to take power, and they'll never go anywhere with this propaganda ambao wanasema kila wakati. there's an issue ambao nani ameraise sahi, ambao Kenya Rebel ameraise sahi about revolution, and this thing was brought up also with the Kina Wanjigi when he came in Mombasa. And I remember telling you that revolution cannot work right now kwa sababu bado mahali watu wamefikia hawajafikia that moment ya revelation kama ambayo ilifanyika na kina Jasmine. Look at what happened juzi kwa hii nini, kwa hii nini ya hii sherehe ambayo ilikuwa juzi tarehe 12. We still have some people who are still clapping to this man, wanapigia Ruto wakisherekea, wakimpigia makofi. Revolution needs people who are serious. Na huyu Rebel anaongea mambo ya revolution, sioni kama hata revolution iko kwake. He just calling Raila names ambazo hata haziko, calling Raila conman. Where is conman coming from? And Raila has been standing with people all along. My 1 minute is over, Mr. Jakes, but I think the government should stop blame game, should stop hii mambo ya propaganda ambao ametumia, because you can use propaganda to take power, but you cannot use propaganda to run the government.
Okay, that was your bite on Kenya Rebel. Alex, your bite on Kenya Rebel?
You know, I will play the fifth. I'll play the fifth. Let us go to the next topic. It will be redundant.
Mr. Leo, do you still plead the fifth, or before I go to the lawyer? Leo, your bite on Kenya Rebel, what you saying?
No, you know, Kenya Rebel, that is what makes him happy. And I don't need to respond to that. He told you, you know, he's Japolo. So when I tell you these things, those people in the comment section will tell you. The other day he told you Japolo is a God in heaven, yeah. But if you look at Japolo and the dress that he puts on, in Africa we call it dress, izokanzu, I don't know. The dress he puts on, it belongs to a specific sect called Legio Maria, the Catholic of Africa. So those guys have got some, we call it juogi, or some spirits, that when the spirits are high, you just have to allow the spirit to proceed. So that is what is happening. He's normally cool, but when the spirits visit him, then the spirit has to be allowed to manifest. So not unless I'm an exorcist, then
you know what
so
they
should
usually
proceed.
What they usually do to take the spirits away, you bring a drum and a stick, so that when you touch
actually, that is why you see people shout. So when you bring some drum, you appease those spirits. So it's understandable. So for us who happen to practice some African tradition, we understand.
Okay. Now, Kenya Rebel, do you need us to look for a drum to appease the gods?
No, Stella was saying something. You know, you might bring him back.
I will let Stella speak.
Okay, so Stella, what do you think? How do we help our brother Kenya Rebel?
It's you know, I have so much truth, I can't hold it sometime. So when people come here and tell me Raila did this, Raila, and I know the man has been a con man for more than 30 years, it's just I can't help it. So I'm sorry. Stella, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, Stella.
But mine I'll come slowly. Okay, fine. He says that Raila
actually, I'm bringing another topic after you come in. So
okay,
I'm
fine.
just giving you a moment.
For me, I think Raila should step aside, pass the baton to someone else to run his party. And number two, he has to cut out his emotional or expectancy and entitlement. He's too old for these things. Let us be. Huh? Then he has to remove those clowns, Akina Orengo. They're the one who misled him. And let me tell you why Raila lost. Because he put the wrong people. Then one thing about Raila, he has to understand that his time is up. After if he wins, we cannot expect to have another Mugabe. His time is up. So we need young, vibrant Kenyans who can able to run this country. We need to remove these old people. And this is my thing. Let's not allow boomers to go to the voting poll to vote, because they won't vote with their conscience. They will go voting because they favor this person because he's an elder or what and what. We'll have to vote with people who are competent.
Okay.
But Stella,
Wow.
we are having young people in leadership. We had Uhuru Kenyatta was really young, who replaced an old
But
Kibaki,
did you see?
and we are having
Yeah,
Ruto who is young. So which young people
it
do you
doesn't
want
matter.
again?
Kibaki was there. You are enjoying the infrastructure. He came up with a stimulus with Akina IMF and
And he
one.
was old.
You are enjoying the infrastructure. We have Uhuru. He has done his part. We are
Young.
enjoying the road and the SGR, and we are enjoying the fuel levy and the cartel money. But what has Ruto done? We are starving. Yeah?
But we've replaced
Right
the
now.
old Raila with William
Just one
Ruto,
moment.
who's
I
young.
want
No,
Kenya
if
Rebel, I
you
want to
put
begin with
an
you.
old person, he will come with his mentality of the 70s. As we want someone who can respect and also can be even smarter than his advisors. If you see the people like the Mbis, someone like Dindinyoro, who are misleading the president, yeah, coming here blabbling things which they have done through AI, then they go and take a speech. Yeah, they have not gone to the ground to understand what problems are we facing. Now they shook the hustler's pocket. Now the hustler cannot even survive a day. With long time during Uhuru's time, a hustler was having 2 meals or 3 meals. That's a decent hustler. Now we have a hustler, even they can stay even 1 day or 2 days missing a meal because they cannot make even 100 shillings. Yet that 100 shillings, I guess, in Unga. Yeah. Yes, we should not be blaming Uhuru and Kibaki. Let's talk the current situation which is right now. Fuel. Okay, they conned us. Oh, fuel has gone down with 5 shillings. BS. We know the global places when Zimenda, and they think Kenyans are stupid. What to Amesoma? There's someone who did a calculation showing that what we are earning from the fuel. There's someone who's earning 10 shillings for every liter which is being fueled. There's someone who's earning 50 cents. There's someone who's earning 30 cents. How much is that in an hour when a hustler is fueling his tuk-tuk, his matatu, his whatever, his what do you call, boda boda? That's billions we are talking about. So the thing is, when we are going to the next polling, 2026, do not return those retarded bastards. We need to get ule mtu mwenye mashinani anaogopa sheria. Hawa haogopi sheria. If they can undermine the high court, if they can undermine even the judiciary, see someone like Kemani Ishungwa, he wakes up in the morning and decides that a hustler when hajaribu hata kujipata hata na 200 anataka kukucharge ulipange housing fund. From where? If you've gone to employees' pockets, how can you dare go to hustlers' pocket? This regime, it's not respecting humanity, not hustler humanity. It's a factor government.
Okay, now let's go to this topic that I want us to
Mr. G.
And
yes, Mr. G. Yes, Mr. G.
Yeah, I can agree with Mama Stella 80% of what she's saying. I can agree with her. But now when it comes to Raila, he's saying that Raila is too old and tunafaa tuachane naye. Yesterday, I think a day before yesterday, I was going through Lima Queen's YouTube na kuna wakati akameka poll akiwa anauliza if we ask for presidents, alafu akawa anapeana combination aliweka pale combination ya Raila na Ruto na nini Kalonzo, akeka kina nani, akeka hawa kina Martha Karua, akeka Kalonzo na kina Mdada kina nini na kina huyu alikuwa former governor wa Kakamega. And you know that still more than almost wakati niliona more than 6,000 people come vote, but still people voted for Raila Kalonzo. So I had just one question when I wanted to bat on this issue. I had a question to Stella. Amesema anataka watu ambao wanaweza simama wakatupatia leadership ambao ni mzuri. On your views, Miss Stella, who do you think anaweza tupeleka mahali tunafaa tufike apart from Raila? Kwa sababu unasema Raila ni mzee, mimi bado na stand for Raila. If Raila anasimama president, still nitaanguka naye kwa sababu I don't see any other person. Just give me one person ambaye you think he can take us to where we want to reach.
If Raila, let me give you an example. The richest man in America is called Warren Buffett. He's very old, but he has advisors who tells him how to run his business. And it's still today one of the successful business. Then if Warren Buffett is not going to be there, he has someone who was already groomed. So it is Raila responsibility, like a father, to groom one of the youngest politicians from the Babu Wino, Sifuna. He can also even groom the daughter. He can also even groom someone who understands what is happening, someone who can run the government of the day. But he cannot cling for that leadership of ODM. He needs to sit down and at least retire. But the only thing what he can do, he just grooms someone. Because the thing is, right now, he's really exhausted. If you see someone like Raila, he's just insisting on that bilateral talks. And that is the thing which me and Kenya Rebel, we are annoyed. I knew that when we were going for the bilateral talks with KK Security, the Kenya Kwisha and the Azimio, we will talk pertinent issue of hustler and cost of living. But the thing is, when this thing was signed, it was for their stomach and their own selfish interest. That's why we're saying Raila is a corrupt person. He could have told Kalonzo, return that thing. That was not what we had discussed in here. Irudishwe ionesho cost of living. Kitu yoyote imepita 200, irudishwe 150. But what is happening? Raila sent Kalonzo to discuss this thing with Kimani Ichung'wah. Why did Raila not go to discuss this thing with Kimani Ichung'wah? Because he has pride and ego. So, if Raila would allow that thing, then he receives that document which Kalonzo brought it. I'm sorry, I think he's in the wrong side of the politics. He needs, if his main manifesto, the time there was Maandamano, he could have stuck with that thing, died with that thing, knowing that as Kenyans, we are suffering because of cost of living. But when they go, they need to add other offices. Do they need whatever? Why do we need those offices? And yet we have civil societies to criticize this thing. If he was a true leader, and then make sure that he had taught that thing in front of Kalonzo's face.
Okay. Now,
Mama,
I want
Mama
to
talk about the daughter.
Yeah, Mr. G, we need to make progress. Kidogo tu.
Mama talked about the daughter of Raila. But hebu imagine wakati the daughter of Raila amechukua hii kiti ya nini, hii tu yala hii hapa kwenda Tanzania. Angalau vile Raila ametukanwa. Akisema sijui anatakia familia yake peke yake. Just look at that. Sasa, you know, before you take somebody and you groom somebody should come out.
Let me tell you,
ladies and
whoever you're
gentlemen,
trying to tell
ladies
me,
and gentlemen,
do not
just
come
a
with such
moment.
talk,
We will
because
come
that
to.
is the talk which
Can
we are not
I make
interested.
a ruling?
Me, I'm in on intellectual thinking. Are you going to groom the next leader? That's it. Don't come and tell me, oh, sijui aliroga, sijui nini. That is not the conversation. To me, Mr. Lex, tell me who is the best leader Raila can groom. I've given you mine 3. I've said either Babu Owino or Sifuna or her daughter. So you tell me
Unajua,
who you think is
Stella.
suitable to be groomed for for Azimio.
Okay,
Do not
thank you,
come
Stella.
with those things.
Just a moment,
Wodi
guys. Then allow me then to allow you to do that. What you're doing, but let me leave Leo in charge. Kidogo, I want to do some 1-2, and then the next topic after this, even as you conclude on Raila, I don't know how he has made his way in this conversation, but we are about to discuss
It's my fault.
LSK.
Ask Kenya Rebel.
Oh, Kenya Rebel
He's the
brought
one who threw
him,
the spanner in the works.
So Kenya Rebel, we are going to come for your jugular just now. But before we do that, so Mr. Leo will take you through the next segment. We will be discussing this issue where the president talked about the sword. He said he will use the sword. Kwa wale ambao wanabishana naye kotini, taking him to court because of the housing issue. Asema they are criminals and atatumia the sword. I'm sure one of the guys mwenye alipeleka hii story kotini ni none other than Okio Mtata. So Mr. Leo will help us through that. I'll be back in a jiffy, but we can as well kidogo to engage your stories za Raila. I'm sure Leo is well able to handle Raila matters. So guys, thank you so much for tuning in to Africa 24. The show goes on. We are now in the second part, and Leo is taking us through quickly, even as I'm coming back. Yes, Leo?
Okay, thank you, Jack. So maybe uh, a minute to wind up on the issue. Stella's really raised a concern. And it's true, the problem is that sometimes we get caught unaware because we fail to prepare, and the lack of preparation is preparing to fail. So at this moment, we know even if Raila will contest in 2027, though that is a debate for another day, and I know that's a debate that is so interesting that we will debate another day. Even if he contests in 2027, the fact is that one of these days he will not be having the energy to be in politics actively, to campaign and all those kind of things. And somebody has to come and maybe replace him, or somebody has to try and fit in his shoe. However much it might not be easy to fit comfortably, but what happens is that he must be replaced. That is a fact that we cannot run away from. He is a mortal man like any other man. So it's good to start talking about. I know we normally say that in Africans we don't talk about a succession when somebody is still alive, or you don't think of inheriting somebody's wife kama bado hajakufa. But this is a matter that we need to look into, and if we want to have, Raila has built he built a movement. No, he did not just start a party, but he started by building a movement. So this is a movement that has to live even after his exit in politics, or after his exit in this physical world. The movement has to live. So for those people who believe in Raila's movement, I don't want to call it. It's some people. If it was in other countries or in other societies, they'll call it religion, and that is how even religious affiliations were formed. So for this movement to live, there must be somebody who is going to take over. Stella have really talked of Babu Owino, Sifuna, and Raila's daughter. Maybe just to weigh on that, I think, Stella, you are right. I've always had a thought that Babu Owino can replace Raila. He has everything that it needs to replace Raila. That is number one. And in that line, the second person that can replace Raila again is Sifuna, the kind of his politics. Politics needs some charisma, whereby you need that somebody just feels you. It doesn't mean you're from their tribe. And right now, if you look at the guys we are having in ODM, or the guys we are having in Azimio, most of them are tribal, maybe community leaders. We are having people like James Orengo. We are having people like Ochila Yako. Ochila Yako cannot speak beyond Migori. Nobody will listen to him. Anyang' Nyong'o is not a politician. Come to this side. There are leaders that we have, people like Eugene Wamalia. We are having people like this one, Jeremiah Kioni. Jeremiah Kioni can only speak maybe in his backyard. But look at somebody like Babu Owino. If he goes to Turkana, there are people who knows him. They've never seen him, but they know there's somebody called Babu Owino. Look at Sifuna. If you go to Malaba, you go to Coast, you go anywhere, they know Babu Owino. And for maybe Raila's daughter, maybe if she rides on the name of Dinga. But apart from riding on the name of Dinga, I don't think she made herself politically to a point that we can think of her. But the two fits well. Then now there's a question, and I know here, Alex, I don't know if you'll agree with me. For you to be able to make it politically, to reach the level of Raila Odinga and to reach the level of William Ruto, there's one thing that has to happen. I've tried to follow those people who've made it in that kind of populist politics, and people believe in you. You have to rebel. So the only way that Babu Owino can ascend and replace Raila is, first of all, he need to rebel. And rebelling means he need to chart his own way. It's a painful thing that people who are loyal might think it is wrong to rebel, but it is a matter of fact. He has to rebel. Raila rebelled against his father and he formed a movement. William Ruto rebelled against his political father, Moi. he rebelled when that one did not materialize. That is when he became powerful and swept Kanu out of Rift Valley. He again rebelled against Raila, and now he is where he is. The only person who made it without rebelling was Uhuru Kenyatta, who was really loyal. He played the politics of loyalty. So I give it back to you. Maybe Alex, you can also add on it. Somebody asked the question: who can replace Raila?
Uhuru rebelled, you don't remember. And I will give you an example.
Okay,
Uhuru
proceed.
was
Yeah.
Uhuru was the first opposition leader to endorse the sitting president. You remember?
Yeah, I
So
now
he
get it. Actually, he was the opposition leader who he decided akaacha kina Ruto kwa mataa. I remember that.
Yeah, so he also rebelled. And I like your thought process. But let me now educate you on this because I've been doing some research on this thing for a long time. To build a leader to the capacity of national influence, not under the radar of another leader, is not an easy thing. I can give you examples of leaders who have struggled. Saindio, some of them are coming out of their cocoons now, they are now their own. Hii kijana ya Uganda amejaribu sana. He has a good movement. But it must take him about 10 years to refine his politics so as he's able to take the old money and build the new money. So it's not as easy as we think that we can replace Baba Wino with Baba and then things could be better. Angalia Chamisa, Zimbabwe. Chamisa has struggled. Okay? I can give you so many examples in Africa whereby leaders really struggled before they became leader. The person who was lucky, and I think it's because also he met his party and he rebelled against the ANC, was Julius Malema. He's a different kind of crop of leader. Second thing, I don't know, Kama Babu Wino can have donors. You know, bankrolling politics is not an easy thing because every day you must go somewhere.
Actually, that is why there are some people who normally think that is what has kept Raila there. Apart from that, he is also a billionaire, as Kenya Rebellion will tell you.
And he also has donors, people who are willing to give him money anytime.
Can I
So back
interject?
to,
Are you trying to
Stella.
say?
let me just finish.
There is a question I really need to ask.
Okay.
It's really burning me. Are you trying to tell me that the conversation going here, because you need to be a leader, this is a money factor?
Actually, you need to reach the entire country. You need to reach people. How are you going to do it without resources?
Yes or no? No, is
Yes,
it a money
you
factor?
need money.
Yes or no?
You need money.
Setup of
Yes,
our
you need
politics,
money.
it is yes. You need money.
You do not need money.
Why
You do
don't
not
you allow
need
me
money.
to say?
You
Why
need
don't you allow me to say what I
intellectual
want?
thinking. Let me tell you.
You could have allowed me to
If
finish,
you come
please.
up with saying that saying that you need to groom someone because one must have money. No, that one is that is how do I put it? That's a draconian way of thinking. When you're
Can you protect me, please?
even in the family, no, let me
Stella,
tell you, even in
let,
the
let him
family
finish.
business.
Then maybe when you'll be responding or rebutting, at least you'll have built your points enough.
Allow
Let
me.
him
When
just
you are
finish so that
talking,
we
I
get
No,
what you
don't
wanted
it's
to
so
say.
disrupt
bad
you.
saying that you people
When
don't
you are
know.
talking, I
What
don't
I'm
disrupt
saying
you.
that the issue here, it is about the money factor.
You are using your
That
head
is
to
a
think. I'm
draconian way
using my
of
head to
thinking.
think. You cannot
You
think for
groom
me.
the person according to his intellectual thinking, and
Wow.
also
Okay,
give the
okay,
governance
okay.
direction on how you can govern govern a country, or you can govern a party.
We are
Leo, let
coming
me
to you,
leave.
Stella. We are
You
coming to
can do
you.
that without money.
Leo, let me leave
We
the show.
No, you're not leaving the show. Stella, we are coming to you. Just
I don't
let
want. I
Alex
don't want.
finish. Then from that
I
we'll be
don't
able to.
want shouting matches
No.
here. I don't
Oh,
want shouting
please,
matches.
Alex, continue. You can proceed.
These are things we are sat down with politicians. For instance, last election, the only reason Simba Arati was able to outsmart Ongwae and other people because he had money. Otherwise, these people come together and they can almost finish you politically because they have money. They are
Simba
donors.
Arati did not have money. You're
Who
lying.
told you
Simba,
Simba
where
Arati
I
did not have
live
money?
in the Corona, Simba Arati never had money. Simba Arati was smart. That's why his people took him in Nyamira, wherever he's in Kisii. It's not about money. If this guy was
Leo,
being
let
taken
me
up,
get out.
if,
If I'm
if
not
it is
allowed
about the
to
issue
speak
of
my
money,
mind, Leo, let me get out
Okay,
of the
okay,
show.
Stella, let us do this.
let
I
him
want
leave.
us
It
now.
is okay.
Okay,
But
listen,
you cannot
listen,
come and give us
I can
listen,
kick you from the show.
whatever.
Stella.
Let him leave. Let him
Stella,
go.
listen first. You know, we cannot say let him leave. Let
Stop
us
that
now have
stupidity.
No,
You
some
think I cannot
order
take you
bit.
he
one on
doesn't
one?
want to think.
Okay.
No, the issue is you do not want.
Wacha
You don't
ujinga.
want to
Listen to
think.
people. There's value in
No,
listening. Taombelewa toka hapa.
Alex, cool down, cool down, cool down. I
No,
want
she's
us to
being
do this.
stupid.
No, I want us to do this. Oh, Stella, Stella will get back. I want everybody to say their point without being interrupted. Then, once you're done with your point, then another person can also give their a point of view.
What
Okay,
I was
Alex, you
saying,
are on the point of view that for you to make it, you need money. And actually, you're in the process of now proving that. Then Stella
yes,
also believes that you
because
only need brains and you only need to think. I know she will also come and give us her point how you can make it with brains without money, and maybe she'll
Leo,
also tell us how you'll be able to campaign the entire country and reach people without money and without voters. We have to be bribed, and normally people vote the person with the highest bidder. So maybe you can proceed. Stella is coming back. I know.
you see, when you are building a team, you don't just wake up and say you are going to be a governor. You must build a team. Lazima ukuwe na watoto vijana mashinani. You have every day to campaign. How are you going to be bankrolling even your fuel going throughout Kenya without? That's why donors come in and help people. People like Chamisa have been helped by donors. People like Bob Wines have been helped by donors. You cannot go. Yes, you must be smart. I don't disagree with that. But again, without money, you are in a disadvantage, especially when you want now to become a national leader, not a local leader. Because look at the schedule of Raila in a day. He needs a plane because Sangina Amanda Western, Amanda Uko, Amanda Uko. You need a plane. Eh? Those are the reality of the politics of Kenya. We made a mistake in 2007 when we took our politics to be one of the most expensive. CORD campaigned ikashtua watu in Africa. NASA the same thing. We have been having high end. Kila mtu
we've
wakati
we can say we've commercialized our politics to the
politics.
point that I get you. If today you go back home and tell people you want a specific seat, the only thing they normally ask you, actually they say naenda kufunga pesa. Yeah, you are going to tie your money. So it's like that. They will always ask you, and people have also learned, it has been part of our politics. So which those people who come and say they don't have money, there's this lady who hit the news that she did not have money. She was broke, and people just loved her. I don't know if you can still get her news. This lady called Lynette Toto, she got elected, but
Now, Leo, what
are
we
those
were
people
looking at,
enjoying the benefits of electing her? So that
no,
is why voters will
Leo,
tell you hata heri tungekula pesa yake tungehesabu. Yeah.
Leo, wacha nikwambie, we are not talking about women rep governors. We were asking who can be a national leader and take over Raila. That was the question.
Actually.
Unaona? So ukianza kukompea Toto na Babu Owino, we asked who is able to take over from Baba. That is what we asked.
That is
If
the
we can
question that I
stay
want to
on
know.
that,
So,
if we
and
can stay on that, you can realize that in a day, our watu kama leo walikuwa sijui, there was a meeting walikuwa na Kalonzo somewhere, then they rent Mombasa. In a day, Sengina anaweza enda there. Now, when you're doing a national campaign, logistics, I've been in the logistics of ODM one time, and I wondered how the logistics, kama tunatoka Kisii town, tunaenda Nyamira, unaelewa? Because tukikuja Kisii town, tutaenda Keroka, tuende Nyamira, tuende hapa.
yeah,
You have to make a podium, you have to have
exactly.
microphones, you have.
Yes.
So when we decide to say that you
Security.
don't, security, magari lazima ebebwe na ndege, let's be honest, the way the politics have been commercialized. And we are asking, can Babu Owino be funded? Okay, if he can find a funder, somebody will fund him,
Yeah.
then he will make inroads. But currently, I don't think that akona pesa anaweza nunua ndege kufanya nini, kumpeleka uende, because he should start now.
Yeah, I get it.
To popularize himself. Another person that disappointed me this weekend, I thought he had become good, but tena ni Simbarat. Baba alipompea ile kiti ya ODM.
How did Simbarati disappoint you? I did listen to Simbarati and I didn't find any fault in what he said.
You know, when people know you are in opposition, even if you are hosting the president, you don't act like you are in the government. You confuse people. Because we are building the capacity. If you look today, and you gave an example of now the crops of leaders that we are having, Simbarati is more stronger than the governors that are surrounding. Maybe Gladys Wanga ndiye anaweza jaribu, lakini being a woman is a disadvantage ingine in our society, because I don't think men have reached whereby they really respect women when it comes to politics, like Scandinavian countries. Okay,
but the women, they don't respect their fellow women. Actually, if women would really value and maybe push for the leadership of fellow women, then right now we'll be having more women in parliament or more women in leadership positions than men. But just based on the previous Azimio tried to gamble with the women card, but what happened? Despite the fact that there are so many things that happened, there was a lot of malpractices. But just look at some of these regions. Did the women really deliver? If you look at now the vote of now, let us look at the women constituency. Did they even deliver? So women still have, like, it's a disadvantage politically.
Leo, allow Alex to finish on issue of the governor.
Lastly, there was a report tabled in parliament, and it shocked me that you are allowed to have 1.5 billion to campaign for governorship. Do you remember that report?
Yes, they increased the amount from the previous elections.
If you need just a governor, you need 1.5 billion. So it tells you that our society has commercialized openly. Unaelewa? So we cannot come here and lie to ourselves that you only need brains. Brains are very important. But how do you bankroll your going in and out everywhere? You have to bankroll yourself in and out. Mkikutana na watu lazima mkunywe chai. Lazima wengine watu wanakuja. No, let me tell you, my uncle was an MP. Unaamka asubuhi mpaka uwezi hata toa gari yako utoke reserve uende, kwa sababu by saa moja watu wako kwake like 40 people, moja ni mgonjwa, mwingine sijui ni nini, mwingine the kind of VIF activities that were going on. Sangine ungemwonea huruma. Why? It's all about money. Thank you.
Mr. G.
Alex, before
kuna
you leave,
kitu Alex ulianza kusema, najua ndio Mr. G anataka kuuliza this issue of Simbarati. Mr. G is an adamant fan and follower of not only Raila Odinga but ODM, so he follows ODM issues to detail. So kama kuna doa kidogo anafikiria kuna mtu anaenda kinyume na party, anataka hiyo list. So there's something, he's interested in the story that you are saying you got disappointed with Simbarati. If maybe you can just elaborate what disappointed you, or so maybe what did he do?
All the Kisii leaders met with William Samoei Ruto nini naitwa aje in Mosocho High School. It was a Catholic event because I think there was some things going on. And before that, wakina Osoro walikuwa wameenda meeting Villa Rosa Kempiski, according to Simbarati, kuorganize meeting ya violence wakikuja Kisii. Na Simba na yeye wanasema akona watu wake wa violence. So Kisii, we have been having like two people fighting. People have been dying in Kisii because Osoro akona watu wake na Simba akona watu wake, mostly boda. So when the president came, you could see that Simbarati is sitting in the periphery. You could see he's sitting in the periphery because he wants in 5 years a perform, because it looks like this government may decide to punish you, like Gachagua to punish you if you are not working with them. And Simba had decided to fight Kukada because he gave alisifu Ruto sana. Kwanza alimwambia, mimi umekuwa ukinipea pesa ya kwanza, hujaichelewa kunipea pesa. Ya pili akamwambia, you're always welcomed hapa Kisii. Ya tatu, what they did after that, akaenda kwa nyumba yake wakakula, and I think they traveled together to Nairobi, according to what I heard. When people see that, and you are the kind of people have hope in you, unajua Ruto ametuumiza, so it makes people sad that Simba should not do it. Simba should help Baba criticize Ruto. Amwambie the cost of living. He did not criticize Ruto in terms of cost of living, in terms of fuel, in terms of everything. Alimsifu tu kumsifu. So I think it was, for me, it was a big disappointment. Because apart from Baba, he is also one of the few people who has the capacity, a little bit national liking. Naona watu Western wanampenda, Luo Nyanza kuna watu wanampenda, you know, I don't know anywhere, lakini those two places I think wanafanya nini? Wanampenda. So that was a
Nairobi,
disappointment.
Nairobi is also commanding some big following, of which actually, apart from if you what I was so surprised that he went to contest for governorship in Kisii. I knew by was it 2019 2020, I knew that Simbarati is the one who was going to challenge Mike Sonko in 2027. So that was before. Forget about, in Azimio, the guys that we fronted were the newcomers. We had some people, the Igades were the newcomers. So when Simbarati announced that he was now leaving Dagoretti and going back to Kisii, that is what made Wetangula's brother get some courage to go and transverse Nairobi. And actually, I'm not underrating Wanyonyi. Wanyonyi can make it, but majorly he can make it because of sympathy votes. The party will propel him, and there are people who are also going to, because people
And
speak
that is
good
another
of him.
thing, Leo. That is the
Yeah.
other
So
thing we are
Simbarati
forgetting.
actually had some. He had got some entitlement, and he was among the people when he left Nairobi. I personally, I say that in Nairobi are now finished, because he's the guy who could call for demonstrations. He's the guy who could march during the day and stop violence that was meted by the government hired goons. Though when he left Babu Wino, I've really tried to fit in his shoes, and Babu Wino is also trying, because right now Sifuna we know is a diplomat. Sifuna is somebody who is not chaotic. Sifuna cannot even hire 10 guys to come and heckle you or to come and block you from attending a meeting. That is the person that Sifuna is. He's somebody who will fight you by his mouth and his wisdom. So the only people who would do it both, will fight you both on the floor and also the streets, was Simba. And when he left, we are now left with Babu Owino.
So another thing that happened
And
2 weeks now. Go ahead, Mr. J.
Alex, I agree with what you're saying, and I'm one of the person ambao I believe nani Simba is the person ambaye angechukua this power from Baba, because to me Baba Wino is still a joker, yani sijaimwona kama is a person ambaye anatosha mboga. Kwa I look at him as a person ambaye ana jokes mingi sana, and he's not that much serious like Simba. Simba ukiangalia his posture and how he do his things, yani ni mtu ambaye anaonekana
A
as a leader, a
presidential
person who
material.
can lead. Yeah. So when I started listening to him, mwanzo tu akachukua that governorship, nikaanza kusikia sija amevisit State House, ameongea na Ruto. That is when I lost hope on him, na nikawa disappointed na yeye. Sasa hata juzi akiwa anaongea na president, still I saw what you saw, Mr. Alex. This guy, he was a leader, but ametu disappoint. So we don't see any other guy ambaye ako na that stamina kama vile Simba alikuwa. Simba angekuwa mtu ambaye amesimama na Baba when alikuwa kitambo as an MP. Simba was the right person to take this thing from Baba, because ile posture yake, the way he
And
do his
he's
politics and how he
eloquent. He's extremely eloquent in Swahili. So many people can listen to him. Extremely eloquent in Swahili. And also eloquent in English. So he has a national appeal for those who do not know English. But let me tell you another thing why Babu Wino will not make it. When Babu started making inroads, to propel himself to become the governor of Nairobi, Baba immediately endorsed Wanyonyi. Did you see that? Leo, did you see that? Baba immediately endorsed Wanyonyi. Akasema Wanyonyi is going to be the ODM nini. So it looks like,
Yeah.
and this issue is the loyalty
No,
issue.
the issue, Alex, I maybe just to bring you back to history, the issue of Wanyonyi and Babu, it is not only in the governorship. Remember, Babu contested for ODM nominations when he was still a student in the
Westland.
2017. Yeah, actually, it was the 2013 elections in Westlands. And
Westland, yeah.
actually, having made the use of the students who registered there, Babu managed to beat Wanyonyi in the nominations, lakini umejua ODM wenye watu wanakaa wanatengeneza maneno. By that time is when we had CORD. No, not CORD. Yeah, we had CORD by that time, and the CORD Ford Kenya had come along to join ODM and other parties that formed CORD. So they talked to Babu and told him, look, you're still a student, bado wewe ni kijana. Huyu Wanyonyi ni mlemavu ya kwanza, ndugu yake ndio huyu amekuja ametujoin, and that is how they negotiated, and Babu akaachana nayo. Then Wanyonyi was elected. But when Wanyonyi was elected, he really performed until Babu akaangalia akaona pana, huyu jamaa amepewa hii nafasi na amefanya kazi of which kumtoa itakuwa ngumu. Then he thought of Embakasi East was, which had somebody from Siaya, from Alego, somebody called John Omondi Ogutu. So this guy was never even heard in parliament. Ni wale watu waliangukia tu, ni ile umepewa tu kitu juu ya chama. So Babu akaona Embakasi East pale kuna chance anaweza pata. So when he announced that he was going to contest, John Ogutu went back home, alisema yeye hata defend seat yake. Then he was left with this Omwenga. I think you know him. He was the MCA Utawala. There's this Kisi. He's a great man actually. He used to be the ODM chair in Utawala. And there's a certain bishop, I can't remember the name. He's also from Kisi. In Utawala, there are so many Gusis and Luos. And that is how Babu alienda akapata constituency akajipatia. So when the same rivalry is also coming in the governorship, so it is something that is really, if not taken care of carefully, hapa mbele things are not going to be well, because Wanyonyi also wants to be a governor, and you see hata wakienda kwa mkutano how Aladoas do introduce him, governor, the next governor wa Nairobi. So and Alado is also a good friend of Babu Wino. You know that they work together, and Babu is fronting him to go and contest in Vihiga. So such kind of things ni tricky sana.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying Babu has a long way to go. He has a national appeal, but I think he may need a couple of years. That's all I'm saying. He may need a
Yeah,
couple of
there's still people ahead of him, and people feel like, oh, this guy is still young.
Olekina is a nice guy too. Olekina is a nice guy too. If he can be groomed vizuri, he's also a progressive leader. I don't know his national appeal, but
there's one thing that happens with the Kenyan politics. There must be something that you identify with, and most of the politicians we have been identifying themselves with their tribes. Look at William Ruto. He first of all identified himself as the Kalenjin leader or the Kalenjin kingpin. So if you look at somebody like Olekina, he's really guy. If it was a fair election or people will just look at people as an individual, then Olekina will make it. Babu Wino is lucky. He's identifying himself with the youths. So that is his identity. That is his constituency. Then you come to Olekina. Olekina, you cannot identify himself with the Ma community. He plays some, I think he plays some politics that is more advanced, that he doesn't identify with his community. So it's really hard to sell Olekina nationally in the context of Kenyan politics. But if you go maybe to some developed democracies where politics is based on issues and maybe policies, and people look at you, what you are able to do and your capability, then you can really sell Olekina. But in the Kenyan context, it's really hard, because the first thing they normally see, what are you coming with? Somebody like Babu will come with the youth as his constituency. If you go to somebody like Raila, actually he comes with the Luo Nyanza, and that one along is enough to attract. You look at Kalonzo, he comes with the Ukambani. So these people, there is normally a constituency that you identify them with. So Lekina can do better, but what he needs to do right now is to look for something that he can identify himself with. He tried to bring this thing called the Ma unity so that he can be seen as a Ma leader the same way we used to see the other guy, the late Olentimama. But it is not working. It seems the Masais are not that interested in politics than they were before, and they can just vote anyhowly. So that thing is not working. That unity so that he can have the Masai behind him is not working. He's just Olekina.
So, Mr. G, let me engage you here. Do you know a boy from Migori anaitwa Joe Okech?
I think I've heard the name.
Anaitwa nani, the senator from Migori?
The Eddie Okech. Eddie Okech.
Eddie Okech. Have you listened to him?
Yeah, I've listened to him.
If he be groomed well, you see the problem with now what happened after we were denied our election victory. What happened is loyalty became an issue, and many people became disloyal to Baba, and that was not right. So for Baba to start looking for somebody to groom, he must have absolute loyalty to that person, and that person must have absolute. So I see Baba may throw a surprise to us at Petu Sifuna. I see that. I don't know, because at some point Babu was not loyal. At some point, you know, all these people wameenda State House lakini wamejificha. Ni Jalango tu alikuwa ni mjinga akaenda openly. Unaelewa? So the issue of loyalty too matters on how you see, when you're grooming somebody, you're mentoring somebody, you're not sio bahati nasibu. You want to do it right, and you let it. Remember how Zangarai groomed Chamisa? You know, when he got cancer, he realized he's not going to be able in politics for a long time. Akaangalia Chamisa, akaona he was vibrant, akaangalia watu wenye walikuwa huko kama B, walikuwa ni watu wako very corrupt during the coalition government of Zimbabwe, akaendorse Chamisa, and Chamisa is very strong right now. Okay, so the process of grooming somebody is not a 5-year thing, it's a 10-year thing. For a leader to become a leader of ukuwe na hiyo capacity kukuwa na, I don't think you can be able to do it unless you've been there like 10 good years, because you have to make acquaintances and friendship across the aisle. Who introduce you when you go to their home? Because you just can't wake up from here, uende tu Kisii, or expect crowd ikuje. You must get Simbarati to help you bring that crowd. Unaelewa? And I don't know how Baba has a way of making friendship. Wewe ndio unajua Baba Owino vizuri kidogo. I know him, but not that level. Is he a friendly guy that can work with anybody?
I think Babu Owino is friendly, but the only thing is that now there's some friendliness that comes with age and experience. So if you've been in this thing for long, then kuna zile utoto zingine zinaenda. Just as Mr. G was telling you, Babu Owino is friendly, but as a youth, he still have some energy, more energy that makes him to be seen or maybe to appear so like somebody who is not getting along, who is having some hard stands. So that is just age. But with time, when somebody gets old, then they learn that they need to compromise. Sometimes they need to accommodate. But he's somebody who can accommodate people and work with people.
Yeah, he's friendly but he ako na uchildish mingi, utoto mingi namsumbua. But Alex, I wanted you to talk about this issue. So you come on issue ambayo happened in Mombasa yesterday. This guy, he's not a politician. He's not a politician. The mtangazaji Mswahili huyu anaitwanga nani with his wife wanakwanga kwa Citizen TV.
Oh, nani? Lulu Hassan.
No, yeah. Kwa na bibi yake. This guy ani mpaka sasa bado nimeshtuka. Uliona ile mass ambayo alikusanyika kule kwake?
No,
The guy alikuwa I think walikuwa na tournament ya mchezo, I think sijui ilikuwa ni mambo ya football ama what, but the guy alivuta mask mpaka mimi mpaka sasa bado nashangaa how comes jamaa anaitisha, nao ni mtu ambaye is not a politician na hata hajihusika sana kwa hiyo kitu. So what I was trying to say ni kuwa I think baba should start identifying people sahi, watu ambao at least wanaweza wanapendwa na watu. Mtu kama huyu jamaa ni mtangazaji sawa, but ameonyesha kuwa kule kwa wanapendwa. Ile mask ilikuwa ni mask kubwa
You're
sana. So
talking
baba
of
should
Trevor. That is Trevor, yeah?
not Trevor,
No,
not Trevor, the Swahili
Lulu
guy ambaye
Hassan.
anafanya kazi na bibi
No, no,
yake
Lulu Hassan
Rashid
Oh,
wanadada.
Abdalla,
Lulu.
anaitwa Rashid Abdalla.
Rashid.
Rashid.
Yeah, Rashid Abdalla. He's not a politician but the guy amevuta mask. Mimi nafikiri ni Raila kwa pale. Kumbe hata si Raila, ni yeye na si politician. And he's a guy ambaye anaonekana anapendwa sana kule. So if this guy anasema anasimama kiti, I think alafu aanze mapema, the guy can take it. So what I was trying to say ni kuwa baba should identify people, but mtu kama Babu Owino anapendwa na watu but bado is childish. Ile utoto inamsumbua bado. Huyo tuachane naye kwanza, akue at least akomee. Akishakomaa ya he can take over, but kwa sasa bado he's still chini kidogo.
You see, there's a process we need to do first of all, in order for Baba to be free to do his own things. I think, for me, this issue of Kalonzo, Martha Karua na Baba kuwa kila mtu ako na party yake, they don't want to come together, they disable they work together, it's making Baba not able to do things as an ODM. He's so concerned about Azimio. So I think in preparation to 2027, I think easy it was an article report. They are so useless. They are so useless. They are not going anywhere. They are not going to agree. So Baba should not be wasting time on it. Really, Olisema also, age is catching up on him. So he's not going to be having what? The energy that he has been having. So I would like Baba to dismantle Azimio with courage. Unaelewa? And you build a party in a good way now. Because I think don't have crowd huko kwao. It's going to be difficult for him kusaidia Baba in terms of Kalonzo will never disband his party. So working together is good, but it's wasting time knowing that Ruto is preparing day and night. You see now they've been doing recruitments, high-tech recruitments. Mpaka nikaanza kusema hata why are we not doing recruitments? Because sisi tunaenda rallies tunasema ni recruitments. Naelewa watu wanasimama huko, watu they don't register, but when UDA going somewhere inakalisha watu chini, wana register as what? As mumeenda wapi? Oh, yeah. So ODM needs to put his house in order. Mbadi, I think Mbadi is going to fight Wanga. So Mbadi should not continue to be in that seat. Oh. Mbadi is not going to continue to, I think the Suba people have rebelled against Baba. The only person remaining is Milia Diamba. I don't know. Kuna mtu amebaki kule?
Suba have not rebelled. Bad is not going for the governorship. Bad is going back for his seat, and he already started campaigning, and he's having advantage because he's an MP, a nominated MP who is earning salaries, but he's not responsible to any constituency. So he's using that money actually to campaign against Karoli. So Karoli is really finding it rough over there. He's going back for his seat. Suba, when you say Suba, where we have Millie, Suba is just Millie, and Karoli, and Karoli knows very well it's going to be hard for him because Bad is not going for the governorship. The kind of PR that Gladys Wanga have used in Homa Bay, nobody is going to beat her in that seat. I say PR because in real situation, I can't tell you. It's not that Homa Bay is doing something that other counties are not doing. The only difference is that Homa Bay governor has really invested in public relations. She really known how to take photos and to take videos and how to go live. So people might think, even if something is not happening, but you have that perception. Like when we were young, when maybe your parents, you've gone for lunch and they did not prepare something, they will not tell you that they are not cooking. Wise parents will be boiling some water, so you would be waiting, thinking that, oh, they are cooking something, only to be given some maize, some roasted maize, and maybe water to take and go back to school. But those ones who are not wise enough, ndio ungekuja unapata hata wakisha moto. So you just come, they prepare you early that hakuna chakula. But uh, Gladys Wanga is really, I really like the kind of the PR that she employed in Homa Bay. The same thing happened with the Governor Mutua, and if you go to Machakos now, you
That's
can
what
confirm that
Joho did.
hakuna kitu ilikuwa inaendelea huko.
Mm.
So nobody will beat her in the second term. That one, she's going unopposed.
Okay, let's go to another topic. Hiyo ya imekuwa tamu
Next
lakini
is back. You
imekuwa
can now
hidden.
steer us to the next topic so that we can proceed.
Okay, hizi zimebaki tutazikimbisha mbio mbio. Let's begin with this one the president juzi, was it Saturday or the day before, alisema ya kwamba alipewa constitution na alipewa pia sword, and that phrase ya sword aliweka in a way that ili rub some people wrongly. Top on the list, LSK. The president said that you know what, these guys wananipeleka kotini, wananipeleka hapa kule. It's high time I've been using the Bible or the constitution that I raised. They forget I equally was given a sword. Kazi ya hiyo sword alisema si ya kukata nyasi ama nyama. So many want to know what he meant. Many feel it was a threat to those who go to court, Akina Omtata and the likes. So LSK had this to say, and this was their response to what the president said in as far as the sword statement is concerned.
It out at President William Ruto's recent statement on the use of the presidential ceremonial sword to handle those opposing the housing levy through the courts, and termed the remarks as aggressive and reckless. LSK President Eric Utheuri expressed concern, terming the head of state's remarks as a veiled threat to the judiciary and litigants challenging government decisions. He says it is the right of Kenyans to challenge government actions through legal means.
The utterances by the president amount to a threat to the court, which is scheduled to hear and determine the appeal, and further undermines the authority of the court. The increased incidence of use of extrajudicial means to resolve court cases is a trend that poses significant threats to the rule of law in this country.
Okay, so Theory, the LSK chairman, and many walichukua hiyo as a threat. They felt that the president, together with the many who work through him, you remember one of the complaints that Akina Senator Roba Wali raised is that whenever the president is out of the country, people are arrested. And now here's the president saying he has a sword. Yeah, he has a sword, and we know that when the government wants to turn rogue, it can turn rogue. You remember we had of a rogue DCI department where it used to kill Kenyans. Such statements zilishtua wengi. Now I begin with you, Bwana Alex. What do you make of that statement?
So ilikuwa hivi. Ruto expressed his intention to use the symbolic sword to weed out groups opposing his housing levy, prompting process and reaction. That is a very bad threat, especially when you are a national leader, because the sword is symbolic and it's meant to bring peace. Because when you take the oath of office, you don't take the oath of office to threaten wananchi. If we had a functional judiciary, and we were in the tiger nations, kama Indonesia, Thailand, that one could have made him resign right away. But it's the impunity that they are so used to. Impunity to the core. So the president has been doing things and nobody has been able to challenge him. And as the provost said, the opposition has become so weak that it's taking advantage of it. Remember that thing.
Just one moment. Is it the opposition that has become so weak, or is because we were so used to the fact that it is opposition is Raila Odinga and Raila Odinga is opposition, that when he takes a back seat, we lack anyone else who has the spine to really take any government or anyone to task? It's that maybe we don't have someone with the caliber of Raila Odinga in parliament or in Senate or even in leadership at the moment to really take any government or any leader by the bulls, or rather by the horns. So, is it really that we don't have an opposition, or truly we lack leaders who have the ability to really do what Raila and previous leaders used to do?
It's the issue of integrity. That
Mm-hmm.
report from NADCO, he may separate those leaders.
Mm-hmm.
And Raila is acting diplomatically so that it can avert a fallout. But from Mother Karua's words, when he had a press conference, you could see that the marriage will end soon. So,
Okay.
and we were used, the three of them, when they will walk together, they could threaten Ruto and they could stick their feet in the cement and say what they want. But it
Mm-hmm.
looks right now they have slowed down.
Mm-hmm.
They have slowed down. So it's both.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
uh, Raila factor is, and sometimes I hate saying that word, but Raila is larger than life
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to the politics of Kenya.
Mm-hmm.
He has ended up creating enigmatic fulani in the politics of Kenya that
Mm-hmm.
when anatembea na watu wengine they look like ideological dwarfs. Unaelewa?
Okay. Okay.
So I think Raila should slow down,
Mm-hmm.
get out of Azimio, rebrand ODM
Mm-hmm.
in a different way so that we can do what?
Okay.
Something that he
Mm-hmm.
controls. Okay? But when
Mm-hmm.
it comes to Azimio
Mm-hmm.
One Kenya Alliance, I think the stakes are
Mm-hmm.
high. The way they signed that
Okay.
document
Mm-hmm.
was that nobody can have a monopoly
Mm-hmm.
on controlling that politics. But
Okay. Just one moment
it,
kidogo tu before Mr. G drops, ananiambia charge yake inaisha.
mm,
Mr. G, what do you make of the sentiments za president of using the sword? Now usisahau, it was just the other day aliongelea mambo ni matatu, ya tatu ikiwa kupelekwa binguni.
Yeah, he was talking about the three issues kila mahali alikuwa akiongea, but remember this is the guy ambao wakati alikuwa anachukua hiyo sword yenyewe, he told us that akiweka Biblia chini all cartels watapotea, na sijiona hata cartel moja akipotea. I think he's one of the cartels ambao alikuwa anajitaja na he cannot do anything, although on my side vile namjua, this is a person ambaye anapenda kupoteza watu, na in case aone mambo yake haendi vizuri, because remember alisema yeye he's unstoppable na hakuna kitu tamshtua, hakuna kitu tamzuia. This is a guy ambaye anaweza kupoteza mtu yote anytime yani he's a person ambaye he doesn't care. So literally naweza sema kuwa ni mtu ambaye amepanga kuua watu pia, although anaweza kuwa hamaanishi hiyo, but nasema literally mimi naweza ichukulia hivyo because he's a man ambao tunamjua his behavior, his character and what he always believe in. Si mtu ambaye anajali sana, but I want to concur with Alex in everything that he has said, and I want to just remind you on this issue ya nini, hii issue ya sword. So nakumbuka mwenyewe amesema kwa ametumia Biblia, lakini anaona ni kama on his way I think anaona ni kama watu wana nini, yani ni kama watu wanamuignore sana, yani ni kama hawataka kubaliana na mambo yake. Unajua he's one person ambaye hapendi advice, he believe that he know everything, and that's why unaona vile kila kitu inaendelea always anatoka atasimama na aseme kuwa alikuwa expect ifanyike. Listen to what she was being asked juzi na ma journalist. He's the guy ambaye kwa anaonekana ni kama anajua kila kitu, he wants to defend everything, mpaka kitu ambayo is not defendable anataka ku defend. Inaonekana kitu ni wazi anadanganya, but anataka kuonekana kuwa anajua what he's doing. So he's one guy ambaye I think we need to remove him, na sijui tutamtoa vipi. Rebel alisema kuwa we need to have a revolution, and that revolution maybe atakuja tuambie, tumsikize ni revolution gani, kwa sababu nikiangalia revolution ambao alikuwa anaongelea na ile ambao Wanjiga alikuwa anaongelea ni moja, and yet watu hawajafikia kwa hiyo situation, bado hatujafika hata stage ambayo tunaweza tumia revolution kutoa watu. Yeah.
And
Okay.
unajua this is
What?
not the first time anatumia threats. Remember during the finance bill. Remember how
Alisema nione mmoja akijaribu
yes,
kupinga.
he used the same threats. So now he has formed a chain of train
Okay.
whereby now he has decided now to use thorax. And that you know the only thing Ruto hajafanya, he has not taken grip of the government completely. Okay. He hasn't. You see, a government is so big that you can have the seat of the president, but sio wewe una control country. I remember when
Okay.
they wanted to
You guys
remove
mmeniacha
Bashir.
nakaa kama niko peke yangu.
I remember wakati America ilikuwa inataka kutoa
Mumezima
Bashir.
kamera isikae kama niko ninasikiza voices.
Okay, Jax, wacha ni login kwa sababu kamera yangu haifanyi. So wacha ni login ndio unione. Na wacha nitoke alafu nirudi.
Because I have a question for you. The next clip is about you, Kenya Rebel, eh?
Okay, narudi tu, wacha ni renew ndio kwa sababu kamera yangu haionyeshi.
Lakini ukirudi wachana na mimi, don't castigate me.
Alex, we are in peace. We have a truce kidogo tu. Tuko na truce ya mpaka Christmas ipite.
Before hata muwe na truce, before I even continue with you, Alex, I want to hear from Leo. Leo, the issue of the sword. Tulikuwa na mambo matatu, now ni sword. I'll use the sword. This is the president alitishia wabunge during the finance bill. This is the president that says the house bill must go, the house levy must go on. Actually, ni vile hakusema mpende msipende, but in other words, it's almost the same thing. And then he said he will use the sword on those who are taking him, in fact, he called them the criminals taking him to court. Now, is it is it even a crime to take?
He used the word crooks.
The crooks. The crooks taking him to court. Is it a crime to take anyone to court? Should we even have him threaten anyone at his caliber as the president?
I think
na usisahau during campaign, unakumbuka vile kakijana fulani kalijaribu kubonga, unakumbuka vile alimwambia do you know who I am? Na Kiswahili, unajua mimi nani wewe? Unaleta hapa, you remember how he threatened Akayama during the, you remember Alex, eh? So hizi ni true colors tuliona tukaassume mama, is he someone who can turn violent? Leo.
No, Jax, I think there is something that we as Kenyans sometimes we don't need to complain. You know, I come from a community whereby in the olden days they used to say that those ladies with good characters would be married within not far away, like a few kilometers, a walking distance. But those ladies whose characters are questionable, the ones with bad characters, will always be married miles away where people don't know their characters. But here is somebody who, when he was campaigning, you knew very well.
Is that one?
Now, I'm coming there. The ladies, they know, the old men, they knew there's some characters that were not allowed. Like if you come from a place called Homa Bay, there is a certain game that they do play. It is more similar to what Western or Europe, Western countries play, called rugby. So the only difference is there they play it at night. And because for the hate of the African culture and African games, in the Western culture, they call it witchcraft. So if you come from Homa Bay, there are people called witchcraft. So people will not marry a lady from those kind of families. So if this lady called William Ruto was maybe you happen to come with the lady at night, when you are sneaking her back in the morning, somebody might have seen her and told you that, you see, Jax, I know that lady, their family, they are witchcrafts, but you ignore, forgetting that this person knows the lady very well. You go ahead and marry the lady. What will happen? The next time you people are sleeping, then the lady starts running out. You know, in those guys who play, though they call it, they want it to be gazetted as sport. They just run out and kick the doors. They become the night runners or something like that. So you don't have to complain. How will you complain to your friends who told you that, you see, this is a night runner? So the same happened. We were warned. We were told by the person who knew William Ruto and the person he worked with the longest. Actually, Uhuru Kenyatta did not start working with Ruto in 2013. Uhuru Kenyatta started working with Ruto when Uhuru Kenyatta joined KANU. Actually, Ruto was his senior. I remember Uhuru wasn't a politician. When Moi brought him, Ruto was his senior. So this is somebody he knew very well. He told us that, okay, hii familia yetu mimi ni mchawi na huyu pia ni mchawi kama mimi na amenizidi uchawi. Sasa mwachane na huyu uchawi mchukue mwingine. So we ignored all these kind of warnings. We ignored all these kind of warnings. So we know
So
William Ruto.
on
It's
the
not the
matter
first
of
time
threat,
so on the matter of threats, I think he was just trying to communicate to the judiciary, telling them that despite everything, I'm the president. And the sword there represents the power. You have got the instruments of powers. So shall you try to ignore me and you say that it is not my way, then I will also use my powers. So he
okay.
is not going to be different from Uhuru Kenyatta. Maybe the only difference that we might experience is that whereas Uhuru Kenyatta wasn't going to an extent of threatening them in public, but they are doing the same thing. You know, Uhuru would not threaten them in public. He would act. He would go for them. And maybe he would not do it in church like Ruto did it in church, saying that I have a sword. So that is
But
really
but
bad.
but
It's dangerous to the
equally
country,
Uhuru
actually.
would say mtajua mimi ni Simba na msidhani Simba amenyeshewa blah blah blah. Equally he had his own style of doing
Simba
it,
Menyeshewa, he
and
was referring to the politicians, those ones who were undermining him in central Kenya during campaigns. But when he was the president, he
but
never
can
addressed
that
these
equally not
institutions
be
like
termed
Mimi
as a
Simba.
threat?
But he called them Wakora after the 2017 elections was nullified. He called them Wakora, but he did not tell them that he's having a sword. So Ruto is calling them Wakora. That is right.
No,
Then he
in
goes
fact,
ahead to tell them that I have
his
powers.
his words were not just wakora. He went to the point of saying, sasa mtajua mimi ndio rais na nimekalia kiti. His words went
No,
to the
what
level
he
of
said,
almost saying, you will almost
Dex,
know who I am.
Which
Mtanijua.
context? When did he say that? Referring
After
to
the
who?
nullification, you are the one who brought that bit
Not
of
really, not really. After nullification, how was he president and already the election had
can
been
I play
nullified,
the
my
clip
friend?
for you? Leo,
Stop bringing
No,
the
you remember,
2021
just a
issues.
moment,
Yes,
Leo,
Dex,
no,
you
let
remember
me
no.
remind
yes,
Leo.
yes.
alikuwa anajikuna mgongo?
Let me remind Leo.
Yeah, he said.
Uhuru used even worse word. I will revisit. You remember that? He used that word.
He
I
said he
will
will revisit.
revisit.
And he
Yes.
But
did.
now his predecessor is now confirming that we are revisiting using a sword, not just revisiting the tools. He's now telling you the tools that he's going to use.
The
Like I
words
tell
of
you,
the
Alex, I
president.
will beat you. But I now tell you, Alex, I have a sword. I have to tell you the extent of the beating, not just the beating. I have to tell you exactly how I'm going to do it. So whoever said it, whether it was the previous one, but it is really dangerous to a country. And as judiciary, I think they don't feel safe because this person is the one who is supposed to give. It is the executive that is going to give them the security and the police and everything to be deployed in the judiciary. Remember how the judiciary was frustrated during the 2017 presidential petition, and after people like Philomena Mwilu could not even make it to their homes, even their bodyguards. So it was really sad. And I expected that we are going to have things that are different. This is a government that campaigned on a platform that they are going to do things differently. So it is sad that they are telling us that we are now going back there. But Uhuru did that one after in his last term when he did not need maybe the votes for the next election. But this person is doing it in his first term. So what was are we supposed to expect when he's going to be elected for the second term? God forbid, but anything can
But
happen.
Leo, saying it on the context that the first time does not make any sense. A threat is a threat, and we must call it a threat. By saying I will revisit. Na kumbuka vile alikuwa amekasirika. You get that clip uone vile alikuwa.
He was so angry. In fact, the words are, hiyo siku ukisikiza some of the sentiments, akina Murkomen alikuwa sema he was very angry. He didn't want to hear from anyone. Akina Ruto are the ones trying to calm him down. In fact, he didn't even want to go for the rerun. He wanted to do away with all these things. In fact, kama hakuwa anataka hata turudie, he wanted to even maybe
No, he wanted to
resign.
go home. No, Jax, be fair. He
Yeah.
wanted to go to Ichaweri. He did not want the presidency. Alikuwa amechoka
He
nayo
was so
until
mad.
Ruto was almost slapping him, akimwambia hii kitu unataka kuacha. He wanted to go back to Ichaweri, my friend.
No, he was angry to that level. That was anger.
You want to go that one? I know anybody, even if you even Kenya Rebellion. I don't want
Do
to go
you,
to Mzalendo because I know Mzalendo will confirm that.
Alex, do you remember how even he was speaking? He was as though he was dead drunk.
You know, alikuwa
Do you
juu ya gari.
remember?
Alikuwa juu ya gari. The
Yeah,
guy
even
was
the speech.
literally shaking.
Yeah. Yes, he was
That was a
angry.
bad threat. It doesn't matter. The tone also matters. The tone matters.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for him, he meant it because he revisited the judiciary. He refused to do what? To appoint the judges. You
He
remember that?
frustrated Maraga. He frustrated Maraga to the last day.
Yeah. So his threat
Maraga
came to
retired as a chief justice, really.
My friend, do you live in utopia? Because
No,
Maraga always complained of how frustrated he was. In fact,
no.
he
You,
actually
if you are complaining, somebody who served until you retire, then you want to tell me you complained.
Christ.
If the
Alex,
environment is not favorable, why do
do
you
you
have to
remember
wait for your
speeches
retirement? Why can't you take early retirement? Why can't you resign? Why can't you get sacked? The
Leo,
fact that
there
Maraga
was
resigned tells you he was comfortable. Guys,
Leo, at some point it was
where are
said,
you from, my friend?
at some point, Leo, at some
I
point
thought
it was
I thought
said,
Kenya Rebel is worse. Kumbe we have
no,
Leo.
no, no, no. Maraga retired. The fact that he retired tells you he was comfortable. He had to wait for his retirement. We had people who could not wait for retirement.
Leo,
We
did
had
you
I
drink
people
thought
who
something?
could resign.
Leo,
Leo,
did you
can you
just drink
listen now to
black
Alex
coffee?
Kidogo?
Okay, Alex.
Look, it was said at some point they could not see eye to eye. Maraga refused completely to talk to Uhuru because Uhuru was serious. He wanted to revisit the judiciary. You see, if it yote tunaendelea ya judiciary sahi tunasumbuka, had Uhuru done that, we wouldn't be having a dysfunctional judiciary. Unaelewa? But Uhuru kept his promise. Yeah. So what I'm telling you is Uhuru must be castigated on that too. If we equally castigate, because if we don't, it's going to be the tendency of presidents to start threatening the judiciary.
I get you, Alex, but there's one thing, maybe just a point of information. Huh? And Uhuru refused to appoint or to confirm appointment of 6 judges. That was the first thing that William Ruto did. That was the first assignment. He appointed these judges. And we are now having a judiciary that is not functioning because the person who appointed them did it as if he was doing them a favor. So now he thinks that because he did them a favor, he can now control them using a remote control, telling them that, look, Uhuru aliwanyima hii kazi, mimi niliwapatia kazi, so you have to do it my way. That is what happens when somebody appoints you as if they are doing you a favor. That
Can
is
I
what
make
is
an
happening
observation?
basically.
A quick one. Leo, I
Yes.
think Kenya Ribet truly hates Raila Odinga. I think you truly hate William Ruto, that you defend
I don't hate
anyone.
William Ruto.
But,
Actually, he's a man I really admire his strength, his
do you?
energy, and
Do
his
you?
courage.
Because
And
he
if
can
I want to
defend.
become a politician,
Just,
I would
just
like to
a
be like
moment.
William Ruto.
I'm saying that because if you can defend Uhuru on terms of judiciary, then I think you're an interesting person.
Just take it
Because
like this. I'm not
you remember,
defending Uhuru. Ruto
just one
appointed the
moment.
magistrates. Is the judiciary working? He did it. He appointed the magistrates. But the judiciary, what is
After
happening in the
how
judiciary?
long?
It is worse.
Remember this.
He
There are things you're
appointed them.
forgetting.
So
There are
which
things you
judiciary
forget.
is
Let me
disturbing
tell
us?
Just one
let
moment.
me
In
tell
short,
you
Do
something.
did Ruto
you
not
remember how
appointed
long
these
it
guys?
took? Just one
Let me
moment.
tell Leo something.
Do you know how long it took for them to be appointed?
Leo, let me tell you something.
Uh-huh.
Leo, when you start running for a presidency, you must know the instrument of powers and you must use them on your advantage. And I think and I believe that we castigate Ruto on that because he did something that is working on his advantage. Okay. So how do you amass power so that and let me tell you, at some point, hata nani alisemanga hii kitu Matiang'i, government projects were being taken to court, kila kitu inakuwa blocked to a point that the president is not able to do nothing. You remember that? Ukiweka huduma namba, ndio hii umepelekwa kotini. Hii umepelekwa kotini. So you become like you're doing nothing because hizo koti watu walienda. So, and I think it's a frustration if you want to work for the people and then you realize this court thing imeenda kwanza. Saa ingine, and Kenya Rebel hapo sinichape. The way the judiciary in a function, saa ingine, for me, if something is good and going to work, for instance, Jack, unajua pesa ya watoto wanakula imesimamishwa mpaka sasa. We need to force it. Yeah. We need to tell the court, stop that nonsense, we force it. Otherwise, nothing is going to happen. There are people who are cartels who have the art and science of going to court, kila kitu, even something you're not supposed to go to court. As a president, tell me, you have been given a mandate to rule the country. Ukijaribu kufanya hii, court. Ukijaribu kufanya hii, court. Don't you think you'll be frustrated? And that is what Matiang'i told us last time, that nimeenda court mpaka nimechoka. We are not able to do some things. So let us agree that, I don't know how I can put it, but it's sad that we keep on running to court kila kitu. There are things we shouldn't run to court.
There's an article. I don't know if you have read it. I'll look for it, Alex. I'll share it with you, of how people can frustrate a government, and they were doing this. This is what they said. Unaona hizi stories za Kawera Mwangaza, you keep impeaching, you keep, frustrating her, always in court. As well, people can take all your projects, or everything you do, they take it to court, and then the court, because must listen to everyone, will keep putting injunctions, stopping everything. So eventually they can frustrate your entire term by court orders, so that in case you defy any of them, you'll be termed Jamawa obey court orders. Two, in case you choose to follow the courts, you will never do anything. So I agree with you to some extent, and therein I wish to bring in Kenya Rebel before we even go to True TV and Leo back again to you. Kenya Rebel, what do you make of these sentiments, and how do you compare his threats and who? Because now I know, as you with your endless content, how do you now compare these threats, Zaruto with Uhuru, and is it something that should be encouraged, that a president can just stand and threaten anyone? Then right now maybe they have a good rapport with the courts. What happens when there are so many court orders to bar him? Will we have a steady relationship between him and the courts? Saizi wanakaa nikaa ni mabeshte na Koome. What will happen? Saizi anasema sword. Will we begin seeing a Yarla leave form of government very soon?
Thank you, Jakes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I agree when Alex said the sword is the symbol of the authority the president has, the powers that he possesses. So I can see it two ways. I can see how someone can see that as a threat, or can look at it as the president basically saying, I will try to use my authority to get this thing done. Because today, actually, Okiompata just updated in his tweet. He said that ile story housing levy, part of it, financial bill pertaining to the housing levy, they'll fasten that process so it can be adjudicated on quickly. So I would say that these court orders that you hear, the easy watu wanaenda koti, they're not doing that for fun. It's not for fun to frustrate someone. There's a good reason why they take it there. You have to, if you go to court, you have to have evidence. You just don't go there just to stop people. I mean, the courts can easily throw it out if you don't have a menu. Going back to Maraga, my brother Alex here, I know he has his political heroes, but if there's one political hero not political hero, but a national treasure that we ever had in Kenya, and I wish he was still the head of the Supreme Court, Chief Justice, whatever the case is Maraga. Maraga is a national hero. That man he was all about the law, and he will not budge for anything. That's why he was bumping heads with Uhuru. Okay, he was standing firm, and I hope he becomes the next, I think it's being rumored he might be voted for the next IEBC or something like that. But I hope he gets it, because that's the one person that is an example of when a man decides not to be corrupt, even if under pressure. You know, we saw that Ruto threatened him and threatened, not Ruto, but Uhuru and all that. So that is one person that I admire personally as a Kenyan figure, okay? I wish Nelson Harvey was still the LSK president, because I think he was more mature than the present one. So this hii matamshi ya rais kusema sijui you know, a sword, what's the big deal, okay? I don't see it. But again, like I see, this is perception. Some people can see it as a threat. Some people can see it as, you know, something else. So let's see what happens. But it is important that people go to court. This is one way of how we can clip the president's power, especially when he does things that's unconstitutional. Yes, he might want to bring in the housing levy and to build houses, but is what he's doing, is it constitutional? That's the question where we have to ask ourselves. So this injunction, just to summarize, hizi cases zinaletwa against the president, against the executive, especially Ruto and Uhuru. These people don't bring those just for fun. They have evidence and they have a reason why they're bringing it. And I think, yes, the president can be Ninio, but that's the whole purpose of having the judiciary. So you can clip. Because presidents, once they become presidents, again, they feel like they're kings. They can do whatever they want. And that's where we use the courts and we use the legislative body. Anyway, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But I'm I don't know if you're in with me. Bwana Mzalenda, are you there? Okay. Now, Alex, the final bit concerning that. We see a president who seems to really want to deliver in terms of on his um, on his manifesto and all. Then again, we have the courts who are equally trying to do their bit, because by the end of the day, they have to be fair and justice has to be seen to be done. Um, is this the beginning of the wrangles and fights between the judiciary and the executive? Because even in Uhuru, they began well. With Mutunga, they were okay. We didn't see so much, but until Maraga pull a good one on him, we saw a card from Uhuru we didn't expect. Now with the courts, of course, tumeona wakimpea. I think this is the second time wamempea null and void. He had brought the CASs, wakamwambia null and void. Ameleta housing levy, null and void. Is it the beginning where we'll now start seeing that the president now itabidi sasa awe mkali, and the romance maybe inawezaisha, because saizi ni kama wako fiti, lakini maybe wanaweza kuwa na some challenges. What do you think?
You know,
Alex?
you know, you have to interpret things. The work of the courts and the judges is to interpret something if it's constitutional. Remember, the report was, I think, was discussed in the Senate. I think it was in the Senate. And after that, ukiwa mtu akaipeleka wapi? Kotini. So it looks like they discussed it well, knowing that I think we have evidence. It's unconstitutional. So I think we cannot stop doing things constitutionally, because, again, in as much as we can force things, we must ask the constitutionality, because if you start creeping out of constitutionality, utaanza kuzoea. Because you cannot threaten members of parliament. Unawambia aje, nione mtu atakataa hiyo kitu kupita. You're threatening the whole house. Okay? So I don't think the judiciary will be able to fight Ruto. I think I've come to start understanding Ruto is a man who knows how to. Yeye ni kama Makto, ni kama Bwana Dao. He knows how to make peace with important people before your time. And when he decides to be loyal to you, he becomes loyal the way he was loyal to what? to Baba when he was in ODM. Unaelewa? And when he becomes disloyal completely. So he knows he still needs Koome. Okay. So he will not let this thing go to a point whereby yeye na Koome watakuwa na shida. He will do everything with the capacity to make sure that they should have a working relationship. Because he saw what happened between Koome na nani? Na Uhuru. So he will not repeat hiyo swali, yani hiyo mistake. So my take is I don't think we are going to have rambling. No. Ni wakina Okiya
Okay,
Mtata
Mzalendo, are
watapeleka
you
vitu
still there?
kotini. Ni wakina Okiya Mtata tu watapeleka vitu kotini. The process be there and then zitupiliwe nje. Yeah.
Mzalendo, are you there? Okay. Now, there is a question uliniuliza Bwana Kenya Rebel, the role of Senate and the role of Parliament in as far as investigating the Kimwarel and Arol. Now, PAC and PIC in Parliament, that is Public Accounting Committee and Public Investment Committee, are solely responsible for, of course, checking most of these things and accounting for all those things. Now, the reason I'm playing this clip is, instead of them using their role in parliament, as usual, they went to funerals, because I think our politicians, they know how to work very well, just like Alex was saying. Either waende kwa Citizen, KTN, NTV, kwa those morning shows, or waende kwa matanga, disco matanga and all, watupe such state, but never in parliament. Now, I want you to listen to this, even as you give us your sentiments concerning the same. Now, this is in regards to the chairman of PAC, the Molo MP, Kimani something, and this other guy from Luo Nyanza. So let's listen in and then we will be back.
Wa Kenya Kwanza wamesikitishwa na utendakazi wa ofisi ya mkurugenzi wa mashtaka ya umma, wakisema kwamba mkurugenzi huyo anahujumu kesi za ufisadi kwa kutohakikisha washukiwa wanafikishwa mahakamani na pia kwa kuhujumu juhudi za mashahidi kwenye kesi za ufisadi kutoa ushahidi wao. Wanasema hali hiyo imesambaratisha kesi hizo.
The courts are saying that the DPP is not doing a good job. So we have to ask the EACC and DPP, please, where our money gets lost as a country, as parliament, we will not sit back and watch as bodies under our charge mess up investigations, people go scot-free who are stolen government money. They must put energy in proper investigations.
Tunaona hii office of the DPP inatuangusha kidogo, kwa sababu wakati tuliangalia vile hiyo kesi iliruliwa, judgment ambayo iliandikwa na magistrate alisema wale witnesses wote ambao walikuwa waitwe, hakuna hata mmoja alikuwa cross examined na DPP. Inamaanisha ya kwamba DPP wamepeleka kesi kotini, lakini badala waende wafanye cross examination ya those witnesses, they are not doing that. And as a result, these cases naenda vile zimeenda. Tunaomba, we have done so well kuonyesha Wakenya kwamba this party is committed to fight against corruption. But if we continue in that direction, DPP not showing up during those cases that are being had, we are going to lose the great milestone we have made. So tunaomba tafadhali kila mtu afanye kazi yake, na kila mtu afanye kazi yake, they are not doing anyone a favor. That is why we are paying them to be in those offices to do that work.
Interesting. They are not doing us a favor. Bwana Alex, huyo ndio chairman wa PAC, I think budgeting or whatever. Yeye ndo alituletea finance bill, and then there's that, I'm forgetting the name of that guy inspects. I'm forgetting the name. He was among those who defected from Luo Nyanza to Kenya Kwanza. Let me begin with you, Kenya Rebel. Yes? It's called who? I'll get the name just now. Let me begin. Yeah, let me begin with Kenya Rebel. Yeye ndo aliniuliza kuhusu Senate na Parliament. Those are the guys. They head those departments. They are the chairmans there. Number two, they are the ones who vetted the DPP, or they vet after the president nominates. They vet They're not in parliament in this where they were speaking, or and probably they don't even have a motion talking about what they are talking about. So when you ask me, we should go to the Senate and we should go to Parliament, how? Because there is an example. I have played that for you to explain to me. If the chairman, if the person in charge of those communities, yeah, one of them I think even serves at the office of the speaker. I think kuna katimu kanasaidia the speaker's office. That guy, I'm forgetting his name. I'll get the name just now. He has his own party from Nyanza, Low Nyanza. He has his own party. I'll get his name. So how do you, where mwananchi ataenda wapi? They come to us kwa funerals complaining. They almost seem helpless. They have no idea how to help us. They use the funerals and they give very moving speeches. Mwananchi ataweza do?
Of course, they're exploiting your ignorance. You're exploiting you because of our ignorance as wananchi. Now, ideally, if they didn't want to bring this issue, somebody from the opposite side of the coalition, let's say Azimio, whether it's Sifuna or somebody, or Tiende Amolo, or whatever, should make a case for us to look into it, okay? Because you have to make an issue. You have to bring the issue into the floor so it can be looked at, so we can look at it. Oh, Jake is talking. Yeah, so what I was saying is this, like I said last time, they should look at huyo mtu aliwachiliwa, come question him, then bring him also DPP who brought this evidence. Because remember, the magistrate said, hii kitu ni kama mlisikizana, because it is so ridiculous how you don't have enough evidence that it's impossible, So look at that. Is it a matter of DPP being incompetent, not to bring enough evidence in front of the courts? Or is it something that they deliberately did this so that that guy can get off scot-free? So what I would expect from let's say Sifon, I'm just using it for example, because he's one of the vocal senators in the legislative body, bring this, because our watu wa Kenya Kwanza, of course, they know if they bring this issue ya Kimwarer, it will reflect bad on their side of the coalition, because it will touch on Nani Ruto and Morcomen and so forth and so forth. Okay, so that's where the role of the so-called opposition should come in and make it an issue and tell them, hey, listen, amwezi ati mkapiga makelele hapo, while you can actually summon these people to come to the Senate and answer these questions. Where did that money go? DPP, how come you dropped the ball? If you're incompetent, we'll vote you out so we can have another DPP. That's what I was saying. But they know that majority of the people are not there. The coalition are all caught up in what Ruto is doing wrong and how, I don't know, wearing sufuria in their heads, and they know that wananchi do not know how it works, government works. So they go there and complain, and they know they don't know. That's just an example, like I was using Martha Karua when he was telling us, ambieni Ruto afungue server, knowing very well that Ruto cannot ask IBC, cannot open a server. It's the IBC who has to open the server. It's not the responsibility of Ruto. So that's what I'm saying. These political people, they operate because they know we are ignorant of how the politics works. I see Mzalendo coming in.
Alex, what do you make of those MPs? We know their role. They have chairmanships in these committees that are very vital and important in our country. They should be the ones complaining in parliament. We should by now have a motion either to impeach or ask those pertinent questions to the DPP. Why are cases collapsing? But that is not a motion right now currently in parliament. But you will find them kwa matangas, utawakuta kwa media stations wakicomplain, as you were saying, how they love going to morning shows and all. Why is it that our politicians take us for a joke?
I cannot answer directly, but I can try. Unajua hii siasa ya matanga imekuwa tamu sana. And unapatanga people enjoy it. Watu wanaenda matanga, lakini wanataka matanga isha haraka haraka, wanasiasa wakuja. waanze kufanya nini? Kuongea. So nowadays we don't even go to funerals. But I think if you look at how politicians operate nowadays, wanaenda matanga, wanatoa pesa, wanapewa nini? Wanapewa airtime, wamekuja na kamera zao for 2027 waonekane kuwa walikuwa wanafanya kazi. Ni kazi gani unafanya kwa matanga? You're a legislature, okay? If that report is not being adopted, go to court because you have the power. He is the chair of Public Investment Committee. He has all the legal powers to do that. So I think hii ni kuchezea watu tu akili. Hizi vitu wanaongeanga kwa matanga, I don't take them serious. Because saa ingine hata watu wanaambia huko kwa matanga hawaunderstand kitu yenye wanaambiwa. Mama mzee akianza kuambiwa hiyo report hizi nini ana understand kweli? Yeah, so I think they should go console families wanamaliza matanga, and the other thing, let them call press conferences in Nairobi and talk about it. Yeah.
Okay. Zalendo, I see you're in. We have discussed a lot as you tanzia wapi, and I'm sure you are following, but I'll give you the opportunity to give your opening, middle, and continuing remarks. Then I'll bring in the next topic after you are through. But Karib Sana, good to see you. Hope you're well.
Thank you, Jax. Nice to see you, Alex, and Kenya Rebel kama kawaida. Maybe just to pick up on what Alex has said, which is very, very important. You know, our politicians take people for a ride. A very important fact, an old mzee who was attended a funeral, and most of these village folks, they normally gather in a funeral to listen to politicians. One thing that comes out of that gathering is that at the end of the day, they'll be given some small token. Watapangishwa line hapo, wapatiwe kapesa kadogo, shika hii mzee ya sukari. So they have to attend those funerals, not because they want to listen to the politicians, but because they want something to go back home with. They know with the lack of civic education, the politician has taken the people for granted for a very long time, because our people don't know why they vote each and every time. So for short-term gains, they would go to funerals, read the mood of the particular area or constituency they are in, and tell them exactly what they want to hear. So that already earns them a ticket to parliament. So that is how shallow our politics is at the moment, on how our politicians are. That's why most of the time I emphasize that we look at what these politicians are saying. It is very, very critical to look at what politicians are saying. You'll find, like in the current parliament, they've been saying a bit of nothing, totally nothing. Since they came into power, just as much as Azimio complains about Ruto, then they should also look at the kind of representation they have in parliament. Is your MP doing what you elected him or her to do? What kind of debate do they participate in? What kind of bills has he or she drafted in parliament that will ease the burden to mwananchi, like bring down the cost of living? And I'll repeat, Kibaki's regime, the parliament did a very good job by reducing the cost of basic commodities. It was done in parliament. It was not done in the streets. It was done in parliament. And the leaders, our political leaders, use our politicians as pawns. Yeah, they have become lapdogs. When you go to the Wiper Party, those politicians are lapdogs of Kalonzo Musyoka. When you go to Nyanza, the ODM politicians are lapdog of Raila Odinga. They can never tell him no. Yeah, he's always right. Baba is always right, and he can never go wrong. And that is where we get it all wrong. Because these political leaders make very huge mistakes, mistakes that we cannot erase sometimes in a lifetime. Yeah. So we need to really scrutinize the kind of leaders that we elect. If we elect Alex, my good friend, as the MP for Jamira, we are rest assured that he will bring some good legislation in parliament and debate positively. Although he could be a Raila Odinga sycophant, but he has another sense that tells him, yes, hapa Mzalendo, hapa there is something going on. If you listened to William Ruto's speech, 95% of that particular speech, he tried, he answered those questions very, very well. But what did you pick? What did you pick from Ruto's Meet the Press speech? Did you pick a liar or did you pick somebody who really knows what he's saying? Yeah. Did you pick a president who really knows what is happening in the world economy? Or what did you really gather from that particular speech? Then you realize that at the end of it all, we have a president who can articulate issues properly, and he knows, he was well prepared in that particular day, and he expected the media to bash him and attack him, but he was so prepared. When he was, what we didn't pick and what I picked, that most Azimio supporters did not pick, is that when Ruto said that in Luo Nyanza, the person is coordinating with is one Gladys Wanga. I don't know if anybody picked that to push his agenda, and nobody seemed to have picked that. Yeah, and does Gladys have the blessing of Baba? Of course, yes. Of course, she has the blessing of Baba. So if you go back to the speech, to Ruto's speech, you realize that it is well packaged, and he knew exactly what he wanted to say. But back to my point. Our politicians have used us for a very long time, especially if we elect these politicians, the so-called sycophants or party diehards. They have got no principles, and that is what is hurting the locals so much. They articulate government policies in funerals, for matanga, just as Alex said. What are you going to say in a funeral? You are going to mourn, go home. Why do you want to make a serious political statement in Sifuna's funeral while you have parliament, the floor of the house? And you realize that most of the politicians who don't hardly speak in parliament are the ones you'll see in funerals asking for the mic, because one, they'll speak in vernacular there. They cannot draft a single bill in parliament, or they don't have the brain to scrutinize any, to participate in any meaningful debate. So that is what is happening in parliament. And this parliament is a big letdown to the Republic of Kenya. It is the worst parliament in the history of Kenya.
Okay. Now, Alex, I don't know if you agree with what Mzalendo is saying. Now that he has now brought that one, it was our last part of the show. Let's talk about the speech of the, or rather, the president media talk yesterday. Um, what do you make of it? Was the president sincere? He asked us if Mzalendo asked if we saw him as a liar or someone who was prepared to tackle the journalist. You equally, I equally want to ask you this. From what the president was saying, from how he presented his points, what did you pick? Before I even give my and what the media have been playing
I
out
will
there.
speak. I will speak
Mm-hmm.
from the point of view where at least I know I was
Mm-hmm.
disappointed. Ruto
Mm-hmm.
said in a few
Mm-hmm.
months,
Mm-hmm.
inflation has gone from 9% to
Mm-hmm.
6%.
To
That is a lie.
5.8.
Yeah, yeah. You round out up
Mm-hmm.
to the 6%. That is a lie.
Mm-hmm.
Ruto went on to say our
Mm-hmm.
GDP grew by 5.4%. That is a lie.
Mm-hmm.
Then he went to say
Mm-hmm.
that we are the 29th most uh, country in the world.
Fastest
That
growing
is a lie.
economy in the world.
Yeah. And he
Mm-hmm.
was using the index as usually to our PISO index. When you look at
Mm-hmm.
the index in the World Bank,
Mm-hmm.
Kenya has gone down,
Mm-hmm.
and you can agree to it.
Mm-hmm.
So when he says that, and we are not even able to stabilize our,
Mm-hmm.
gas and energy is the most, you can weaponize it against that.
Mm-hmm.
So if he was able to reduce the gas to the world standard, food to the world standard, then I could have listened to him. And there was a time he was having difficult and he became arrogant to some of the journalists, a little bit emotion. So it showed me that some of the question he was not prepared. There are some numbers that he gave. I don't know where he got those numbers of 15%. Sijui kama ni kweli tax zetu ni 15%. I don't think Morocco has a tax of 32%. And if it
Alex,
does,
William Ruto went to the level of arguing with statistics from Kenya Bureau. If you can argue with that, what would be the source of your data?
he says he got them from World Bank.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where I disagreed with him. I can only
Mm-hmm.
talk where I am specialized.
Mm-hmm.
Numbers are not true.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you cannot tackle something from the point of truth, you will be lying yourself and you will not
Mm-hmm.
be able to handle that problem. Mm?
Mm-hmm.
Right now, I think
As an
Tanzania given
economist,
an
as or with some degree of knowledge, how would we tell the economy is doing well? What would be some of the indicators that will tell us truly the economy is doing fair, is doing good, is doing bad? How would we judge the economy, even without listening to
you
what
see,
he's
when
saying?
Ruto finished the
How?
debate, the interview, when
Mm-hmm.
Ruto finished the interview, alijikata
Mm-hmm.
mguu peke yake. Aliargue
Mm-hmm.
economy ni mzuri, lakini hakuna pesa kwa
Mm-hmm.
mfuko. Remember he said that?
Yeah, yeah.
So if you
Mm-hmm.
don't have money in the pocket, the
Mm-hmm.
price index is not there.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, there's no circulation
Mm-hmm.
of money in the economy because you
Mm-hmm.
can't go to the supermarket, you can't buy data, you can't do that. That is the first indicator
Mm-hmm.
that the price
Mm-hmm.
index should be good. People should have
Mm-hmm.
money in what? In the pocket. Secondly,
Mm-hmm.
we must
Mm-hmm.
balance our trade because now internationally, that's why we are not even. You see, right now, businessmen in Tanzania are being given a tune up to
Mm-hmm.
5 million US dollars to go to China and buy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We are not even to
Mm-hmm.
get 100,000 to go to China. We have been rationed
Mm-hmm.
dollars to the point we are not doing business. Unaelewa? So the
Mm-hmm.
trade
Mm-hmm.
imbalance tuko nayo iko mbaya sana. We are
Mm-hmm.
exporting, importing. We have nothing to export. Tell me what are we exporting?
Mm-hmm.
Ni ima nini maua ya Naivasha. Is
Mm-hmm.
that propel your economy? Ni hizi
Mm-hmm.
green beans za Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
Mm-hmm.
They've already almost killed EPZ. And EPZ
Mm-hmm.
was really helping us because nini ilikuwa inakuja hapa. So what I'm saying is that the secret indicators ile inaonyesha even the line of supply and
Mm-hmm.
demand right now ukiona it's not even a zigzag.
Mm-hmm.
It is oval
Mm-hmm.
because we don't know
Mm-hmm.
it keep on going round and round because instead of you are manipulating the economy, you see you can
Mm-hmm.
manipulate the economy for a while,
Mm-hmm.
but not for long.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But again, when you realize you are not balancing your budget in parliament, that's an indicator that, again, the economy, because Ndung said there is no money. His own minister said there is no money. So if there is no money, how can you balance the budget in parliament? People don't have money to buy things. How can you claim that the economy is good? Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, Nyagaka, I don't know if you're in a position to speak to me. I see you driving. If you're not, I wish to engage Mzalendo, but before I do that, allow me to play a clip that will give a sentiments and a feel of what the president said, just in a recap.
Living dominated President William Ruto's engagement with the media as he reflected on his 15 months in office. The president had a difficult time defending some of his administration's plans, pledges, and the timelines indicated for delivery. Chimtai Goin has more.
To begin, Sam.
15 months into President William Ruto's term in office, astronomic fuel prices was at the center of the drawn-out feisty engagement with journalists at State House, Nairobi. The president attempting to absorb government taxes from pushing oil prices up.
The price of fuel is not determined by the government of Kenya. It is not determined by any company. It is determined by the producers. That is why today, the price of fuel in Kenya is the same price in Uganda, is the same price in Tanzania, because we buy from the same place.
Mheshimiwa Rais, tutakuja kwa hilo baadaye.
I've heard people say the president should reduce the price to 150.
Tutarudi kwa hilo baadaye, Mheshimiwa Rais.
How are you going to do that? Unless I take taxpayers' money and go and subsidize, which is removing money from this pocket and putting it in this other pocket.
On the consistently poor performance of the Kenya shilling against the dollar, the president took the fuel prices route, blaming the fall of the shilling on external factors.
The G2G deal has worked. If we hadn't experienced an increase in the Fed, the dollar would be at 120 today. But because they kept on increasing the US exchange rate, our exchange rate, if we hadn't done the G2G transaction, if we were still going to the market to look for $500 million, 60 billion Kenya shillings every month, and in fact, many banks, by the way, were waiting for the dollar to be at 200. Yeah, they will have to wait for a while.
Then came the contentious government-to-government oil importation arrangement, which the president rigorously defended, despite its apparent failure to contain the decline of the shilling.
And I remember your deputy, Rigathi Gachagua, saying that those people that have dollars in their houses, it is time to sell because you're just about to suffer loss.
Yes.
Yourself, you said that you see it going below 120.
Correct.
$115 even.
Correct.
So if you have all this information, why then promise something that was also bound to the changes in the global economy?
We came to discover later, that, this dollar was being managed artificially. And that is how we realized that $2.6 billion of government money had been used, sold to banks to support an artificial exchange rate that was actually going to go the opposite direction.
The president was also probed on what was seemingly shifting goalposts on timelines as set for economic recovery.
Our economy today is out of debt distress. And that is the truth. For your information, if I didn't step in, let me even say, if I wasn't president, the kind of decisions I have made, very difficult decisions, very painful decisions. Decisions that I know they will cause pain, but it is better we make those decisions now than get Kenya into debt distress.
The plan out of the current economic crisis has been at best foggy, with government officials speaking at cross purposes on aspects such as timelines of the economic recovery strategy.
I can tell you, we are even having trouble with salaries. We are clearing salaries with arrears.
Ndung'u was telling them, look, we don't have the kind of money you're talking about. We don't have money to increase this and to increase this and to increase this. That is the correct position. We have, and that is why we are cutting back on many aspects, because this is what is required at this point in time.
Siku Kibaki alichaguliwa, walikuwa wanampigia kelele vile wanapigia William Ruto mwaka ya kwanza. Baadaye kila mtu alisema Kibaki amefanya nini? Inakuanga namna hiyo. The beginning is not, there are teething problems initially, and it's normal in our process, and we are okay.
Defaulting is not an option. It will take us a bit of time, and that is why in my remarks I said we are likely to see a difficult 2 to 3 years as a nation before we start seeing reprieve.
What Musalia is saying is for us to be able to get to a place where we can say we are good. You know, that things are moving, there is money in the pocket, we can feed ourselves, we can do everything. It takes time, right?
How long?
And it takes time. Because
How long, Mr. President?
You want me to say 3 months, 5 months, 1 year.
And on the controversial housing levy, the president trained guns on the media for what he said was spreading falsehoods over the constitutionality of the levy.
What caused you to move from a fund which was really contributory to this discriminatory fund that even the court has found to be?
Did Kenyans tell you they wanted to be a levy or a tax?
What Kenyans told me is that they want jobs. Yeah.
On that particular question,
Kenyans
the participation was on the housing levy, Mr. President.
I was. But you know, when Kenyans tell you they want jobs, it is you as a leader to figure out where those jobs are going to come from.
And so you presented a housing levy in the Finance Bill of 2023.
I presented to the people of Kenya housing, and I told them I am going to create jobs using this housing. And they agreed with me. And I have created jobs using housing.
In their judgment delivered at the Milimani Law Courts, the three-judge bench stated that collection of housing levy only from salaried employees is discriminatory and unconstitutional. The wide-ranging media engagement also saw the president being questioned on corruption, regional and foreign relations, and the bumpy episodes in the country's education.
Just with that, sorry for that. Just with that, the fuel price, it made me really search on that part. And the president, Mzalendo have asked me if the president lied. I can now say yes, he did. He did lie. The price of fuel in Kenya and Uganda are not at par.
They can never be at par because they can never be.
That's one moment. We are debating what he said, not what I think or what can never be. He said they are at par, or rather they are almost the same. Number two, he said,
what is the price?
Just a moment. I have reflected some of the price. I have reflected for Tanzania. I can reflect for Uganda for you. This is the price for Tanzania. Just one moment. That's the price for Tanzania as at last month. I'm yet to get their standing at the moment. Let's get the exchange rate for Tanzania. Can that one help you?
Yeah.
Just one moment. I'll do that for you even as we go on. But my point was, you asked me just one moment. My point was, you asked me if he lied. Now, according to some survey done, and I can share the link for you, Kenya is ranked 12th in Africa with the highest cost of fuel. 12th. Now, it comes 12th after defeating funny countries. Let me read for you the countries that Kenya has defeated for it to be 12 in terms of the cost of fuel. Now, according to the statistics, that a comparison of fuel price across Africa shows that Kenya only trails Central Africa Republic, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Sierra Leone, and 7 other countries, just to mention but a few. Now, Uganda pulled out from Kenya in terms of how they used to import their fuel. In fact, I'll tweet him a broker, right? Because probably he knows we are selling it slightly higher. That is a senior person in Uganda, right? So how do you defend someone who people in almost the same caliber have called him funny names? So how do you say he said the truth there?
Are you done? You're supposed
Yeah,
to give us
I am.
you're supposed to give us the rate of fuel in Tanzania
Yeah,
in Kenya
yeah, I
shillings,
am. I am.
and
Hmm.
I can tell
Now
you they are just
I'll just use what I've
the rate of fuel in
right now.
Uganda,
Diesel is
Tanzania, they differ in
just
the margins are just do it.
go ahead as I'll be projecting as you continue. But go ahead.
I think I did something on that, and the margins were just minimal. It's not like that fuel is so exaggerated that it's very, very high. No, they're just playing around 200 or 200 and something in Tanzania and Uganda. So there's nothing like the Kenyan fuel is more expensive in Uganda than in Tanzania. The rates are almost the same. But having said that, Uganda gets fuel from Kenya. Tanzania, I'm not very, very sure whether they get their fuel from our port, but most of these East African countries, they get fuel from Kenya. And being that the cost of transportation, and remember, the government is not in the business of selling fuel. The government does not regulate the price of fuel. That is what the president was telling you, and you're not getting it. The fuel price is regulated by the fuel marketers. If I bring fuel in Kenya, there's no way if I bring fuel using a longer route and charge you so much, that is what you will buy my fuel. It is
Now,
mine for the government.
okay, it sounds good when you mention it like that. But let me
Now
ask you,
you
how
should ask
comes
yourself.
in the syndicate
Now
of
let me just
one?
ask you a simple question: why was Kenya kicked out of Uganda by
Please
Uganda?
do.
I've asked you a question. Why was Kenya
No,
kicked out
you have, but I wanted to respond to
in
this
Uganda?
part of uh, if the government deals with oil, and I wanted to respond to that even before I go to Uganda. Can I do that? Then we go to Uganda. But
That the government?
but because I don't want to debate you, can Alex? Because if I debate, I'll shift from being a moderator to a participant.
No,
But Alex,
you posed a question. That's
No,
the question I'm
first of
posing is
all,
that
Alex,
why was
let tell Muzalendo the first thing. The president
mhm,
keep on shifting his goalposts. First of all, he said because
mhm,
of government to government contract, that's why fuel is better today.
uh-huh,
Then you say here that the government is not in the business of doing what? The business for oil. The reason why we went
dealing with
to
oil.
government is because we did not have enough dollars. And he has said,
Mhm.
because we needed something like 500 million US dollars. And the other thing that is very right, which he needs to work on, because Obama experienced the same thing, is I don't like how we transited from when we do election, we wait 1 month for the president to be inaugurated because it gives time people who have means of production wanaogopa, then they ship the money or wanaweka pesa kwa nyumba. You can see Soko one time, I don't know if he was drunk, he showed us so many dollars inside what? Inside his house. And by Gachagua saying that people have hoarded dollars for nyumba, I agree with him on that. But the issue of government to government, Ruto mwenyewe ndiye amesema, we have to go to government to government. So the government can have a right to do business of oil when they want to do it in the right way. But I don't think this time around Ruto did it. First of all, it had a scandal. Secondly, there was some 17 billion oil got lost. We don't even know. We are not even talking about it today. We don't know where it went. That's why when things are done in a dubious way, we do not have the ability now for him to be what? Subject into the truth. So I don't think those statistics that the president gave were right. You can go check them. That is where I disagreed because I had to go check them. Now, when you say we are the 29th fastest growing country in Africa, in the world, do you know what that means? Because we have G10, which is US, Russia, Brazil, ABCD. Then after that, we have the Scandinavian countries. Then after that, we go to the tiger countries of Malaysia and India. There is no way we can be at 29. There is no way we can be at 29, Mr. Jakes. Because we have the G20. Okay, Jakes. And then kuna country hapa zimetushinda karibu tena 20. So that one I disbelieved in. Those statistics Mali alipata, I don't know alizitoa. Yeah.
If that were true, Alex, what could we be seeing? We don't have things that we can say, or what are the parameters that can truly say our economy seriously is doing so well? What? And I think I've asked you this because what would indicate we are at 29 or even what
One of the things
mambo ya
Kibaki did,
20s? What would indicate we are improving to such levels?
one of the things Kibaki did, and he was an economist, he realized our banks, like that time, Barclays Bank, your minimum deposit ilikuwa ni 30,000, remember? And then kama uongeze pesa, wanakukata. So the banks were charging a lot of interest rate. So there was hii company ilikuwa inasaidia wakale sana, ilikuwa inaitwanga KREP. There was a bank called KREP. Kibaki decided to turn Family Bank na Equity Bank to start now circulating money all over the country, so that Christmas kama sahi, people are able to sell chicken and buy chicken. A little bit money in the pocket. Unaelewa? Like hii pesa yenye tumesikia Miss Nyakanga anasema 2.5 billion. Ingeingia kwa Hustler Nation, hii December imekuwa vizuri, and then you could see the indicator of the buying power. If you go to Naivas today, mtu anaangalia price kwanza. Kat haijai. Why? Life is so hard. So Ruto cannot say that life is good in Kenya today. And that's why Provost Wainana was saying the truth. That maisha imekuwa ngumu. Now when Ruto anasema the government cannot reduce the price of oil, that's not a total lie. That's why subsidies are there. That's why
Now, Mzalendo, what would mean a stable? What are, for you, from where you sit, what are indicators of a country that's doing well, of an economy that's doing well, to the level of being number 29?
You see, when you're looking at economic indicators, you look at so many things. You look at the agricultural sector, how it has performed globally, and those are the indicators. You look at manufacturing, how it is doing. You look at tourism, how it is doing. Those are the economic indicators. You look at the World Bank report on how Kenya is doing, what is the GDP of Kenya. The GDP of Kenya has grown. Whatever we hear people saying here are not things that they have researched on. Go to the World Bank site and see whether the GDP of the Republic of Kenya has grown. Go to in sub-Saharan Africa, what is the position of Kenya compared to other countries? We are almost at number 5 of all the African countries. So it means that something is happening. And what has informed the growth of our economy? Of course, number one factor for growth anywhere in the country is stability. When there is peace and stability, there is growth. When there is demonstrations and all that, there will be no any growth. So I don't expect any indicator if you are trying to gauge Kenya during the Maandamano time, that there will be any growth or there will be any economic activity going on in the market. There is nothing like that. So when there's peace and stability, there is growth. When the tourism sector, you are told that, oh, we made so much revenue, then that is what informs growth. When you look at the tea, how agriculture has performed, yeah, look at the harvest. Are the farmers happy? Are we able to export things overseas? Those are the indicators of a good economy. So you look at the GDP, it has grown by so much. You put up the cost of fuel here in Tanzania. I wanted you to crunch those figures. You'll find that the Kenyan petrol is actually at for $1.43 yeah, per liter. So when we play with numbers, let us just do due diligence and look at how the market is performing globally.
The difference was 5 billion.
Look at what the economists are saying. Look at what the lenders who are giving you money, their money to spend to revive your economy are saying, because these are the guys who give you money each and every time. Wanakupatia pesa uende utumie, then they expect that money back. You have to give them a good payment plan, and they have to look at the country's stability before they give you that money. And are you paying it back? Are we paying back our loans? Yes, we are. Were we paying them before? No, we weren't. And why is Ruto paying back those loans? It's because there's something happening. There is something happening. And do you want to gauge Ruto during maandamano time? No.
But we haven't defaulted, right? We haven't defaulted. We have not been classified as defaulters. So we were paying as much as maybe not to the level that maybe we are paying now, but I think we were
Are
paying.
you
We have
sure we
never
never
been
defaulted?
classified as.
We have
We
defaulted.
haven't defaulted.
We were even postponing loans. We are not paying anything. We were not
Have we
paying
defaulted?
anything.
At some point we defaulted.
Look at
This year we
the last
haven't
time
defaulted.
look at
No, not
the
this
last
year,
time
all this time.
Uru paid any loan. Look at the last time. Go back and look at what the last time Uru's government paid any loan.
Okay,
He
just
was
one
always
moment.
negotiating for more money, and na hizi zingine mpaka akaambiwa hapana, you've reached the cap. You are not giving you any more money unless you give us a clear map on how you are going to pay this. That is why Ruto was able again to borrow money by
Now
giving a clear
we have
plan.
Makiadi joining us. I don't know why we're having some echo. I don't know if it's me. I'll log out, log in. But we have Makiadi in, and we have
It's
Alex,
not
and we
you,
have
it's me.
Mtalendo.
I
It's
think it's
you.
me. Let me mute.
Oh, sorry. Um, we should ask ourselves these questions. When our economy is doing well, do we have more people employed? When our economy is doing well, do we have more people able to sustain themselves despite the economic times? Do we have when our economy is doing well, do we have more people being laid off or more people being employed? When an economy is doing well, do we have more people wishing to migrate to other countries to seek jobs, or their jobs in our country increase? Because from where I sit, I tend to think that the president was almost equally talking from both sides of the mouth. One, he says he's going out to look for people a place to work, which is good. We saw him raise so many things concerning why he's going out. We have what on corruption going on left, right, and center. We have money being privileged like everywhere. So an economy doing well, will our systems be working? Will we see case collapse due to lack of proper execution from any of these offices? So when our economy is doing well, because if our economy is doing well, I think there is more that Mwananchi will, in any case, I think this Mwananchi will tell when the economy is doing well. It is not Kibaki who spoke of his economy. The Mwananchi felt it. Mwananchi spoke about it. Now, if we go back in time, them they're contradicting themselves. At one point, they're saying the government is broke. The next point, the government is doing well. Our economy is is super good. So I don't know. I'm in a limbo, and maybe Makiadi will help me. But Makiadi, good to have you. Good to see you. Hope you're well. But karibu sana. Even as I invite you, I know you have been listening in for quite some time. So tell us your sentiments, even as I invite you to help us deliberate on this matter. Mzalendo and Bwana Alex wanang'ang'ana kunivuta pande hii so I'm here to settle. But tell me, what do you think of what we have discussed a lot? So feel free to pick it from where you feel there is where you can log in from. Karibu sana Bwana Makiadi.
Oh, safi sana Jex, mnanisikia?
Kabisa.
I like your conversation hapa. Let me
Mhm.
just hide mzalendo hapo na Alex hapo. Nimekuwa nikisikiza conversation yenu hapa,
Mhm.
and one reason why I came in is to disabuse
Mhm.
mzalendo is peddling
Mhm.
here. I think it's unfortunate when
Mhm.
people are sidelines na unasikia mtu anaongea uongo without facts, information.
Okay.
And I think
Mhm.
it's very unfortunate that you can be here talking about how William Ruto was prepared for an interview when
Mhm.
everyone who was watching knew
Mhm.
this guy lied for all those almost 2 hours.
Mhm.
Uh, let me start with the fuel issue.
Mhm.
If you look at the prices of fuel in Kenya, and I'm going to read here just an article briefly. It says that the analysis by the Business Daily shows that taxes in Kenya now account for 40% of the cost of every liter of super petrol and diesel, compared to 14% in the state of Illinois, the state with the highest fuel taxation in the US, and South Africa at 30%. A country like Ethiopia does not tax fuel. Now, I want to go back to how much these taxes add to what Mwananchi pays. If you go to pay for fuel in Kenya, for every liter which you put in your car or your vehicle or whatever, 79 shillings, 79 Kenyan shillings goes to taxes. Now, Mzalendo, if William Ruto can come before the whole world and tell us that the government does not determine the price of oil or kerosene or diesel in the Republic of Kenya, and Muzalendo is busy coming here to say that William Ruto is very well prepared for the interview. Number one, the taxes that the government of Kenya puts on fuel that comes into the Republic of Kenya pushes the normal retail prices by double. So if the government is taxing the oil that comes into Kenya with such amounts, double figures, then it means that the government contributes to a large extent what you are paying at the gas station. So Kenya is being rated in Africa as one of the most expensive, destinations for oil. And it is not because ati OPEC wameweka hiyo bei ama bei imeuzwa na bei ya mafuta imeuzwa kwa kiasi fulani. It's because the government itself has decided that it is going to tax Kenyans, na ndio maana hiyo bei imestick mahali iko. So Mzalendo, you are lying. Hiyo bei ambayo unasikia William Ruto anasema ya kwamba ati we are at par, and I heard you say the same thing. Can you go back and look at what Ugandans are paying at the pump, at the gas station or at the pump right now? It is not the same as what Kenyans are paying. And you know the problem with us, unaangalia mafuta in terms of 1 liter. Wewe ukienda kuweka gari yako lita 10, a difference of 1 shilling is not much. You will not feel the effect. But there are producers who use this oil or fuel in large scale. There are people who use tens of thousands of oil or of fuel companies ambazo ziko na ndege, for example, they feel the pinch. To you, a difference of 1 shilling unaona ni kama kidogo. But take, for example, a company that has, let's say, for example, KQ. Let's assume, for example, KQ iko na ndege. I'm just giving this out as a figure. Let's say they have 20 planes. And they are using tens of thousands kila siku. You want to tell me that if this plane fuels in Kenya and another plane fuels in Uganda, they will not see the difference. The difference is there. So look at this thing at a larger scale, not see kwa ile mtu anaenda na kibuyu kwa gas station ama kwa petrol station kuweka kerosene. Look at this thing at a larger scale, and you must understand that oil is one of the, the backbone of an economy. For production to be sustainable, then the producers must be able to provide the energy at a lower cost. If William Ruto is truthful, angetuambia kwamba the prices of oil iko kiwango fulani, lakini because of the taxes which came through the financial bill yenye walipitisha juzi, and I want to read just something here. William Ruto defended the decision of double VAT. That's a double VAT ambayo wameintroduce juzi. Anasema despite it having triggered a fresh surge in the cost of living, given the Kenyan economy heavily relies on diesel. He said, William Ruto said that we are not overtaxing ourselves, but to balance it out, as we add 8% of the same fuel, I had removed the railway development levy at 2% and import declaration fee 3.5%. You listen to what William Ruto is saying, ni Kiswahili mingi sana. And the overall picture ni kwamba, when a sober person ambaye ako na knowledge na understanding of what is going on in the world right now anasikiza William Ruto, it is a bunch of lies. And I want to tell you mzalendo, saa ingine ukisimama hapa ama ukikuja hapa kwa studio unatetea William Ruto, some of us are amazed because you want to show us some ignorance and assume we will go with it. We cannot do that. Now, if William Ruto was really serious, the subsidies zenye alikuwa anasema, he knows the right thing to do. He knows the right thing to do. This thing ya kutuambia ati subsidies anatoa kwa mfuko ingine na kuweka kwa mfuko ingine, hiyo ni village thinking. Because wakati Uhuru Kenyatta alijua times are hard during the COVID time, aliweza kusaidia wananchi kuweza kujikimu kimaisha. And subsidies are not permanent. What people are crying right now is the cost of living is high. If the government feels very well, if the government understands that cost of living iko juu sahi, they should be able to come up with measures za kusaidia mwananchi. These things zenye tunaambiwa kwamba ati he is not interested in the second term, he is making very tough decisions and is comparing himself to Mwai Kibaki. You cannot compare what William Ruto is doing to what Mwai Kibaki did. Because Mwai Kibaki came into government, the government was already on its knees. The government of Mwai Kibaki was able to walk around without blaming anybody. Na ikaraise economy without kufinya mwananchi vile William Ruto anataka kufinya mwananchi. Now, let me come back to the issue of Jake ulikuwa unaongea maneno ya sword. When you see somebody saying ya kwamba ile sword alipatiwa si ya kukata mboga, then it shows this person anataka kuwa dictator. But there is only one thing ambayo inamzuia kuwa dictator. And I said on another forum that Raila Odinga might probably be the only person mwenye amezuia William Ruto kuwa dictator. Because Raila Odinga also has a political muscle and he can stop William Ruto from doing these things. Unfortunately, where we stand as a country right now, as much as we want to blame the judiciary for stalling the agenda of the government, the judiciary is there specifically to put the government of the day in check, same as the parliament, both National Assembly and the Senate. So if William Ruto feels that he can dictate what he wants to the people of Kenya without public participation, him saying that wananchi ndio walimwambia wanataka kazi na wanataka levy, there is nobody ambaye aliambia William Ruto tukate pesa upatie watu wajenge nyumba. Nobody. These are just issues that you hear people talking on the streets huko na unakuja kuweka kwa national TV. People are crying because of the levy. Who, even the courts themselves, they say this thing is illegal. You cannot force people to have a deduction on their pay slips so that you move a government agenda. That one has never happened. Unless we are in a war where the government needs money to fund a war. That has happened, maybe, probably, I don't know. But in Kenya, people are complaining because their pay slips are being deducted without them being consulted. So parliament is a rubber stamp. We know that. William Ruto has taken advantage of, the majority that he claims to have in parliament to bulldoze things that are not azingiani na mwananchi, vitu ambazo mwananchi akubali. So we have a government right now that has decided we are going to create so-called quote unquote jobs za mjengo kwa sababu tuko na uwezo ya kuingilia pay stub yako ama pay slip yako bila kukuuliza. If William Ruto feels that he wants to move an agenda in the Republic of Kenya without the courts, then I agree with him. Yeye achukue sword, let him declare that I am now a dictator. I can run the country the way I want. Alafu tujue ya kwamba the courts are useless. We do not need anybody to go to the court kutetea wananchi wakati kitu inaenda mbaya. I want to finish by saying this, Mzalendo. Alex amekuambia vizuri. The CS wa Treasury alikuja akasema the government is struggling to raise even salaries for its employees. The central bank governor akakuja akasema we are sitting badly even in terms of the forex and all that. Reserve ya Kenya imekaa mbaya. Mudavadi came and said the same thing, that it is going to be tough for the next 2-3 years. Itakuwa tough before we get better. So if all these people sit in the same cabinet with William Ruto, na wanamwambia this is the situation ya economic situation ya Republic of Kenya, where does William Ruto get the data ya kukuja kutuambia kwamba we are now out of distress, debt distress as a country? Where does he get his data? Where has it been published that the IMF said Kenya is now better? Anatoa wapi hiyo data yake? Aliulizwa na hao watangazaji. If our own sources zinatuambia kwamba we are sitting badly, where are you getting the data? It is either we are stupid listening to William Ruto, or William Ruto is too stupid thinking that we will eat his ignorance. I want to beg to leave from there. Uko na swali?
Niko na swali kadhaa, but before maybe hata nikuulize, I'm sure Mzalendo has a response. Mzalendo, before you respond, allow me to ask Makedi one question. History House levy, was it maybe a card played so well? You remember before the house levy, the first thing they did waliongeza kamshahara and then the president na deputy akasema sisi hatutaki mshahara, no civil servant wants an increment, but eventually ziliongezwa na SRC. History ya kuongeza mshahara, was it like tokenism ndio wabunge will not scrutinize this housing levy, waone kama wameongezewa mshahara, so hata wakikatwa 1%, 1.5% si mingi, washaongezewa? Was it like token, lakini eventually kuna mahali watakuja kufinya? What do you think?
Just mimi hata I want to take you back to the meeting in was it inaitwaje county, Narok, I think Narok County, if I'm wakati William Ruto alienda Narok County huko, and that was the time hiyo kitu ilikuwa inataka kwenda kwa bunge hiyo, whatever inataka kwenda kwa bunge. William Ruto stood up and said, mimi nataka kuona wale watu wa bunge ambao wataenda kupinga hii mswada. I think you heard that statement. ndio atuambie, yule mtu anapinga mswada atuambie anataka vijana waandikwe kazi ama anataka yeye peke yake ndiye akuwe kazini. And you know the kind of parliamentarians wenye tuko nao sahi. You know, especially I'm saying this, especially people on the Kenya Kwanza side. I want you to show one MP isipokuwa Moshomba wa sijui ni Githunguri ama ni wapi. Tell me MP mmoja yeyote ambaye alisema ya kwamba hatapigia hiyo kitu kura. Is there one MP ambaye aliona hii kitu itaenda kufinya mwananchi wa kawaida na akasimama akasema mimi napinga hii kwa Moshomba?
Alifanya, alituma unakumbuka ile memorandum ya 6 things alituma kwenda kwa parliament? And he tied national government CDF. So akawambia lazima hivi vitu zote ama hata moja isipite. So MPs were getting broke because they are so used to what? CDF. So they were forced. Kumbuka there is one MP Nyando alimwambia, please don't bring all this thing together because hii ingine it's not good for Kenyans. But aka make sure ilikuwa ni uchungu ama ni nani akaleta ya memorandum yote na aka threaten members of parliament, either you vote for it or you are not getting CDF. And they were forced. That's what they did. Thank you, Maken.
Yeah, before I forget, so Jakes, hakuna MP hata bila kupatiwa mshahara unaita tokenism hiyo. Hakuna mtu kwa hii bunge saa hii. And I'm saying this hata nikipoint wengine ambao wako kwa Azimio. You know, we have kwanza, let me even point out to the minority leader Opiyo Wandayi. These are people ambao ni low energy. These are people hata wakiongea anything kwa bunge hakuna mtu anawasikiza. So hakuna mtu kwa hii bunge, especially watu wa Kenya Kwanza ambao wako chini ya hii serikali, hakuna mtu anaweza question what William Ruto is going to say on the negative side. Hakuna mtu anaweza pinga. And Mzalendo umeongea hata umefanya vizuri, nimekumbuka hii issue ulikuwa unasema ya defaulting. Unasema ya kwamba Kenya ime default loan. I would want you to mention hiyo loan yenye Kenya ili default ni gani? Right now, as we speak right now, the Treasury, I'm reading something for you here. So the Treasury has stopped directly borrowing. It is borrowing directly from Central Bank. Now, the Treasury has borrowed so far 91.13 billion kutoka kwa Exchequer. Now, Treasury, the same Treasury, you want to see how worse we are sitting right now. There's an overdraft facility that largely helps the Treasury to finance short-term needs when it faces a shortage, including urgent payments, requirements such as salaries, and other priority recurrent expenditures like debt repayments. The National Treasury has been running up its overdraft balance at the Reserve Bank in recent months, with facility representing a last resort avenue to fund the budget deficit. According to the data ya Central Bank, the government overdraft has grown from 61.12 billion at the end of July, and it has risen fast in pace in November when it moved from 73.93 billion at the end of October to 88.33 billion on December 1st. So the overdraft facility, ambayo ni temporary source of cash to fund deficit in payments of domestic instruments such as matured bills, imegrow, which means hata Treasury CS akikuja kuambia hapo ya kwamba we are sitting badly, na Ruto akuje the next day akuambie we are out of distress, you should look for facts before you come to argue. Thank you.
Jakes, can I jump in for a second?
Kenya Rebel, but mtapea enough ample time Mzalendo. Mume-mention back. I'll give him enough time.
I'm used to Azimio
supporters. I'll give you enough time to respond.
So Kenya Rebel, I like that.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Whoever said we defaulted, that's not correct. We haven't defaulted on any minion. We can't default. That's number one. That's part of the conditions of borrowing, especially if it's IMF. Yes, we can borrow from the government to pay things like salary or whatever the case, but it's only limited to 3% of the revenue collected. Okay, legally, that's how much you can go. So you can give me figures, and all those figures, if it's under 3% of the revenue collected, it's well within the law. Okay. All right. Number two, tuingie hiyo mambo ya mafuta. Mafuta, let's go back to the G2G that's very controversial. When Ruto started talking about government-to-government deal, he actually wanted to pay it in Kenyan shillings. And there was a good reason for that, okay? Because ukitumia dollar ikipanda, or whatever, the Feds will raise their interest rates, it affects how much you're going to pay in the future. You're going to pay more. So that's why he wanted the Kenyan shillings, your deal will konaeka. But Megan Whitman came out and said, and if you know anything about global politics, America wants every transaction of oil to be done in US dollars. Megan Whitman akasema, this is not a good idea. In fact, if you remember, before she said that, Ruto gave that speech, akasema, kama uko na dollar, please, you're going to be in trouble in the future, the coming future, because most countries are dumping the dollar. The dollar is worthless. It is backed by nothing but their military. But anyway, so after Megan Whitman said that, Ruto ndiye akasema, okay, akaingia sell it in dollars. Now, we are not going to leave Ruto. Makiadi, you're right when you're saying there's something that the president can do, but he's limited. Remember, I keep on referring to this. Cherigai was in Spice FM, and even Ruto said that, not even Ruto, NTV or KTN posted this. The IMF told Ruto, you cannot provide subsidies for mafuta. You cannot. Subsidize whatever you want, but you cannot do that for the mafuta. Okay? So even if he wanted to do that, he could not. Those are part of the terms of the IMF. You see him shaking hands with the president of IMF every day. So you come up with that. Now, some of this deni, Ruto is right. Hizi vitu zilianza kitambo, Kibaki and his predecessors, okay? But he's not helping. I agree with you. He's not helping us. He's not trying to get us out. He's amassing this debt. But this problem started with somebody else. On the point to Mesemati, Raila is the only one who can, the master who can stop him. You might be right. But the problem is the person we are looking at to slow down Ruto will probably... No, Alex, just be quiet. Alex, I'm talking on issues and I'm responding to Richie Makiadi. So be silent when I'm talking. This is very important. I have to shout because you're interrupting me.
See, you guys are that truth. You guys are that truth back at Christmas.
Jakes.
You had that truth.
This is very... Jakes, this is very important.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is the very person that Richie that got into the handshake with Uhuru. And once the handshake happened, what happened? Everything went out, and the muscle that was supposed to slow down Uhuru was ruling like a king. Nobody was checking it. And guess what? The NADCO Ashai signed. It's going through. We shall have a referendum. He will join government, and he will help Ruto eat. So if you're looking for that muscle from Raila Odinga, look somewhere else. I'm sorry. One more thing. What else did I want to say? I'm forgetting. Let me gather my thoughts. Mzalendo endelea.
Mzalendo, even as you come in now, help me understand this. You say rightfully that the government does not control fuel prices. We remember the introduction of 8% VAT on fuel is really what brought all this during Uhuru's term. In any case, it was 16, then it was dropped to 8. Then Ruto came in and took it to 16. If that was true, that the government doesn't influence, would it be difficult removing that VAT in totality? Will that not reduce the cost of fuel?
Listen, Jakes. The issue of VAT 16%. First, you have to know the origin of that 16%. The origin was during the handshake between Uhuru and Raila.
Correct.
Raila whipped his MPs to vote for 16% VAT. His supporters.
They voted for 8.
Wait, you don't get your facts right.
They voted for 8.
It is Uhuru Kenyatta. It is Uhuru Kenyatta. Oh God. It is Uhuru Kenyatta who reduced the bill to 8% VAT. It went to him at 16%. It is Uhuru himself who said, you know, hey, this thing cannot be 16%. It has to be 8%. On Makiadi has mentioned here that Uhuru did not borrow, something to do with Uhuru did not borrow domestically. Uhuru borrowed in his first term in office. He borrowed over 400 and over 400 billion. I don't know whether you know you have those facts. Yes, Ruto has overborrowed. As you know, in 1 year he has borrowed more. But what Ruto has done with the money that he has borrowed, he has done a lot with the money that he has borrowed. There are things that are working. There are things that are moving. There are things that are being implemented. Look at the housing that you guys don't really want. This thing was started by Uhuru Kenyatta as part of the agenda with William Ruto. Boma yangu by Uhuru, but it ended up being housing for the rich somehow down the road. Now, what Ruto is saying is that, okay, in my agenda, this is what I pledged. This is what I wanted to do for the people of Kenya, provide for them housing. Remember, Azimio will not be happy with this because, one, that was not their agenda. Ruto is only implementing his agenda. He's not implementing the Azimio agenda. He's implementing his agenda and his pledge to Kenyans who voted for him. That is what he's doing. He has not gone out to get something different from what he had pledged. He had pledged universal care for universal health care. He's working on it. He has gone out of his way to lobby other countries to employ Kenyans who are not employed. In 1 year, how many industries can you create to employ the numerous graduates that we have in the streets of the Republic of Kenya? You need to offload some of them and to create jobs internally for Kenyans, and that is what he's doing. That is what he's doing. He's only doing things that you didn't expect him to do. Yeah, look for the opportunities elsewhere. Today, as we speak, there are over 200 graduates going to the UK to work in the farms, and people who have done agriculture, they're going to do jobs. Where would we give them jobs locally? Within 1 year of being in government and 6 months of demonstrations, you expect that Ruto to just to, you know, to have this magic wand that he'll just say, you know, everything seems alabim, and everything voila, we have got jobs, we have got good roads, the economy is doing so well and all that. At the same time, we have an opposition that is organizing demonstrations each and every time. For any stability of any country, for any economy to grow, there must be political stability and there must be political goodwill from all the players. Kenya Rebel has told you very well that soon the person you're saying that probably is the one who is going to stop Ruto is joining government. I don't know whether you're aware of that. He's joining government very, very soon. You're not aware of that. So we are here for a long haul. If you think that Ruto is doing the wrong thing, then I'm very, very sorry. When he was interviewed by those journalists, I think he answered, by and large, he answered those questions correctly. On the issue of fuel, he answered it correctly. He said he doesn't dictate the market. Yeah, he cannot control the Fed here. Yeah, we might have been wrong to predict the figures, but each and every day when you wake up, Makiadi, the dollar rate is influenced by so many things. Is influenced by so many things, and you know that so well. Not that you don't know, you know that the dollar rate is influenced by other markets. So, and that is beyond Kenya. When he goes to buy fuel with a Kenyan shilling and negotiate with an Arab who is able to agree because Kenya does not even have the dollar in the first place. Dollar to kununua hiyo mafuta hamuna hiyo pesa. Where would you expect him to get that dollar to buy that fuel? Hakuna.
Mzalendo, can I say one sentence? And another thing that Makiadi said, when he said that hiyo mambo ya finance bill at Ruto, whatever. I just wanted to remind Makiadi, while the finance bill was being debated and voted for, 89 MPs absconded, didn't even show up in the parliament, majority of them being Azimio. So stop saying that
they showed up in a funeral somewhere.
Yes, then including Babu Owino. So for you to come here and say that it's Iki to rubber stamping, he was forcing his way through Ninio, that's a disgrace. Those people, as the of people, were supposed to be there and at least vote. Be like Sifuna. I've been mentioning Sifuna, even though I think he's a lobotomized parrot. But I think he was a tiger and lion enough to stand there.
Just one moment. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What's the role of Parliament? Not Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. What's the role of Parliament?
Parliament's main role is to legislate and also check the executive.
And to oversight the executive.
Yes.
And to oversight the executive. And when it comes to bill, do we have Azimio and Kenya Kwanza stipulated roles being stipulated in the constitution, or the entire parliament should scrutinize and equally question and equally bring the government to task in explaining the bills? Is it the role of Azimio to reject and oppose, or is the role of parliament to scrutinize
listen,
to oppose or support?
The laws are made in parliament. In parliament, apart from what you see in the debates, there are committees in parliament. We have a committee in finance. We have committee in all that. All these MPs represent. They sit in those committees. They sit in those committees. When you see a finance bill passed and it has reached in parliament and it's passed, it has passed through a committee stage where the bill was.
Correct. I have no problem with all that. Because our laws are the laws of the land are clear. And maybe here is where I bring in Makiadi. Makiadi, is there the role of Azim? Because at times we blame Azimio. Then I ask myself, when Wamushomba, just one moment, because you have raised this, when Wamushomba chose to act differently, she acted not because she's in Kenya Kwanza. She acted because that's the role of an MP. Not, bringing Azimio Kenya Kwanza in parliament really brings where we get it wrong. And
there's the reason why I brought it up, Jake.
What's the role of parliament? And you have answered me so well, oversight. So now oversight does not bring demarcation Kenya Kwanza Azimio. It doesn't.
No, Jake.
Just one moment. I've allowed to speak. Now, oversight doesn't bring Kenya Kwanza Azimio. So when we have a bill that affects Mwananchi, because now I will take you back to 2013, before handshake, 2013, 2014. The VAT bill ilikuwa postponed severally, including 2 years, where one time they said Nani must go. Justin Muturi must go. It was until handshake that somehow they had to whip their members ndio ikakuwa introduced. Now, when parliament wants to do the right thing, it can. Whether Azimio Kenya Kwanza, they can. It is not about Azimio Kenya Kwanza when they're looking at the laws, because we have seen laws fall in parliament when they are sober. But when they are compromised, that's why you are bringing this thing of majority, minority, blah, blah, blah. But the real question is this: what's the role of parliament when it comes to debating bills? I agree with the process Mzalendo is saying.
Can I answer?
Of course, there's first reading, there's second reading, and all that. And then there's the voting, and then it becomes law by the president signing. Actually, I want Makiadi to tell me this, because you have blamed Azimio.
No, I just wanted to say very quickly before Makiadi. No, Jax, you can't let it go. I have to answer this. I can't. I have to answer this before Makiadi. I have.
You have to listen, because
you are misrepresenting my position.
I am not. I'm saying what you're saying. You have
But
said,
let me make it clear. Hear it from the horse's mouth.
Just one moment, listen. Pause, relax. Pause, relax. You have said, this is what you have said. You have said that Azimio 89 members were absent, correct? My question is,
yes,
and is that what you have said?
Yes, but there's a reason why I say that.
Okay. Then the question would be, what was the role of those who were present, not the absent? What was the role of those who were present, whether Kenya Kwanza or Azimio? What was their role? Was it just to pass the bill?
Okay, let me help you. Jakes. Every member of parliament represents a constituency. Okay?
Correct.
When you are that's why we have public participation, Article 118. When a bill is brought in, you are supposed to go ask your constituency. What the people of Narok want is not the same as what people of Langata want. I'm just using that as an example. So when the issue is brought to the parliament, since we have party coalitions within this parliament, this National Assembly or whatever the case is, we have the whips, whether it's Wandani or whoever in the majority, Chungwa, or whatever the case is. I don't know who it is. But they discuss.
Those are not whips, those are leaders. They are the
leaders. All right. Just listen. I want you to get the big point. They agree on how they want to vote. Now, there are people who even disagree with them because they say, hey, me kama Wamuchomba, she went to her constituents and came back and said, my people want this or they don't want this. And she voted accordingly. Now, what I'm saying is this. For Makiadi to come here and say that the Kenya Kwanza, were there and they voted this thing in, and I'm saying is this: if the MPs, majority of them being from the Azimio coalition, were supposed to be actively there debating, and discussing line by line what they wanted, what they want, but they absconded in the very day, which means they didn't do their duty on a very important bill that is affecting Kenyans now. Now, you can't come here and say that the Kenya Kwanza side rubber stamp what the president wants, while your 89 MPs didn't even show up to do their very important thing that could have even brought down this thing. So that's my point. I'm not saying that it's more nuanced than just saying, their job is to legislate. They have to, every constituency, they have their own interest in that bill. So they have to debate it. That's why they debate it, they discuss it, and they say according to their constituency. Now, I hope I'm clear. Thank you.
Of course, the question also would mean if the 89 were present, would the bill have failed? Because the question now begs, how much vote did the bill pass with? But anyway, I come to Makiadi. Makiadi, it's your time. You've been mentioned.
It's okay. I think, Jex, you just took what I wanted to say here. In any parliament, especially in countries where we observe democracy, and with our system of governance, we have the minority and the majority. Now, the majority in the Republic of Kenya, the leader brings bills to parliament, and these bills are debated. The majority, by virtue of having the numbers, can bring a bill that is not popular. And it does not matter what the minority say or do. If that bill is destined to be passed by the majority, it will sail through. In this case, Kenyari is talking about 89 MPs. 89 MPs who are allied to Azimio have no capacity to prevent a bill that the majority wants to pass from passing. That one we have to agree. On the same issue, one way that the minority side has, or the opposition side for that matter in the Republic of Kenya, has disassociated itself from any bill that is unpopular is by not participating in that debate. It has gone back to the days that Akina Orengo walikuanga university and all that stuff. We know that if the MPs feel that even their contribution to that bill will not help anything, they can decide to walk out of the house. It is not illegal. It is part of the democratic space that we enjoy. Now, if Azimio decided that they are not going to participate in that bill discussion or debating because they knew very well they do not have the capacity to stop it, then we wananchi ambao tuna support Azimio are with them. We agree with what they did, because even their presence there would not have made any difference. Mzalendo, you talk about Uhuru Kenyatta borrowing. I was very clear when I talked about borrowing. I did not say that Uhuru Kenyatta did not borrow from the local market. What I said is William Ruto is projecting the government of Kenya Kwanza is in a good shape. And the article that I read here pointed very clearly that their borrowing right now is on overdraft. That is what I was saying. Uhuru Kenyatta might have borrowed, but the borrowing that William Ruto has done so far, vis-a-vis what Uhuru Kenyatta did, the two, if you compare, you will find out that William Ruto has overborrowed. He's on overdraft, like I told you, and he's borrowing from the local market. The CBK itself is sounding alarms and saying that this is not sustainable. Now, let's come back to the housing project. You know, when we come to discuss here, sometimes we try, I think Alex knows how we do our discussion, and Mzalendo, we've been with you for a long time. We do not go with something called propaganda and hearsay. When Kenyari comes and tells us here that William Ruto had purposed to pay the G2G with dollars, and then he was told by Meg Whitman, don't try to do that. Where do you have proof? Unatoa wapi proof? Tuonyeshe proof ya kwamba it was in the first place the purpose of William Ruto to pay in Kenyan dollars. You know, you don't have to come and tell us what politicians say on in Kenyan shilling. You can't come here and tell us what politicians say huko kwa funeral, kwa podium ya kwamba hii mafuta tulikuwa naenda kulipa na Kenyan shillings, lakini imekuwa ngumu kwa sababu tumeambiwa na Meg Whitman tulipe na dollar. I mean, you know, we should not be arguing here with things that people say kwa political podiums huko. So unless you have proof, Kenyari, that the ambassador wa US to Kenya alilazimisha, twist the president, the commander in chief, the person who was given a sword and the constitution to pay oil using dollar, then usilete hiyo debate hapa, because itakuwa ni kama kutupotezea masaa hapa.
It was on the Business Daily, NTV, KTN.
Brother, mute. Si tumesikizana, mtu anaongea na achiwa nafasi. So wewe, ile kitu natuletea hapa ni hearsay, rumors, innuendos, propaganda. Na hiyo propaganda hauna evidence. So bring the evidence. Tell us William Ruto was prepared to do the G2G and pay the consignment using Kenyan shillings, but the ambassador to Kenya forced the Kenyan government to pay using US dollars. Aya, umetuambia kitu ingine tena hapa ya Raila joining government. You know, Mzalendo, you guys speak very well about things that you don't understand. Where did you hear that Raila is joining government? What evidence do you have? Number two, if Raila decides that he wants to work with William Ruto, Raila Odinga is an individual just like you and me. He has choices he can make. What is wrong with Raila Odinga helping Ruto to realize a dream for the nation? Iko shida gani? Wewe unaumia kwa nini? What is the problem with that? You know, sometimes we come here and what is the problem in Zalendo? What is the problem? Do you see a problem there?
I thought Ruto is a thief. You cannot work with him.
and I said here very clearly.
You have these clever lies that you want to peddle around, but you don't have to be very, very clever and cunning with your statements. What we are trying to do is we are trying to debate to find a solution for our country, which is very, very important. But let us not use words to try and you know, belittle others and try and say, you know, this is the right position. What you are talking for, from your talking point, you're talking, from what you are saying, You are talking from a political point of view, how you look at things or what you've had other politicians say. So some of these things are statements that Raila Odinga has said, and that is what you are actually saying right now, that he cannot work or he can work with government. But I'm saying that Azimio party cannot work with a thief. That is what they said in the beginning. But we have seen them making this turnaround when they joined Uhuru's government. They keep on changing so that they can get into government. We are here to speculate. We are here to read the political mood of the country. We are here to anticipate. That is why you are a political analyst. You are here to read the statement of Raila Odinga. You are here also to look at why Orengo joined Ruto in India for that particular trip that they were in India. If you are told that yesterday one of the strong Azimio governors was the president in State House, we read political statements in that. We need to read what the political mood of that particular meeting was all about. So that is why we analyze the politics. So anything doesn't happen by mistake. It is or by coincidence. It is by design. It is meant for us to start believing that maandamano are no longer there because somebody has been sorted out. We can speculate. We can
Just a moment, mzalendo, kuna mwenzako hapa anakuinulia mkono Nyagaka. Kwanza si hajaongea tusimnyime sana. Nyagaka, I see you raising your hand na naona mzalendo hakuhurumii bwana. I think hana huruma na uzee, lakini ni sawa. Vipi kaka? Unmute yourself, sir.
Habari kijana yangu, habari.
Salama sana.
Salama sana. Mungu Alex, asante sana soko ngalibaga. Na mzalendo, yes. Hiyo ni mzuri sana. Wewe uliangalia hiyo ni Ruto vile alisumusa. Na hiyo mzalendo, ngoja nikwambie. Jex, thank you very much for your show. Mzalendo, thank you very much for articulating the points that you did. That really made me to be a UDA member for life in Kisi today. And every time that I come here, we have to represent UDA in depth. But yangu ni ya revolutionary. Wewe unazungumza from the day of when we were young, Kenyatta, when he came to power, and Moi and all these other people, to the present. But you want anybody that can take over the leadership of Kenya. Because the people that will take over the leadership of Kenya are Kenyans, are either anywhere in the world or they are really in Kenyan politics today. Na wacha niwaambie vijana yangu kwamba the Mzee Kenyatta at the beginning when Raila Odinga said, or Oginga Odinga said that he would not let, we don't need freedom until Mzee was out. It was really Tom Mboya who the British wanted to give the power to. But Oginga Odinga sitting with all the people that brought the freedom to Kenya, he realized 90% were the Kikuyus. So then he said that Mzee Kenyatta has to be freed. And then he kicked the Oginga Odinga out, Tom Mboya out. Who changed it? Who changed it? Who in 1965 really kicked Oginga Odinga out and on in the history of Kenya revolutionary. Hiyo ni kusema kwamba we have to see who can read Kenya today. Yangu vile mwingine alisema hapo, hiyo kijana yangu Alex articulates, even if he's in the ODM, that's what is important, most of us, articulates what the issues are and how to manage the Kenyan social infrastructure and the Kenyan economy. Hiyo ndio itatusaidia. Anybody, it doesn't have to be this political party, that political party, but what does he really represent? Hiyo ni kusema kwamba, babu wino vile mnasema, Museo Gingotinga went. He knew that he wanted to run for governor of Nairobi, and he went and endorsed Timu Wanyonyi. So we are dancing around the issues of the day, but Kenya revolutionary understand that the people that will rule Kenya are in Kenya today or outside, but they have to be Kenyans because the British we kick them out, and some of us lived in the time that they were in power, but that was not a pretty time. Lakini ya sasa ingawache ni is different. You can see it on Wamshomba speaking her mind and anybody speaking their mind, and that's good, and that's what we need. We need to encourage any arguments like that. Thank you very much, Jex. Asante sana kwa show yako.
Okay. Alex, you've been quiet for some time. I want to come back to you and really help me understand this. The role of parliament in terms of bills, because we might sit here whole night blaming Azimio, blaming Kenya Kwanza for the damages that happened or that happens in our country. Really, can parliament truly scrutinize bills independently without any coercion from judiciary or the executive and truly execute sound bills, and then eventually these bills benefit mwananchi, the people they represent, before they even talk about party position, undue influence from any other quarters? Can a parliament ever be sound, ever?
That is the question that uh, Kenya revolutionary does not understand. Yes, of course we have parliament, and parliament has a role. And remember, oversight already nataka kutoka because CAS wanataka kuchukua the oversight side of it. Okay, so it has been watered down because if you look at how Wetangula took over as the speaker, ilitua morale knowing that we had the majority, and that is the time we decided that parliament is a joke. Let us serve the people because there is no bill that we can win in that parliament because you have seen the president even threaten us tuone mtu mwenye atakataa hiyo bill tuone hiyo pesa natengeneza jobs za watu. So the issue of parliament thinking that it can do anything for us, let us stop it. Parliament has not been able to do what it's supposed to do. You will wait until Jesus comes, because this is what happens. If sometimes you read in between the lines, you wonder how Otienda Amola ananaga kucheza mpira na nani Kimani Ichung'wah in the morning. Unaelewa? So it tells you these people have friendships that when it comes to the committees they are able to make deals na hiyo maneno inaenda kwa mbele. The other day Osoro alisema kitu yenye ilishtua watu, but it's okay. Osoro alisema MPs wote wakitaka pesa wanakuja kwangu, mimi ndio nawapeanga pesa, therefore they are subservient to me. So you can imagine if the speaker controls the parliament, the chief whip controls the parliament, how can we even go against the bill that they are making? It will be a waste of time. So for me, even if we go to court again, we can sideline, then we go to court after it has refused. The court again is not functional. So I think the institutions that are supposed to check the executive ziliisha completely. So I think we are on our own. There is nothing we can do. Parliament cannot get a bill that Ruto does not support. Hatuwezi kuja leo hivi tuseme tunataka bill that is for ODM ama Azimio, watu wakubali. They will converge to parliament. They'll make sure they have defeated us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Makede, I want to come to you with this question. This I've never asked anyone. We have the Chief Justice, we have the IBC Chairman, we have the Speaker of Parliament. We elect our president. We go queue, elect our president. We go queue, elect our MPs. Where we find it challenging is because the judge can give a ruling that doesn't favor many. Maybe I'm a hongo and a nani, but would it be absurd if we were to elect all Kenyans, queue on a ballot paper, vote for the Chief Justice, and even probably vote for the IBC chairperson, because so that huyu awe ni sisi tulijichagulia, so that we don't have a Chebukati moment, neither do we have a Willy Mutunga or a Martha Koome or a Maraga moment where we feel probably didn't go our way or there was undue bias. Well, voting for these people, for example, because I know some countries vote for their judges, can it change our politics?
Yeah, Jake, with regards to voting in Kenya, I remember when we were in that show together, I told you, unless we have a sanctity of the vote in our country, unless we know that whatever that you are voting for, or whoever that you're voting for at a polling station is the person that will be declared the winner. As long as we have an election body that can be compromised in our country, then I want to say here without fear of contradiction that even if you have a person who's running for office of CJ being voted for, you are more likely to end up in a even bigger mess than you are in right now. Because right now as a country, we have the vetting process for the CJ and deputy CJ. So they go through the vetting process. We have a JSC. Now, the JSC will give names, will recommend names for appointment. And it goes back to the person who's called the president to pick a name. And you know, in the Republic of Kenya, it is all about interests. So if at all right now we are facing a situation where the JSC arrangement and the vetting process was a very good idea. It was a noble idea if it could be used in the proper way. Because even the person, you see, let me just go back to the appointment of Maraga. Remember when Maraga was being appointed to the office, nobody even knew Maraga. We rarely knew, nobody. Tulikuwa tuna expect majina kubwa kubwa to take over the office of CJ. Right? But then Maraga is a person we know very clearly. Hata we unajua, hata from the way Maraga spoke even juzi kwa ile, I think alikuwa kwa kanisa or something. This is a person ambaye aliyeko kwa hiyo ofisi without influence ya mtu mwingine. Because Maraga has a history ya kukua clean. He is one of the judges ambao hungewahi sikia na scandal. And ile video ilikuwa uliona ikicheza juzi kwa mitandao akisema kuna mtu hata alijaribu kumlipa, you know, wakati alisimamisha sijui ilikuwa ni mafuta. So Maraga hakuna mtu alikuwa anatarajia atakuwa. That is what was meant by, you know, having the JSC vet candidate, and then these candidates get interviewed, and then a candidate who comes out emerges at the top gets appointed into that office. That was the initial plan. Unfortunately, Kenyans, we have a way ya kucorrupt vitu. Na hiyo kitu imeendelea na appointments za not only the judiciary but all these other offices, you know. So right now, huyu mtu ambaye anaitwa CJ, if I as the president, being the last person with the influence ya make appointment into that office, if I decide ya kwamba hata mkiniletea majina tatu ya Mzalendo, ya Jex na ya Alex, na niseme kwa hawa watu watatu mtu ambaye naona anaweza influence in the future anisaidie ni Mzalendo, I can decide hata kama Jex imepata 90% na Mzalendo amepata 70%, I can decide to go with Mzalendo because I know I have scratched your back today. Na kesho wewe uta scratch my back. That is where we get it wrong, and that is where we are right now. If we decide right now ya kwamba tunaenda kuvote for a CJ, it happens. I know Mzalendo unapiganga kura, ukienda kupiga kura unachaguanga mpaka judge, but you do not even sometimes know who you judge ni nani. It happens. Mi nimeenda kupiga kura nimepigia judges, sijui nimepigia na hata siwajui, you know, because I have no interest in knowing them. Ama for example, hakuna mahali tunakutana nao. But in our current situation, where the CJ atakuja kudecide at a later time what goes on, probably from a dispute, political dispute, whereby the presidency is in kuna kung'ang'ana kwa uchaguzi urais. Then kama wewe ni mtu ambaye unafaa kupanga mambo yako mapema, unachaguaga mtu ambaye unajua unaweza muinfluence, and that is what is happening in our country. Huyu CJ mwenye tuko naye Martha Koome. Martha Koome, when she got appointed there, people said alikuwa ni mtu wa Uhuru Kenyatta. People said, and others assumed because she's from the civil society, she's going to be one of the CJs ambao atakuwa strict on law, rule of law namna hiyo. Up to date, some of us tuna regret ni kwa nini alichaguliwa kwa hiyo kiti, and it's not just because of what happened with the whatever presidential or whatever suit. It is it's because of other things that have followed that. Right now, even the MPs themselves wanasema the judiciary is a failure. Even the president mwenye alikuwa in cahoot now kupata hiyo kiti, hata yeye anawablame because the judiciary has become weak. The CJ is no longer seen. Jakes, you want to know how insecure a person is. The CJ of the Republic of Kenya has a Twitter handle, and this is just like a whatever of the whatever. Huyu ni mtu ambaye ako na Twitter handle, lakini hawezi kubali criticism. You cannot criticize the CJ of the Republic of Kenya kwa sababu ameblock comments. The CJ is so vulnerable in the Republic of Kenya to such an extent that hata anaogopa kutembea areas zingine. He is just a CJ mwenye anaweza toka hapo aende Meru na kurudi, because she has shown our country, she has been seen in our country to be a CJ that is not worth leading such a body. So hata ukisema tupigie hii watu kura, mtu kama Mzalendo ukimpigia kura alipoteza nomination ya ODM. So
you keep on yani every time ukiniona lazima mniwe. Acha nikubali nilipoteza. Yani ndio mtulie kabisa.
How do you expect a CJ in the name of Mzalendo to be impartial? So we have a system problem. Hii problem yenye iko Kenya si ya mtu binafsi, ni system imefail. Na sijui ni nini tutafanya kurekebisha hii.
Alex, same question. Then I come to Mzalendo and Kenya Rebel. Some of our questions, could it be solved by us electing a CJ, electing even the IBC chairperson? Because these are matters that eventually we don't really get a clear solution, so that we don't have a government tutasema imewekwa na mtu. Ni sisi tumejiwekea, hata kama wataingia wa mess, but we voted for the IBC chairman, tulijiwekea CJ, these institutions that eventually affect those who govern us. What do you think? Can that idea work?
In Kenya, it cannot work. And the reason is you create another conduit for corruption. Every new institution that you want to check becomes a scandal. So the vetting process, the voting process, the declaration process, it was so messy. Because this is a constitutional office that is very important. But let us start with the prosecutors. Then we end kwa legion. Let us start with the prosecutors. Tuone how the public prosecutors can do. Tuone if they can serve us, if cases can be expedited. Tuone, and then we go one step at a time. But the CJ, I think that's a big seat to kufanya kura kwa sababu first of all it cause contention. These election cycle tunakuanga nazo pia tunakuja tunachoka. Unaelewa? And the amount of money we use is too much. So I don't think right now it will be over a solution. But if we start with prosecutors, I think then the work of the prosecutor is to expedite and prosecute cases. so that people don't stay in court for a long time. Then if we find it's working, then we can go to the judges and then we go to the CJ. But we just can't start from up. That's my take.
Okay. So naona GK asema Jex, you need to involve the participants in the comment section. Okay, let me do that. Naona GK bado unasema Raimosi Egon, it is the duty of every good citizen to be involved in their government. Okay. Raimesu unasema maybe he's good at covering his track everywhere is about interest, not only in Kenya. Good year unasema it's all fire, keep it going, great job, asante sana bwana Mzalendo. Same question, what do you think when if we were to elect our CJ, what would that mean if we were to elect our IBC chairperson? Sisi tujichagulie, tusi president asi control, what would that mean from where you sit? I know you're in the US, you choose judges, or rather you elect judges. What would it mean if we were to do that in Kenya?
You see, if we were to elect, if these positions were elective, like the sheriff position is elective here, and the people who sit in the board, those are elective. School boards are elective. They are on the ballot. You participate in an election to elect them. If you were to elect a judge, for example, then this is what it means. He is not answerable to the presidency, he is not answerable to any other organ other than the people of the Republic of Kenya. That gives him the power and the mandate to conduct his duty diligently. But if we leave it to an appointing authority, 5 people to elect a judge for us, and then the president, the name is taken to the president, then to a parliament, which can be manipulated, then that is where the problem is. Largely we borrowed a constitution from a piece from the US and other places, others we drafted back, and we married with what we had. So we borrowed a constitution that was working so well in the US. But now we didn't look at the years the US has taken to build that particular constitution. It has taken so many years to amend it, to rectify it, to become what it is today. The Kenyan constitution, right now as it is high time that it is reviewed. It is high time that is reviewed, and we see the excesses of this particular document that we have. We have what you call over-representation. Whether we are going to elect our judiciary, or whether we are going to, for these other positions, we are overrepresented. There's a lot of duplication. Hata ukiulizwa vizuri, kazi ya MCA, kazi ya senator, kazi ya women rep, kazi ya MP, kazi ya governor, kazi ya ministers in the constituency, kazi ya county is called what? County commissioner. Then we are so overrepresented, and there are no checks. For example, right now the county governments are passing a budget that is controlled by the MCA. So who is going to oversight the MCA? A political party controls a whole county. A political party controls a whole country. Who is going to check that county? Who is going to check? And they are in the same political party. They sit in the same meeting. The government campaigns for his MCAs to elect him or her in a particular position. They get elected, all of them. They belong to ODM, and others belong to UDA. Who is going to call the shots? Who is going to say no? So the constitution never saw a situation whereby we'll have a one-party system or devolve corruption in the grassroots. So corruption has gone down to the grassroots. So these are some of the things that I had PLO talking the other day, that it is time that we check our constitution, we remove the excesses, and we see whether it works for us.
Okay. Kenyariba, same question. Yeah, you did, and I'm equally slightly glad you answered that way. It has really informed me in some ways. Now, Kenya, same question before I bring the next part of the question.
As far as the system is good, is we have people who don't want to commit to it, but we are like, oh, the system is not working. Listen, human nature, we are corrupt people. That's why we have these laws. So people like Ruto, who wants to usurp power and bypass the judiciary and the parliament and the he can be stopped so that they can check each other. That's why we have three arms of government. Okay. So just because Raila Odinga lost the elections, presidential election, he can't say that, oh, Maraga is bad, Koome is bad, but when they rule on his favor, then he's good. See, it's childish. The problem is not the system. The problem is the individuals, and we can check them. We just don't do that. Okay. Now, I want to quickly gloss over what my friend said. 89 MPs won't make a difference in the finance bill, voting for the finance bill. Okay, but show up. Sifuna, who you've talked about today, I've mentioned him more than 3 times. Okay, he tweeted that day and said, "I salute all the heroes that were there who debated and fought against this bill." What a warrior! I want to see that as my representative, not someone who absconds from the voting process, then complain about the very thing that he could have participated in. Okay. But Makiadi asked, where's the Kenya to shilling to shilling deal? That we were even debating it here when Ruto said he wanted to deal with shillings to shilling, whatever. It was in your Business Daily, Nairobi Business News. It was everywhere. You can just go to the archives, Makiadi, if you want to check on that. Okay. And a week later, Ruto made a speech you can pull up in YouTube about the dollar dumping the dollar, and it went viral. Okay. And lastly, Raila is an individual who can work with whoever he wants. Yes, I agree with you that he can work with whoever he wants. Okay, but what I'm saying is this: you can't just call somebody Ruto Mwizi, like Zalendo was giggling there. You call him Mwizi. Then when Raila joins him, now everything is cool and dandy, like we did with Uhuru. Uhuru was murdering people, doing all sorts of things, a dictator by any stretch of imagination. But when Raila became handshake, now Uhuru is good. Nowadays we are saying, in fact, the Uhuru years were wonderful. I think we will suffer from amnesia if you think Uhuru was good. So in summation, I'm saying this. Let's not pick and choose. The law is there to balance everything. Let's stick to the law and we'll see how this system works perfectly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, the last question I have for you before I allow you to freestyle. I begin with you again, Makiadi. I ask you this: if there is a law in Kenya that at times it's taken for granted and highly abused, and it's the law that can really prevent some of these bills even seeing the light in parliament, is the part of public participation. Mkenya anajua what in the world public participation is. Do you even do it properly, thoroughly, and the masses, do they even really engage? Because William Ruto yesterday said that, oh, the people of Kenya said, as much as he was being told, apana, when you go to the hazards, when you go to what was written in the public participation forums, many Kenyans said no to the housing levy. But a leader will tell you, apana, the people of Kenya said, the people, it's like, where you sit, how can we improve the public participation policy? How can we make it proper? And that if truly it hasn't, because one time I think the judges said it's not easy to really quantify how much enough is public participation, whether little or much, it's not easy to quantify. But how can we improve our law that it's possible for us to really say that this bill truly whether itapita ama itaanguka, the Kenyan people participated in it, so that a leader does not push things down our throat by saying to participate in it, and many even didn't have the opportunity to do that. So from where you sit, Makiadi, what do you think we can do to really strengthen that part, that element of, because some of these things are just mentioned in the constitution, but really do they really work for us, Makiadi?
Yeah, I think one thing that all of us agree here is this thing, public participation, is like it's like a formality, so to speak. You know, sometime back when I think it was Uhuru Kenyatta who wanted to do something, and then the courts said no, yeah, there was no public participation. Then these people decided, you know what, we will try to do this thing as a formality. But you must ask yourself, what is the threshold that can be, judged as enough for people to say that there was public participation in ABCD? I go back to the time, I think, was it the IEBC? Can't remember very well what the IEBC was trying to do. And the court said that there was no public participation. Sijui ilikuwa ni nini, Jex, labda utanikumbusha hapo. And then,
ilikuwa BBI.
Was it BBI?
Yeah.
No, BBI haikufika kwa IEBC. There was something that was very crucial. I think, was it tendering process? Kuna wakati I can't remember very well. Kumbuka wakati kuna wakati
BBI ilikuwa thrown out because of not proper public participation.
No, even the BBI, leave alone the BBI. The BBI, there was a lot of effort that was put in the BBI. I just want to take you back to, there was a time when I think, I can't remember, but nitakumbuka hiyo kitu. Then it looks like when the courts try to have these bodies involve mwananchi before making a decision, then these bodies go back and come up with a way that they can circumvent the whole process and do it as a formality. And that is one problem in tuko nayo in Kenya. I think kitu inaitwa public participation, lazima tukue na threshold. Lazima tukue na threshold ambayo tunaweza sema this threshold was reached, or there was an attempt ya kufika hii threshold, so tunaweza sema at least mwananchi alitoa hoja zake. But then hata ukitoa hoja zako hapo, if you participate in the so-called public participation, does your voice count? That is one thing we should be asking ourselves. Kwa sababu when you go to the finance bill, a bill imepitishwa ya kuongeza watu levy and all that, levy and the taxes ya manyumba and all that. It was done as a formality to show the courts ya kwamba at least we have tried. And you see, the opposition was there. Opposition, yani sisemi opposition in terms of parliament. There was opposition kutoka kwa mwananchi. Mwananchi alisema, we do not agree with this thing. It was very, 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 well rejected across the board, regardless of the political affiliation. But they still went ahead and passed it. You see? So if we cannot have a way of, identifying what threshold we want to see in our public participation, then it is going to be difficult for us to say that there was enough input ya mwananchi kwa hii bill, so it is okay for us to pass it in parliament. But I still go back to what I said earlier. The current parliament we have feels like it is an appendage. It feels like it is part of the executive. That is why you have MPs who are allied to the government of the day saying sisi katika serikali. They have forgotten ya kwamba they work on behalf of mwananchi mwenye ako kwa constituency. So regardless of whether you are an MP from the opposition side or the government side, your role is to make sure that the policies the government of the day passes are policies that are, beneficial to mwananchi. Anything that feels like inafinya mwananchi, unatakikana upinge hiyo kitu. Unaona? So this is just the same as what you said, Jake. Regardless of whether we ni ODM, Azimio ama Kenya Kwanza, if something unaona itaenda kuumiza mwananchi, unafaa usimame na kusema no, we cannot support this. But look at the current parliament iko sahi. Regardless of whether ni ODM, look at what decisions are made in parliament. Most of the things zinakujanga pale kuarabasta. You see, the president can stand somewhere in a podium with certainty na aseme hii kitu tutapitisha kwa bunge next month. Unaona, tutapitisha kwa bunge, tumeshatunga sheria, tutapitisha kwa bunge, then we can implement this. When the executive speaks about something that is going to go to the parliament with certainty, with so much certainty ya kwamba ni kama hakutakuwa na pingamizi yoyote, there's not even going to be a debate, then you should be asking yourself, is the parliament that is currently in existence part of the executive ama inasimama pale kusaidia mwananchi? From where I stand, I believe the parliament of the Republic of Kenya has failed us, failed us so much to an extent that the executive does not need even to involve people in public participations. All it needs is just to instruct the parliament, and everything and anything it says goes through parliament. How are we supposed to change this? Kitu moja tunafaa tuwe tunajiuliza. Mimi, my proposal was this. I believe we should be in a country whereby political parties ziwe abolished. That is one thing. Political parties have been used to blackmail people. That if this na mzalendo mko kwa chama moja, you must speak the same language. That is that has been our problem for a long time. Na ukiangalia wakati unaenda against a position that has been taken by your party, unaitwa rebel. Na in the real sense, umesimamia ukweli. You see, mtu kama wa Mushomba alipata a lot of stone throwing, alirushiwa mawe sana kwa sababu alisemekana anaenda against party position. And it looks like yeye ni member wa Azimio lakini amekuja kuharibu UDA. But look at what she was saying. She was very clear ya kwamba I talked to my people na wakaniambia, those people who brought me to this house told me they do not agree with this thing, and that is why ninasimama hapa nikisema I also do not support this, because I am a servant to those people that brought me here. So the political party has been something that has destroyed our democracy for a long time. Both people in ODM, Azimio, Jubilee, all that, wanna experience the same thing. If you don't agree with what your party leader says, or if you don't agree with your party position, then you are taken as a rebel. If at all we can change our systems, we have to begin from the party level. I wish there was a law that will be passed ambayo itasemekana there are no party affiliations in our country, so that wakati Jakes unaenda kuchaguliwa wewe unajitetea pale. We are in a country whereby ukishinda ticket ya UDA Nandi County kwa nomination, wewe chukua ndege enda holiday, utachaguliwa MP.
It's like a
Exactly, hiyo ni guarantee. Ukishinda tu nomination ya ODM Nyando we enda relax, enda beach, oga na kinyasa and all that, utachaguliwa. Alafu sasa inakuja wakati ambapo party position inatoa position ambayo si kitu ambayo inasaidia mwananchi, ama it is not of beneficial to the common man, to the electorate. And if you go against that, then you'll be branded a traitor, you'll be branded a sellout. Na alafu committee itakuita, inaitangwa disciplinary committee, itakuita ikukalishe chini ikuambie either you pay this amount or we kick you out. So how are we going to get out of this political bondage? We should try to search a way that we can abolish the political parties in the Republic of Kenya so that people can think independently. Si kungojea mzalendo aseme kitu kwa sababu yeye ni chairman wa ODM, akisema left sisi wote tunaenda left, akisema right sisi wote tunaenda right. I think that is where we should be going as a
I want to come to you, Mzalendo, before I come to Alex. Mzalendo, we elect them as our representative. They speak on our behalf, but we speak through them. So how comes that they refuse to come back to us when matters concerning us that require public participation, they fail to do it? And because I think as much as nimechagua huyu mtu mmoja, some of the issues they ought to come back to us. we have a forum, we have Kamkunji, we have town hall meetings, so that we deliberate on the issues. We agree, we send them again to speak and say, this is what the people of Nyando, the people of Mogirango North, Mogirango South, Nyaribari Chache, Nyaribari Wengi, all those places. This is what we are saying. How comes public participation is almost a joke in our country? How can we improve it? What needs to be done so that truly the voice of Mwananchi, the president does not need to mix his words when he's asked, did you carry out public participation? What you are doing, is it what Kenyans told you? So that he does not seem to be mixing his words. How can we improve our public participation? Mzalendo?
When public participation, thank you, Jex, and thank you, Makiadi, for that kind of response. And at least now we are thinking on the same direction. Now, when public participation was enshrined in the Constitution, the 2010 Constitution, it simply meant that the power is now given back to the people to decide on what they want, to decide on how they need to be governed, to decide on the priorities of our projects that they want to participate in. But why do the MPs avoid public participation? First, it is the cost of doing the exercise. You find that there are areas that are very, very vast. For example, if you go to constituencies like Mandera, barely you'd find that you'd cover the entire area. Or there's a lot of lack of civic education, such that you'll come back and articulate the issues that are being discussed in the national government to your people. That is why political parties take center stage in local politics, because people don't want to know why the party has taken this kind of direction. So long as ni mtu wetu ndio chairman ama party leader wa hii chama, hapo ndio tutafuata. Akisema left, vile Masiadi amesema, ni left ni left. Akisema right ni right. What we can see what we can see seated in the bottom of Lake Victoria, nobody can see you where. So that's those kind of nonsensical talks is what makes it difficult for people to participate in these exercises. But by and large, the reason why we wanted it in the Constitution is because our leaders during Moist times were manipulating us. They were not giving us projects that are priority to the needs of the people. So public participation is something that should be encouraged. The only problem is how do we monitor that a particular leader has done public participation in whatever agenda that is bringing in parliament or whatever agenda that is bringing in the county assembly. So there's no way that we can monitor, or I wish there were records that can be kept safely somewhere on each and every exercise that we participate as the public. There are records that we can go by and see that we all agreed on this particular position, because we can participate as citizens. Then whatever the MP or your leader presents in parliament is something totally different from what we said on the ground. So that is my take on public participation.
Honorable Lexi, tell me, what would be your view on public participation?
I think I still have the same view like both of Makiadi and Jex. I think public participation became useless when it became conduit of money, because you're given money, you go call vijana wa bodaboda, unawapeleka kwa hoteli, unawapaia nyama, mnasaini hizo vitu, maneno inaisha. So it became very useless. I remember one time I was in Nyamira. I had gone home, so nikatoka kwa nyumba, nilikuwa jioni, nikasema acha niende Nyamira nikae huko kidogo. Kufika huko nikapata, because I had put a very good suit. MCA akafikiria I'm also a leader. And welcome, Okula, only to come to know that that was part of the public participation. All he asked me is the education sector. How do I see it in Nyamira? So we spoke a little bit, and the people who were there were so ignorant. They were so happy that they had eaten. Wamepewa pesa kidogo ya kwenda wapi? Nyumbani. So that's how public participation ilikuwa in Kenya, to a point that we think it was a wastage of money, especially the county level. They were so bad because now the wastage of money, somebody could budget up to 100 million just for public participation for the what? The whole county. And you can imagine, hiyo 100 million huwezi tumia yote. Nyingi tutatumia, maybe ni 2 million. 98 million imeenda kwa mfuko, imeenda kwa mfuko. So I'm one person who, after that, nikakuwa against. I had never gone to any public participation in my life. I had heard about public participation, but thereafter nikaanza kuendanga. Kisi ilikuanga nayo wakati Muheria alikuwa same thing. Onyango alikuwa naye Kisumu wakati mmoja nilikuwa kwa same thing. I came to know that public participation wasn't anything that we should buy. It was a conduit to make the governor more rich. Yeah, that's what I will say.
Kenya Rebel, you are an advocate of public participation. How should it be done? How should really a proper public participation be conducted?
In my view, I think once the Wananchi understand the power dynamics between the people and their employees, who are these senators and MPs and all that, it will improve. We have to be contextualize what we're talking about. The constitution has been what? Is it 13 years old now? That's a young democracy. Even Kenya as a whole is a young democracy. We have a way 2 years to go, okay, compared to, let's say, US, which their constitution has had, I don't know, hundreds of amendments. I don't know how many amendments. So, but one thing, the reason why I'm hopeful and I'm optimistic about it is because, especially when you saw the finance bill, okay, you saw how people were really engaged and they wanted to find out. It was a topic of every baraza and everyone was talking about it. And now we are having little groups that are cropping up like the Bunge la Wananchi, even though they are comical, but they actually have, they raise issue that we care about, even though they are jokers. I mean, they make fun of every situation. So we are heading to the right direction. It will take time for us to demand the ideal public participation as far as, these Wabunge will feel the need to come back to their constituency and check whether they should vote for a bill or not. It will take time. As people watu wanazidi kuchanuka about governance and the role that they should play, it will naturally force these wanabunge to come to the constituency and check with their constituency to see if they should vote for a bill or not, okay? Because of right now, we have people like Selassie who, get drunk on whatever and they don't care about public participation and they still survive. So I say with time, we'll be all right. But we have to educate ourselves. Public, I mean, it's good we are discussing it. Spread the word, the political activists. This is our time. So yes, I'm optimistic about the future.
Now, my final question to all of you is corruption, and I'll talk about it in the sense of our debt. Makiadi, I begin with you again. When it comes to our debt, the goalpost always changes. One time in a reduce, ama inaongezeka, because we are not even really sure how much is our debt, who do we owe, how was that money used, how much remained, because I don't think at times what tunamaliza maybe sometimes ni kuporwa zinaporwa, then how much has been paid, what is remaining. Now my question is this to you, Makiadi, so as to prevent corruption and truly to prevent leaders hiding in the name of we are paying our debts and all. Should our debts be published almost maybe quarterly or yearly in our newspapers so that we know this is the debt we owe, these are the guys we owe, this is the much that has been paid, this is the much that is remaining, this is what this debt was it for recurrent expenditure, was it to do a road in Kimilili, publishing these records for the public, will it help in preventing what Nyakango was trying to raise, that kuna loans, there is no project attached to it. She's even told atafute tu ka project akafix tu hapo kwa hizo pesa. Publicizing our debt to the public, those we owe, how much and all, can it help, one, creating more transparency, two, reducing the avenues of corruption? Because I think the fact that we don't know, because you see, we don't know, we don't know kama tumechukua, we'll hear about it later on. Can it help reduce corruption? Because these guys still, those things that Kenyans are not informed about. What do you think?
Sawa, Alex mic yake ilikuwa on. I think Jake umeuliza swali mzuri sana na sometimes mimi I'm perplexed, I am amazed when people believe what William Ruto says. The one thing ninataka kuuliza hapa, because you people follow what happens in Kenya very closely, I want you to ask yourself, what was set as our ceiling in terms of public debt? And what happened when William Ruto came in? Because you have to understand how much the Kenyan economy can take as a maximum in terms of borrowing. What Parliament did is, I'm even looking for the figures hapa kwa sababu sitaki nipeane nini ya uongo. Parliament ilikuja, hii Parliament, and they changed the way we assess our debts. So
they capped it to
yes, it was changed from we had a ceiling, ilikuwa ya ngapi? I'm trying to find
10 trillion, and then they removed it, and I think it's now based on our GDP or something like that.
GDP, correct.
Yeah.
They removed the ceiling ambayo ilikuwa ni 10 trillion. Sasa wanaibase na I think 55% if I'm not wrong ya GDP. So, okay. Kitu ya kwanza, we have to be honest with ourselves. If you say 55% ya GDP, then that's a moving target. No. 10 trillion is a number. It is cast on stone. Tunajua 10 trillion hatuwezi pita. But when you tell me that we are pegging now our debt as a percentage to our GDP, then it means we have no boundaries. The more our economy grows, the more our GDP grows, the more we can borrow. But also, looking at that, we have to look at what we are borrowing for. Wewe angalia na mzalendo, sometimes ukikuja hapa tutakutana debate ingine hapa, mimi nataka uniambie. I heard you before hapa, I'm sorry to go kando ya point yenye nilikuwa nataka kusema. Nisikia kitambo ukisema hapa kidogo awali hapo ya kwamba Ruto amefanya mambo mingi sana na ile pesa ameomba. William Ruto tangu ingia kwa ofisi ameomba almost 4 trillion Kenyan shillings. I would want you, my brother mzalendo, to point one thing, just one thing, kitu moja peke yake, development ambayo unaweza onyesha watu useme true we have borrowed and this is the infrastructure ambayo tumeweka ile pesa tumeomba imefanya ABCD. Show me one thing in this government. Then if we are able to show what we are doing with the money, even if utaenda kukopa watu watasema yenyewe amekopa, but we can see what the money is doing in terms of improving life of mwananchi, barabara kama ni barabara, bridge and all that stuff, dam na vitu kama hizo. Vitu zinaonekana. This government fears accountability. na hiyo ni kitu ambayo nimeona kwa sababu there is so much back and forth whereby you see when people want to ask what we are borrowing for, somebody comes up with a blanket statement and tries to downplay the concerns of mwananchi. When the central bank says there is a problem, when the CS says there's a problem, somebody else comes and says, we will have to wait until probably after 10 years and tuone why we are borrowing. So that tells us that you want to continue borrowing without accounting for the money yenye unaomba. Hii kitu inaitwa debt kwa nchi yetu, Jakes. Itafika mahali ambapo itakuwa uncontrollable. Itafika mahali itafika busting, inaitangwa nini, a point of mahali itakuja kubust ambapo you know itashindwa kuwa controlled in such a way that services za government hazitaweza kuendelea, because most of the money, wacha hii 55 tunasema ya GDP, 55 against the GDP, this government is going to be in a position whereby itakuwa inashindwa hata ku run on a daily basis because ya ile amount yenye itakuwa inatakikana kulipa. And I said here some time back, there's a Eurobond ambayo Uhuru Kenyatta na William Ruto deputy wake walichukua. All of us know that we are supposed to have 500 billion Kenyan shillings by mwezi wa sita, I think mwezi wa sita next year. Wakati gari inaishanga hewa huwa inatembea na rimu. Mahali economy ya Kenya saa hii iko kwa rimu, na tunaenda kufika mahali ambapo we have been talking about defaulting is not an option. Venye Kenya Ria amesema defaulting is not an option, but then we have to look at our sources of revenue and see if we are growing our sources of revenue. From where I sit, since William Ruto came into power, we have not grown our sources of revenue. In fact, the Kenya Revenue Authority came out and said, we are short of the target. The target was supposed to be 4 trillion. They collected, I think, around 1.8. I stand to be corrected on the figure. So it means even the projects zenye zimekuwa proposed haziwezi endelea. Then we have our government that is trying to expand the wage bill in terms of employing CSs, creating more offices, employing more people into the civil service. Hata watu ambao hawana kazi yenye wanafaa kuwa kuwa employed wanafanya. We are creating more debt na hatuongezi debt revenue generators. So look at this country in the next 3-4 years. Uniambie Jakes, ni kitu gani ambao unaweza sema yenyewe the investment yenye tumeweka in the next 4-5 years tutaona matunda? Because from where I stand, ninaona Kenya Kwanza government is always talking about subsidizing production. Subsidizing production, ukienda kuisikiza vizuri kabisa, ukisikiza mtu anakwambia subsidizing production, uangalie kwa kina, utaona hakuna kitu hapo. There's nothing. Ni kizungu mingi sana ambayo inasema tumeshukisha mbegu ya fertilizer. Unaona? Hiyo ndio kitu inaitwa subsidizing production. That is what, in simple terms, tumekushukishia mbegu ya fertilizer upande chakula. How is that going to help the GDP grow to such an extent that we are able to service our debts, to such an extent that we are able to create more money to pay the debts that tunaendelea kuongeza sahi? I think we should look at that and ask ourselves ya kwamba if at all Kenya is losing investors because of high taxes right now. We are losing people going, watu wanatoroka wanaenda Tanzania na Uganda because of the taxes zenye tumewawekea. Then we are probably looking at a situation whereby not just defaulting, but tutakuwa unable even to run the daily orders of government. Hatutaweza hata kusustain government operations in a day. And that is how serious our debt situation is right now.
Okay, fantastic. I'll come to you for your closing remarks. Kenya Rebel, you are an advocate and someone who really advocates for Okiom Tata. And Okiya Omtata says that at times we have odious debts, we have debts that we cannot even talk about because we don't know when they were accrued and when, and all that stories that revolve what Okiya Omtata raises. And equally, the likes of is he called what do you call this guy, Jimmy Wanjigi, where he says Kenya owes nobody and all. But my question is, don't you think it's prudent if the government publishes all our debts, all of them? It should, and it to be made public to us, so that ndio tujue each month tukiambiwa tuna out of 10 shillings 7 shillings inaenda kwa deni, hii 7 shillings tunajua inaenda kwa which deni, because inaweza enda kwa mfuko ya mtu tukiambianga tu ni deni tunalipa, deni ambayo huwa haipungui, ni kuongezeka tu as much as we are paying it. Unanielewa? Because hata ukichukua loan kwa bank, there's a statement they give you, this is the fine you have paid, this is what is remaining, and even when you clear it, they tell you have cleared. So what do you think about that, Kenya Rebel, even as we near wrapping up?
Yeah, I think the CBK post how much where we borrow, where the borrowing comes from, but where it becomes murky is where it goes, where that money goes. Okay. I think the Senate is 2 years behind in their audit of the previous debts. That's how behind they are. Hawajafika 2023 yet. Okay. Bado wanaangalia zile za kina za Kibaki, hata hawajafikia za Uhuru. Okay. So anyway, what's realistic, and that's why you rightfully mentioned that I'm with Okiya Omtata. The only logical solution is, number one, we should understand that as it is in our constitution, we can only borrow for development. That's the only reason we can borrow. We can't borrow and use it for recurrent expenditure. Only in, as Makiani said earlier, when we have emergencies or where we have a cash crunch or whatever, we need to pay salaries, whatever, and we can only borrow 3% of the revenue, okay, up to the 3%. So, number one thing we should do is audit it, okay? Because like you raised a good question. We are not sure of how much we owe. Is it 10 trillion? Is it 12? Is it 9? Is it 7? Okay, audit. After we audit, we should ask ourselves, which one were they? Which of these loans did we legally? Because every borrowing should be approved by the very what? Legislative body, Parliament, actually, to be precise, have to approve any loan. Most of their debts that we took from the previous regime, and I suspect most of Ruto's debt, are illegally acquired. Okay, so if we audit this and we find that these folks have acquired this debt illegally, they can be held liable to pay off that, and we can sell their belongings so we can pay this debt. That's the only viable solution. But will it happen? Probably no, until we have a real president who actually follows the rule of law. And the only way you can have a real president like that is if we have a people who actually understand the power that they have and demand much from their representatives, the people who they don't delegate this power to carry out this duty. So even like Richie amesema, this kid thing itachapa hiyo ceiling mpaka hiyo ceiling ipasuke. We shall continue because what Ruto is doing is kicking the can down the road. Vile Uhuru alifanya, Kibaki the same. Now ile president atakuja pia atafanya the same until we start auditing this debt and holding those people who took this money, the odious debt that we have, to pay it over. Because remember, your SGR to leave almost 3 times of what it could have actually cost. Okay, so things like that is what we should look. That's why I'm with Okiya Omtata and Jimmy Wanjigi behind this. That's the only solution, logical solution we can come up with. Thank you.
Mzalendo, finally, Mwananchi pays for this debt eventually, whether known or unknown. Mwananchi atailipa through the taxes and everything else. Is it not right, at least ajuzwe or are informed that this is the much we owe, this is the who we owe, This is the why we owe, and this is the how we used, those questions. Don't you think it would be prudent for the government or any proper serving leadership to show us how our money is spent? Because it's one thing to come and read our budget, it's one thing to come and have a national statement and national press and all and speak of debt and tell us in every 10 shillings 7 shillings goes to debt, but the Kenyan kulizo, how was that 7 shillings used? Hajui, hana idea. From where you see, what do you think, what should happen? Umejimute mzalendo?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
The question you asked is a very important question, but there are always answers to each and every body that is within the Constitution. We have the Auditor General. You need to look at the work of the Auditor General and see how many times they go to Parliament and even advise the government on debt. And most of the time, they differ with the government position. And any time they appear before these committees, no action is taken by Parliament. If you go to the answered, you will see all these issues that you are raising here. That yes, they don't come on national TV to tell you that hey, Kenya tuko na deni fulani. They are answerable to Parliament. That is where the laws are made, and that is where legislation is done. So the Auditor General reports to parliamentarians on a regular basis, together with Ndungu, the Treasury guy. That is where they tell them the position, especially the Auditor General. If you can go back and to see how many times the current Auditor General has tried frantically to tell government that the borrowing that they are doing is not economically viable. It is many, many times. They did it in Uhuru's government. They have done it in Ruto's government. So the only problem is that they don't come out publicly, unless you now look at what is happening in Parliament, is when you will see the figures that are being floated around. So yes, it is important for Kenyans to know that this is the much we owe. This is the much we have paid. This is we need to raise so much revenue so that we can pay debt X, and so much revenue for development Y project that is coming. That is where we borrowed the money to put in this particular infrastructure. But again, every money that you're given by the lenders or the development partners, they are earmarked for particular projects. But the corrupt nature of Kenyans, including me and you, only waiting for the moment to be corruptible, is there. We have got this appetite of getting rich and getting wealthy that we don't serve the interest of the public. So the people who we elect, or the people who are supposed to represent us, they don't have a cautious to do the right thing. Yeah, a cautious like that of Maraga, a cautious like that of Okiya Mtata. So people like Okiya Mtata are left with only one option: to go to the courts so that they can scrutinize or stop this spending. But the government always has its way. Always, the government will always have its way, because some of these things, the judiciary, as much as we say it's independent, cannot stop working with another arm of government. All right. So that is the problem that we have. Otherwise, there'll be a lot of stalled projects in our country in the name of going to court to arbitrate on certain issues. But by and large, the Auditor General, to answer your question, is the one who normally reports the figures to Parliament.
Okay. Jakes, if I may, a little bit, just a sentence. I just wanted to say that
even as and equally give me your closing remarks so that we wrap up.
Okay, I just wanted to say that Jimmy Wanjigi, with his team, he did his audit up to date. He said he used it's similar to Freedom of Information Act in US. What do they call it in Kenya? Freedom of what? Information or something like that, to get the government, CBK, and the Treasury to give him the information of all the debts that we have in NEO. And he actually presented these the amount that we owe according to the audit that he did at Spice FM. So what I'm saying is this, again, I hate to repeat myself. And Mzalendo, stop saying that even me and you are corrupt. Not all of us are corrupt. Some of us actually want to make a change. Just because our parliamentarians are corrupt doesn't make everyone corrupt. But anyway, just in closing, I wanted to say that, yes, the only logical conclusion I can come with is that of Okiya Omtata and Jimmy Wanjigi. We need to audit the debt, and the ones that were illegally acquired, we should hold the people who acquired it to pay it off, so that we Kenyans are free to carry out our business. Thank you very much. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Thank you so much, Kenya Rebel. Makiadi, what would be your closing remarks?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity again. I just want to say this. Call me a pessimist if you want. I think Kenyans will realize that we have a conman as a president. If you are keen enough on what's happening right now in this government, you will realize that not anyone in this government is being truthful about the current situation. The situation is, when these people came in, they had no plan.
Sorry, excuse me.
The only plan they had was on paper. But when it came to implementing the plan, it looks like they had no basics of what governance is. And now it is coming out clearly that as days go by, they will continue shifting the goalposts. They told us they are going to make changes within a month. They told us they're going to put down the Bible and change things. They told us wameweka mikakati in the couple of months' time. Now, everyone is telling us that these things are not easy, and therefore we should give them time. They have told us probably next year, by the end of 3 years. Someone even suggested that the first 5 years are years where we prepare, we cultivate, and then the next, the following term is where we will see changes. Mzalendo, I hate to burst your bubble, but it is true that William Ruto, Gachagua, and the team are clueless. They are rudderless. They do not know what governance means. All they did was to run an agenda, a populist agenda, and people voted for them. Now that they have the sword, which they are threatening to use to cut people who they call criminals, because people are going to seek for justice, it is clear that Kenya is headed in the wrong direction. We have always said that the Kenyan government is headed in the wrong direction, but now it is apparently clear, or clearer, that the people who are at the helm of leadership have no clue on what they are supposed to do to improve the lives of Wananchi. Now, let me finish by saying this. Kenyans have a choice. We have an opportunity to make a change for ourselves. We will decide to live with this government for the next 4 years that are remaining, suffer, go through hardship, become broke, look at businesses closing, lose jobs, look at shops closing, investors running away, the cost of living continuing to go higher, until the next time we go to the ballot box to elect somebody, we will elect somebody that is really interested in helping us. But from where I sit, William Ruto was the wrong choice. William Ruto is the wrong choice. William Ruto will be the wrong choice. He has no idea what he's doing. Thank you.
Okay. That's Makiadi, ladies and gentlemen. Mzalendo, you get the opportunity to take this home.
You know, I want to say that William Ruto has been only in government for just 1 year. He has put up his measures to run the government, and is running on a policy and a pledge that he promised the people of Kenya. I want Kenyans to be patient with these deliberations, because people like Makiadi lost their elections and they will not support the government of the day. And it will only take 5 years for Makiadi to be in the ballot, and the Kenyan should judge William Ruto after his 5 years term. That is what the constitution says, that after 5 years, then you bring your scorecard and report card. If he has failed the way it is claimed by the people in Azimio, then let the people of Kenya vote him out in 2027, because that is the only way that is one of the only way that constitutionally we can remove William Ruto from power. They tried through demonstrations, it didn't work. They have now reverted to criticism of his regime. But if you see the figures even being floated by Maina Wanjigi and his group, those figures have been refuted by Treasury. They can only be peddled in media houses where there are no auditors to really look into the figures. The things that he's saying, they have been criticized and they have been thrown out. So some of the critics of government one time told us that they have the sword in their house. I remember Wanjigi saying that he has the sword and he will give it to Raila Odinga. So those are the people that Makiadi believes in. And it is very, very wrong to believe in politicians who actually peddle lies and to dwell on rumors each and every day that Ruto's government is not doing ABCD. But while we look at the kind of borrowing that is doing, yes, it is exaggerated and it has gone up, but is doing it because of the debts and again to pay workers in the Republic of Kenya. So that is what the government is doing. And remember, he has told you, and not even him, Treasury has told you that they inherited an empty coffer. You will differ with that 100%, but the person mandated to give you that information is the guy who is heading Treasury. You have got no mandate, no authority, you have got no figures to tell us that Treasury has the money. Otherwise, thank you for having this good debate, especially with this well-informed panelists like Richard Makiadi. Richie, we need you to come here most of the time. We see how we can help our country. I know we differ in many positions, but by and large, we love our country so much. We want the best for our country. Even if you lost elections, there is hope in 2027. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Jake, before Mzalendo goes away, let me just make a disclaimer here that I do not support what Mzalendo is saying here, that William Ruto is borrowing because he's supposed is supposed to pay debt. I want to disassociate myself, having sat on the same panel with Zalendo, that when you're in a hole, you do not dig. Eh?
Stop digging.
So I want to disassociate myself with that statement. I do not support the digging deeper when you're in a hole. Thank you.
Guys,
thank you, Makeri. Nice debating you all the time with that humor. Thank you very much. I have nothing to add in your conclusion. Thank you. It is up to the panelists to tell.
It is only here in Africa we allow divergent views. We don't fight, we just allow, because hey, if we don't allow it, wataenda wapi? We have to have them here, have them speak their hearts, speak their minds, speak the truth. Yeah, even if the truth is, they normally call it relative, inategemea unaiangalia from what side, But that was your panel for today. That was your show for today. And of course, that was your host for today, Jex, the moderator. Asante sana for keeping company tangu tuanze 6 hours ago. Hey, wadau. Thank you very, very, very much. Asante sana Bwana Richie, Mzalendo, Alex Media. Asante sana Bwana Kenya Rebel, Stella, Leo, Mr. G, and many ambao mliingia kwa show. Asante sana. You guys were just but fantastic. The many of you who commented, wow, you just made this show fantastic. Asante sana. We can't probably mention all of you, but know this from the bottom of my heart and the many who make this program possible. We are grateful. Asante sana Mato, I saw you. Shuben, I saw you. Yegon, asante sana. Good year, I saw you. GK, asante sana. Brother Benson, I saw you. The many of you, ujumbe zilikuwa zinakuja kibao. Pole hata labda tungeweza kuzisoma zote, but thank you very, very much guys for participating. Akina Ida, asante. Ida Barak, I see you, and many who participated. You guys are just but amazing. Asante sana. We do this tomorrow again. This show has been made possible because of you guys tuning in, supporting us, and above all, subscribing to Africa 24. Now, I wish you a Merry Christmas and a happy festive season even as we start. Makiadi, I give you a second to do that. Christmas ndo hiyo imenukia nukia. I think it's next week Tuesday or Monday. Monday, I think. Christine, ndio hiyo, your festive wishes. I give you a second. Probably kuna watu hawatakuona before then.
Wacha tukutane hapa. Iko maneno hata sidhani kama tutakaa kando. We will try as much as possible to meet here again. I think Mzalendo is beginning to see the light. I would want to be a witness here when he finally sees the light.
Okay. Sawa sawa. Mzalendo, do you have anything to say before Christmas? Umejimute?
Oh, unanisikia sasa?
Yeah.
I know it is Christmas. It is a time of giving. It is a time of celebrating the birth of Jesus. For those who are going to celebrate Christmas, just take care. Know that the other road users in Christmas, but don't overindulge because we have January, and as Makiadi has been saying, the economy is bad. It's very, very, very bad. So usikunywe pombe sana ukasahau kuna fee ya Januari inakuja hapo. So Christmas is only a one day thing. Don't make it kule savings zako zote siku ya Christmas on 25th. So otherwise,
how do you eat what you don't have?
Otherwise, mkuwe na sikukuu njema, but we will still be glued here with Makiadi as we don't celebrate Christmas much, but tutakuwa hapa tukiwaangalia, tukijadiliana na pia tukiwa-wish Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Asanteni sana.
Fantastic. Makiadi, Mzalendo, thank you very much. And to you guys who joined us, thank you. This is Africa 24. As usual, I'm your host, Jex, the moderator. We do this again tomorrow. Let's have another fantastic edition. Goodbye. God bless you. Take care and drive safe. Be safe. We need you. We need you. We truly need you. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.